Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Each of the 6 infinite gems represents a powerful direction of power. And my gem is even weirder and more powerful. It seems that in Tonituo's world, this gem has a living human being. Driven by Mind Gem, Luo Bing and the others did not have any resistance at all. They were controlled by the power of the gem and obediently turned into puppets. This is awesome. Hawkeye watched in horror. He has been controlled by this thing before. The feeling of being controlled is not pleasant, and it will not affect the IQ and scheming of the accused, but can stimulate their potential to some extent. Allows the accused person to be more focused when performing tasks. In the past, when the mind gem was embedded on the scepter, it required physical contact to capture the hearts of the people, but now it is only necessary to clench the fist and stimulate the power of the gem to control the person. 827 from a distance. This is obviously a big change from before, at least the way of hitting has become more bizarre. At least it was possible to dodge before. But now, how to hide? In fact, Mind Gem has a usage distance, but only Luo Bing knows this. And this thing, Luo Bing took out Deadpool's teleport belt from the Shui space and then threw it to Tony too. Tony has a bunch of stuff to do right now, launches, weddings, but it's okay. There are 2 Tonys in this world right now. I have already upgraded him, and I will transmit the production principles and process to you later, and the duplication and copying will be handed over to you. As for the materials, don't worry, I have everything here, Luo Bing said with a smile. This thing, have you upgraded? And have the knowledge of crafting. How did you do it? Tony too looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. Is he also a scientist? Well, the upgrade uses other methods. As for the production process, I just took the time to take a look across it, and then I saw the scene when it was born. Luo Bing shrugged. Strange on the side covered his face helplessly when he heard this. Cheating. It turned out to be Time Gem's ability. Just taking a look at the production process across time will not affect the original history, so it's okay. Even if something happened, maybe it was just a small problem in front of Senior Luo. Strange shrugged. He is not as tried as Ancient One magician. He has his own judgment on some issues that violate the holy place regulations. Luo Bing stepped forward, put his index finger on Tony 2's forehead, and some of the images he saw turned into memory data and transmitted to Tony 2's mind. After bringing 4 infinite gems, Luo Bing seems to have unlocked a lot of tricks. Ability reserves in all aspects are even better. Well, I should understand, but the key part of production requires a raw material called space stone, which seems to be very rare in the universe. Can you get it? Tony 2 asked suspiciously. Hey, buddy, you don't know about Big Brother Luo's collection ability first. Tony 1 walked over, patted Tony 2 on the shoulder, smiled meaningfully, and then looked at Luo Bing expectantly. That's pretty clear. The technology of teleporting mobile devices. I also want. Luo Bing was helpless and performed the same operation on Tony again, and then drove him away impatiently. Get ready for your launch. Don't worry about the material, space gem, right? How much? Luo Bing asked. Not much, just 3 carats. 3 carats can provide the most basic 1,000 teleport energy for the belt. I checked carefully and the remaining space gem on this belt is only 0.8 carats, Tony 2 replied. I heard from the captain that you are establishing diplomatic relations with Nova Corps now. Maybe we can inquire if there is a space gem there, and the power gem is also there. Tonituo's suggestion is very strong, and Nova Corps may really have a space gem there. But obviously Luo Bing's way of obtaining materials is not so difficult. Don't be so troublesome, Luo Bing said and made a tribute table. Then he took out an ashtray, 3 cigarettes, lit it with a hammer, and then put his hands together. I want a small planet composed of space gems. Yang Kui's prayer records this. The blessing of Miss Luck began to communicate. Senior White's smile delivered the courier a minute later on time. 3 times the lucky halo is turned on at the same time, which is extremely terrifying. Boom. A meteorite with a radius of 100 meters fell from the sky and smashed straight towards the Avengers building. However, before it landed, Luo Bing waved his hand towards the sky, and Shui's space opened a crack in nothingness, instantly sending the meteorite in midair to the sky. Swallowed. Luo Bing opened the door of Shui's space by his side and easily cut out a small piece of space gem with a space cutter, handed it to Tony 2, and asked softly, "Look if it is this thing." Tony 2. Steve. A kind of Avengers onlookers. Spider-Man from Otherworld. Everyone fell into contemplation collectively, and after a while, Peter couldn't help scratching his head. "Brother Luo, did you just shop online?" Luo Bing glared at him. Peter stopped talking for a moment and secretly memorized Luo Bing's operation process just now, ready to try it himself later. "This looks like a space gem. But isn't this thing very rare? 39 foot. And how did he just appear on the Earth? Does it mean that he has been floating around the Earth all the time? Then he was summoned by you." Tony 2 couldn't understand why. He wanted to ask too many questions. "About this. I didn't know much about it before, but after wearing the space gem, I seem to understand that in 5.0, this guy should have been in a very far place and passed through a few wormholes. It should be 5 times, and then coincidentally fell over the Earth." Luo Bing returned. "That's such a coincidence." Tony 2's stomach, full of complaints, was abruptly suppressed. "There are so many flaws, I really don't know where to start. No wonder the Earth in this world is so powerful. With such a bug-like master, it's too much to think about being strong." Originally, Tony 2 still despised himself in this world in his heart. Calling him big guy or boss at every turn is simply too cheap, not his style at all. But now, he understands. The big guy is bullshit. At the moment, Tony 2 has a headache for Thanos of this world. "You're so sad." At noon that day, Luo Bing realized the identities of otherworld visitors one by one. Without the power of the reality gem and space gem, they can only be carried in this world for a week, and then they will gradually disappear. That is the real disappearance, not returning to his original world. Luo Bing of at the moment is very clear about this. There was too much knowledge in his brain out of thin air, and he also had an unfathomable understanding of the universe and rules. At the moment when he was worthy of 4 infinite gems, the incomparably powerful knowledge of the universe was instilled in his mind. There are even some delusions of being all-knowing and omnipotent. That feeling is expansive, just like drugs. However, Luo Bing's self-control ability is not ordinary. His innocent immortal body is also immune to all negative interference. Therefore, although the negative energy emanating from infinite gems can make him feel it, it will not really be effective for him. At 2 p.m., Luo Bing took time to go to the parliament, where he accepted the status of the honorary ball captain. This process was very brief, only wasting 10 minutes of his time. The members of the assembly seemed to understand it very well, each of which was awkward, but they had to continue to maintain various matters for the next whole night. The toolman Jean and the team are working hard. It's hard to imagine a bunch of mad scientists, evil rebels who don't eat or sleep like they're doing a great job of honor. Oh my god. That was so professional. It even surpassed Captain Steve, a model worker. What a lovely group of rebels. Look at the way they work hard. I like this kind of employee who helps the boss make money the most. Luo Bing spread his hands. He and Steve stood outside the fully closed glass window, facing the people in the room. Kim and the team gave a thumbs up of praise. "Why did you take off the Infinity Gauntlet? Isn't that feeling of omniscience and omnipotence?" the captain asked curiously. "For anyone, I'm afraid it's impossible to resist the sense of abundance brought by that kind of knowledge and power. Not even Steve himself could vouch for it. That kind of feeling is very good, but I always feel a little low. Don't you think that style is very dirty?" "It's like a nouveau riche," Luo Bing asked rhetorically. "Okay, don't quite understand your aesthetics," Steve blushed. "It's mainly because it doesn't match the color of my battlesuit. I think after Tony's wedding is over, I have to ask him to design a golden battlesuit for me, so that it will look better." Luo Bing revealed that he exploited Tony. Stark smile. The captain rolled his eyes and smiled wryly. By the way, Captain, do you want to become stronger? Luo Bing suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Definitely. Only when you become stronger can you have the ability to protect more people. I always take you as my goal, but the stronger you are, the heavier the burden you have on your shoulders. I think you know better than I do. Steve smiled and continued to look at the window. We are all working hard. Luo Bing was also a little embarrassed. By the way, is the itinerary finalized, and when are you going to look for the other 2 gems? Steve asked. Wait after Tony's wedding. I won't be absent from that guy's wedding. How about you? How is your relationship with Tony recently? Luo Bing frowned and asked back. I transferred Bucky to Wakanda, and as for Tony, I'll take Bucky and apologize to him. I've already missed a dance. Won't miss a brother again. The captain's eyes are deep, and his vision seems to be looking into the distance through the window. There is no sadness or joy on his face, but some traces of the passing of the years, that is, nostalgia. I heard that she later married an anonymous man, don't you mind? Luo Bing said. The woman he was talking about was exactly the Agent Carter, the captain's first love 70 years ago. Steve shook his head and said nothing. He knew in his heart that he was sorry for her. As for the incognito man, he didn't hold grudges, but envied him for being with Carter all his life. For Steve, justice is his principle and Carter is his dream. Luo Bing didn't speak, but he knew more. The moment he brought the 4 gems, he knew a lot of hidden things in the world. But on this point, Luo Bing is still unable to talk to the captain. Hey, did you know? The man you envy is you. I'll give you a present when you are on your 100th birthday, Luo Bing said, smiling mysteriously, and tapped the upgrade button on Steve's body. Ding! A-level super soldier bloodline has been upgraded. S-class Wolverine bloodline has been replaced successfully. The captain was stunned for a moment, and the whole person passed out on the ground. Unlike Luo Bing has upgraded too many abilities and just feels a little uncomfortable, and the captain. I'm afraid 840 is afraid that he will sleep for a day or 2. Luo Bing smiled and walked out of the room. Outside the door, a young and handsome man has been waiting for him for a long time. Hi, Steve, Luo Bing called out to the man. Hi, Luo Bing. The man smiled. The 2 of them stretched out their right hands at the same time and held them tightly together. How do you feel? Luo Bing asked. Thank you for your birthday gift. I have no regrets in my life. The man said, turning his head to look at himself and smiling. What a lucky kid. In this troubled world, I met Luo Bing, a friend. His 70 years of being frozen have become warm again. The 2 chatted and reminisced. After a while, the man left. 3 bone spurs stretched out from the back of his hand and slid down the hard walls of the Avengers building. Below that, there is a quaint old-fashioned foreign car waiting for him. A young woman was sitting in the car. That's Agent Carter. At the moment Luo Bing looked over, Carter's agent smiled sensually and blew a kiss toward the top floor. It was a grateful kiss. Luo Bing smiled and waved to the opposite side, watching the car leave briskly. Steve, old friend, you've done so much for this earth. Rest and enjoy life. That's what you should do. Mr. Luo Bing, there is the latest news from Mr. Phil Coulson. The Xander star where the Nova Corps is located is in good condition and has not received any invasion from other races. In addition, Mr. Phil Coulson plans to return in the next few days. Falcon Sam from the direction of the Avengers liaison room ran over and reported the latest situation. When he learned that Thanos might invade Nova Corps in the near future, Luo Bing immediately contacted the Avengers and Phil Coulson. Definitely, whether the plot of another parallel world will develop in the same way is not very sure, but Luo Bing's heart is relieved a lot after learning that Xander is safe and sound. Okay, I see. Let him stay for a few more days. I'll pick him up in 2 days. Luo Bing nodded at Sam and instructed. This lad is someone Steve looks up to, and hopefully he doesn't live up to the captain's expectations. Yes, Mr. Luo Bing, by the way. I just saw the medical team. What happened to the captain? Is he okay? Falcon asked with concern. Don't worry, he just needs a short rest. Luo Bing glanced at the clock on his wrist and replied. Okay. Then you'll be busy first. Falcon turned and left in a restrained manner. In the face of the Avengers' boss, he still felt a little nervous. After all, he was not very familiar with Luo Bing when he first arrived, and he felt like a god, extremely powerful and mysterious. In fact, those who are familiar with Luo Bing know that he is just a mortal. A mortal who occasionally gets headaches because of his sister-in-law's mischief. It's not. Soon, little Wanda sneaked up in front of Luo Bing. She ran over without telling her sister. "Hey, brother-in-law." Wanda stepped forward and hugged Luo Bing's arm, making a face at him. "Hey, little witch." Luo Bing glanced at the other party with a headache, with black lines all over his forehead. "What is this little witch trying to do?" "I heard that, brother-in-law. You made an infinity gauntlet. It's amazing. Let me wear it." Wanda looked cute and seemed to have found something very interesting. While playing, "Have you finished reading the magic book? Have you written your reading for today? Have you finished your homework?" Luo Bing asked a few questions indifferently. Yes. Since Wanda's original ability was scarlet magic, and his physique was very compatible with magician, Luo Bing borrowed a lot of magic books from Strange and let Wanda learn it by himself. "Definitely, I'm really good now. I learned a new magic today." Little Wanda swelled a little and showed herself in front of Luo Bing with an elated expression. She muttered the ancient Rubik's Cube incantation and cut off a few simple gestures in her hands. Cleanse. An invisible force spreads in all directions with the little witch as the center, and then the surrounding ground, corners, or the dust and debris in the air are all cleaned up. "Brother-in-law, am I tough? Are you okay?" Wanda smiled complacently and squinted at her brother-in-law. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly and snapped his fingers. Buzz. A shockwave visible to the naked eye instantly enveloped the entire city, and then all the rubbish in the streets and alleys disappeared. SSS ability, Garbage Collection. That's right, this is an upgraded version of a practical skill Luo Bing first acquired. At that time, he was still thinking of opening a new Oriental beauty salon with this skill and the humble teacher's god-level hairdressing ability. And now, the cleaning technique after the upgrade is very overbearing. It can recycle all garbage and then exchange the same amount into the treasure or material of the present world. For Luo Bing, it's another useless skill. Occasionally engaging in hygiene and dealing with the Earth's environment is barely useful. In some respects, industrial pollution and air pollution are no longer a problem at all. Wanda. From this perspective, the two of them could see the changes of the high-rise buildings outside more clearly. It seems that there are 1 million cleaners working at the same time, and the whole city is cleaned up in an instant. The shadows of people can almost be seen on the ground, which is clean and tidy. Just unlucky some antique stores. The antiques in there are suddenly new. Can you believe it? "I don't play anymore, The little witch was hit and lost. Compared with her brother-in-laws, her cleansing skills are simply ridiculous. Ban Men is getting an axe. Shameful, so shameful. You are already very good. Even Strange praises your magic ability. Study hard and watch carefully. In the future, the world will still need your protection." Luo Bing rubbed Wanda's head, thinking about his sister-in-law's sorrow laugh. Luo Bing is not joking. From the data seen by the Eye of Data, little Wanda is currently the one with the best talent of all the Avengers, and her origin magic power potential has also been judged to be at the SSS level. It can be said that she is in the magic has a strong development potential. It's just that at present, she, Money, can't master that kind of power. Therefore, Luo Bing asked her to learn magic by herself, and the reason why she was not allowed to become Strange's disciple was because she did not match Strange's magical path. The Strange envelope is the inheritance of the light magic of the orthodox Waishandi. And as for Wanda, she is unique and can be called chaos. In a way, she and Waishandi belong to the same role as the originator of the mountain. But at present, she has not reached that height. I heard from Thor that Asgard also has an infinity gauntlet. Brother-in-law, I guess. Did you secretly go to see that Hela again? Wanda smiled smartly and poked Luo Bing's waist with his elbow. Luo Bing coughed and didn't speak. He had already planned to exile Thor. That night, Tony Stark returned to his home on the Marbury Shores after a long day of tedious tasks and lay down on the sofa. He had never had such a busy day, not even in the basement, burying himself in research. Wedding. That's really something that can't be taken lightly. If there are other things, Tony will directly hand it over to Happy, but this is a big thing for him and little Pepper in his life, and he has to do it himself to have a sense of accomplishment. After a full day of conferences and shopping for some wedding necessities, Tony Stark seems to be back to the feeling of being a kid, when he would go shopping, shop and think like everyone else after getting a gift like a normal person. Ecstatic. But later, what money can bring is not enough to make him feel really happy. That's right. The Stark family is too rich. That's just a bunch of numbers in Tony's eyes. The last time he was so confident and so motivated to do something was in the small dark room where the terrorists were being held. He beat the iron and completed his first set of Mark armor. When 840 came back to his senses, Tony realized that Pepper was no longer in the room. That's right, according to wedding customs, she should return to her parents' home at the moment, but Posy has no parents. She was adopted by the Howards since she was a child and became the backbone of the Stark group. And now she is in the Bat Castle on the other side. Lives with the three sisters Sky and Lorna. The space door opened, and Luo Bing was kicked out of his house by his own woman. "Leave some space for the ladies," the girls said. Glancing at Tony, the two looked at each other. "You came just in time. Come and do me a favor." Tony stood up excitedly and took out 2 bottles of fine wine from the wine cabinet. Then, the two began to frown and look at the invitation card packaged in front of them. That's right. Write invitations. This kind of thing has to be done with your own hands. Luo Bing, on the other hand, gave references and suggestions. Actually, this kind of thing, both of them are blind and neither of them understands. What do you think of writing it like that? Tony scratched his head, and this seemingly simple thing stumped the guy with the buffa brain. I don't think I'm enthusiastic enough. I have to change it again, Luo Bing said, rubbing his chin. Likewise, he is also learning. This kind of thing, he will experience in the future. Yes, then I'm changing it. Tony nodded, took the quill again and dipped the ink on the inkstone beside him, swaying his pen and ink thoughtfully. It's so troublesome. Why don't I make an electronic invitation letter? I'm familiar with this aspect. Tony almost collapsed, throwing the quill and slumped on the sofa. What's the matter? The electronic invitation letter is too insincere. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and retorted. Then what should I do? It's a headache. Tony rubbed his face, confused. By the way, Tony too. He has experienced this kind of thing. Tony suddenly thought of something and shouted excitedly. Luo Bing. Well, no one stipulates that you can't ask another self for help in this kind of thing, right? Half a minute later, Tony too walked over through the space door connecting the Avengers building and the villa. This kind of thing is now connected to every Avengers home, making it easier for them to commute. Tony too came with the same black line on his face. Don't look at me. I can't do it either. It's not like you didn't know the situation at that time. Half of my friends were dead, and the team with the captain didn't get along with each other. At that time, the whole universe was filled with a kind of sad atmosphere. Every household is dead man. Even my wedding with Posy, it was a simple affair between 2 people. Speaking of which, I really owe Pose a wedding. No, when I go back, everything is complete, and I will make it up again. Tony too shrugged helplessly. Too many friends is also a kind of sadness. How about kill a few? Tony looked at Luo Bing depressedly. What nonsense are you talking about? You're just too nervous to take it seriously. In fact, it doesn't matter what is written on the invitation. Even if you don't give me the invitation, I will still come. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, both angry and funny. After all, it was the first and last time. Tony was so serious that he lost his way. Actually, what bothers me the most is not how to write the invitation, who to send it to. Tony shrugged and said the truth. In fact, how to write is not the main reason for his entanglement. Most importantly, would you like to send an invitation to the captain? As for Winter Soldier, Tony didn't think about it at all. He's always been a generous person, but on this point, Tony really wasn't too generous. After all, his parents really died at the hands of Winter Soldier. But, Captain He. Tony and Steve have built a deep friendship these days, but considering the friendship on the one hand and the Winter Soldier on the other, Tony is so hesitation. Luo Bing was silent. He didn't speak. He wouldn't give any advice on this kind of thing. He smiled, turned, and left the villa, not knowing where he went. Time does heal everything. At least 5 years from now, Tony too is not as tangled as Tony at the moment. He patted Tony on the shoulder, poured himself a glass of fine wine, and drank it. He knows his character. Even if it is another self, he understands his at the moment very well. He will decide. Tony too believes in the Tony of this world and also believes in himself. Nothing can stop them. Tony shook his head with a wry smile and finally wrote Steve's name on the recipient of the invitation. Afterwards, he came to the basement alone, looked at the photo taken with his parents when he was a child, looked at everything his parents left him, and smiled with satisfaction. Hey old man, I'm getting married. I wish you could be there. I'm going to be a father too, but I'm sure I won't be an A***hole like you. Tony was talking to himself alone. On the other side, Luo Bing looked at the couple in front of him and shook his head with a smile. The future I did beautifully. This should be the best wedding gift for Tony. Luo Bing smiled, stretched out his right hand, and shook hands with the man in front of him. Thank you for everything you have done for the Earth, for the Stark Group, and for Tony. Howard smiled kindly, looking at the young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Little Spider-Man swings around the city. On the one hand, it is to clean up the cobweb he once left, and on the other hand, to see if there is anything that needs his help. Now Peter hangs out with old ladies and grandpas crossing the road all day. It's because there really isn't any criminal who needs his shot. Still, as a friendly neighbor Spider-Man, Peter does everything he can to do. Here, little guy, be sure to pay attention next time. Peter untied the trapped balloon from the big tree on the side and handed it to the group of children in front of him. Thank you, Spider-Man. You are amazing. The children waved their hands in joy. Got, that balloon has lifted off again. Ashamed, Peter fired a cobweb from his right hand and pulled the balloon down again. The kids cheered roar again. Mr. Spider-Man, why do you always wear a mask? Iron Man, Batman, and the others don't wear masks, a little boy asked, his big eyes flashing with doubts. This is a secret. Little Spider-Man gave a thumbs up, and then a backflip cobweb shot, swinging on a swing and disappearing in front of a group of children. The reason why Peter has been wearing a mask is because he is worried about Aunt May's safety. He was afraid that those bad people couldn't deal with him, and then went to trouble Aunt May. He must not put Aunt May in a safety hazard. This, when Uncle Ben passed away, became Peter's firmest goal. P.S. Aunt May sounds too old, and there is no distinction between aunts and uncles abroad. A visible shockwave swept across the city, and everything became new. What's the matter, Battlesuit Sister? Is there an enemy invasion? Where? Peter's nerves instantly tightened, and his eyes looked around at everything that was changing around him. What he calls the sister of the battlesuit is the artificial intelligence AI that comes with the Spider-Man battlesuit. In fact, Tony had named this artificial intelligence when he was developing it, but Peter couldn't remember her name, so Roar was generally called Battlesuit Sister. Don't worry, Peter, I have already contacted several other artificial intelligences. This is Mr. Luo Bing's magic. The voice of the Battlesuit Sister was clear, like a girl next door. It turned out to be Big Brother Luo. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the completely different environment in front of him, he couldn't help but admire. Magic is really amazing. Yes, Battlesuit Sister replied rationally. As the sun went down, Peter finished dealing with the unusual events of the museum and sat alone on the roof of the building. He likes to stand in the sun at this height, which makes him feel very comfortable. After over 2 hours of chatting with Deadpool, Peter looked at his phone bill worriedly. The Avengers have no salary, resource sharing, and the point system of SHIELD is completely different. There are also no bonuses and task rewards. Peter's day-to-day expenses are earned through his other journalist status, and he is not short of money, and his Spider-Man photos and personal photos of the Avengers have taken the world by storm. Definitely, most of them were earned by the newspaper company. But Peter also has a lot of money, and he likes photography. He has a hobby in this area. For him, more money and less money are indifferent things, and every day is a new day. It seems that I won't be able to chat with Wade for so long in the future, and on Mr. Stark's wedding day, what am I going to give? Peter frowned and thought. He admired Mr. Stark, just like Big Brother Luo. After thinking about it for a long time, little Spider-Man didn't come up with any suitable gift, so he scratched his head and had a headache. It's time to go home for dinner. I don't know what Aunt May made today. Peter thought of Aunt May's craftsmanship, smiled, jumped up, and jumped directly from the building. Peter's house. Squeak. The door was opened by Peter from outside. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, which he had bought while passing by the store. Aunt May likes flowers very much, and the yard is full of all kinds of flowers. I came in through the gate this time. I didn't go over the wall, said little Spider-Man, pressing a button, and the Spider-Man battle suit on his body slowly detached. This villa was given by Luo Bing after Queens was destroyed. The location is close to the city, quiet and elegant. Not very big, but cozy. For flowers, 0. Although Luo Bing usually looks carefree and never cares about these little things sometimes, his attentiveness is extraordinarily warm. Aunt May, have you gotten off work yet? Peter looked at the living room suspiciously. Aunt May had a white-collar job with good benefits and weekends. Normally, she should get off work at this point. Dong dong. When Peter heard the movement inside the door, he laughed twice and hid the flowers behind his back, preparing to surprise Aunt May. Daily routine surprise. Squeak. The door of the living room opened, and Aunt May appeared in front of Peter with a tearful face. Crack. The flowers fell directly to the ground. Peter didn't know what happened, but when he saw Aunt May crying, he was very angry for no reason. He ran to Aunt May like crazy, wanting to ask what happened. But at this moment, a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in a long time rang in Peter's ears. Stay calm, kid. You're a Spider-Man now. The sun was setting, and the sun was shining on Ben Peter's face, and that smile was so kind, so warm. Peter Parker froze in place, losing the ability to think for a while. He patted his face hard, and the clear pain told him that all this was not a dream. Uncle Ben? Peter Parker doubted his own judgment at first, then looked at Aunt May next to him. Aunt May nodded at him, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes again. Those were tears of joy. Peter rushed straight towards Ben, rushing into his arms. But what the hell is going on here? Another parallel space. Peter was very excited, but he still had doubts in his excitement. Because of the current parallel world, he subconsciously asked. It's the Mr. Luo Bing, he said. He's from the future. Son, a lot of things seem to have happened during my absence, and we need to have a good chat, Ben said with a smile. Yes. Peter laughed out loud. Remember what I said to you back then? Always remember. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. 99. And. Okay, Peter, I already know the situation. Well, I won't come to the Avengers building tomorrow. I'll give you 2 days off. Have fun. Luo Bing closed the communication, stretched, and looked at the bright moon in the sky, feeling very relaxed. So, future me, are you planning to meet me? Because of the space-time clause? Luo Bing muttered to himself. The terms of time and space are clearly stipulated, and 2 people in the same time and space cannot meet with themselves in the past or in the future, otherwise it will cause an unimaginable butterfly effect. That's why Luo Bing hasn't told Steve about him yet. It seems that the future self is not planning to show up at the moment either. However, he may have owned 6 infinite gems at that time. Otherwise, even the current Luo Bing does not have the ability to reverse what happened in the past. Moreover, this is not only a reversal of the past, but a direct change of the characters from the past time point without affecting the normal 840 of the world. Under the premise of the development trajectory, it was coerced over. Or the word separate would be more accurate. The matter of Ben Peter is enough to prove that he did not survive from that time, but a time jump occurred at that point in time, and it came directly to the present time a few months later. And this way of handling does not affect the past that has happened, but only affects the future. But according to the space-time clause, the future is immutable, and everyone has countless futures, so this is a bug and will not be punished by the space-time clause. And the future Luo Bing is obviously a bug. By the way, who are my parents? Even if I have time gem, I can't see the traces of the past, the future me, you know. Luo Bing still muttered to himself into the air. But obviously, he didn't get any response. Jingle bell. The communication rang, and Stark too shook people to announce their bachelorette night party. It's also a good tradition. But obviously, Stark can't play that crazy right now. In the past, he would invite some celebrities. But now, it's all my own. At most, it is a group of big men drinking and drinking. Luo Bing can clearly see from the invitation list that there is not even a single girl in the invitation list this time, but what makes Luo Bing more happy is that this time the list there's Steve. Ha ha. This is really something to be happy about. Soon, whether it was a parallel world visitor still stranded in the present world or an old Avengers employee, they were all invited by Stark. The Marbury Coast was particularly lively for a while. Little Pepper didn't seem to admit defeat. All the female staff and female Spider-Gwen, including Dr. Jahailuan and other ladies, were invited by her to fill Luo Bing's back castle. Two groups of people, separated by the Marbury Coast Kaesong, the winning or losing of the two sides seems to announce the future family status of a bunch of newlyweds. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, since his place had not been so lively for a long time. Too bad Steve wasn't there. It wasn't that he didn't give Tony face, it was because he was still asleep in the hospital bed at the moment. He may have to sleep for a day and a night before the genetic particles in his body can be truly replaced. As for Peter, Tony didn't directly invite him here. Bachelor night party. Underage to join in the fun, Although Luo Bing is also a minor to a certain extent. But who cares? In the eyes of the 2,000-year-old Thor, the people on Earth are still a bunch of babies. At the moment, the Hammer God is drinking beer from a vat, and his belly is swollen like a pregnant woman. Tony too watched the scene. The corners of his eyes were moist. What's wrong? The sea breeze is too strong. Luo Bing teased with a smile. Sand got in my eyes. Tony too nodded slightly. After a long time, he took a deep breath of roar, stabilized his emotions, and smiled. If my world, just like this. There will be that day. Luo Bing smiled and patted Tony too on the shoulder. This powerful man does not need the comfort of others. Look, the female Dr. Octopus on the opposite side begins to dance. Haha, her 8 tentacles are really beautiful. Okay, we'll send Dr. Lizard, Venom, Slaughter. Tony held up the microphone, standing on the roof and shouting. Oh, God, I can't do that kind of action, Eddie said, unable to help himself. The possessed Venom twisted automatically. Venom thought it was fun. Hulk strikes. The green fat came out of nowhere and directly crushed the corner of the house, causing the scene to be chaotic. Luo Bing and Tony too in the distance were in a cold sweat. It looks like Tony's going to hurry up and fix his new house. Yeah, I can't imagine. Hulk has this side too. He's still a kid, isn't he? Haha. In the darkness, Wade was wearing Elvis's skin, and his eyes were cold. It's time. It's now. Ha ha. Been waiting for this moment for a long time. Come on, guys. This is my Deadpool time. Demon's Dance. It's like a battlefield in the third world. Why don't, let's go up too. Looking at the chaotic stage, Tonatuo's eyes suddenly lit up. Saw Bao is every Tony's hidden instinct. No, I wouldn't do that even if you kill me, Luo Bing refused with a black line. So embarrassing. Those villains are controlled, so they have low IQ, Tony too. When are you so young? It doesn't matter if you're happy, Tony too said, stepping forward and shoving Luo Bing. I have to say, every Avenger is a treasure. Their childishness hidden in their hearts is more serious than anyone else. Let's warmly invite the big guy to come forward and perform. Tony, who was far on the roof, noticed the scene and immediately blinked his eyes and burst into a loud voice. Immediately, a group of people started booing, and together they stepped forward to surround Luo Bing and made concerted efforts to lift him up. Hey, don't do this. Luo Bing's head was black, and he was put on the stage. Okay. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and resigned. I don't know where you got the courage to watch my performance. All right. Satisfy you. Next. Showtime. Chunhua Granny's soulful square dance SSS version finally came in handy at the moment. Luo Bing instantly turned into a hot and untouchable star in the universe. He snapped his fingers, and the cool BGM 5.0 sounded automatically. The cool dynamic sound suppressed everything. Where did the BGM come from? JRVS? Tony asked with a puzzled frown. Mr. Stark. After testing, it seems to be the BGM brought by Mr. Luo Bing. JRVS responded politely. Is there such an operation? Tony froze in place, and then his eyes widened, staring blankly at the stage. With every gesture, Luo Bing turned into the brightest star at that moment. Not only does it have its own BGM, but it even has special lighting effects. That's not too much. It's too much to bring joy and applause. Boss, I want to learn. Deadpool squatted silently in the corner, suddenly like a weak, helpless little transparent. The cheers and cheers of the ladies on the other side are endless. The little B asterisk 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 D was hit hard. On the dance show. He lost. Luo Bing doesn't know how it ended yesterday. All I know is that it was noon when he woke up. Had so much fun. Even Luo Bing got drunk. It is unimaginable that he would also be drunk. Did he drink a C? Stretching his body lazily, Luo Bing silently covered his face as he looked at the people around him. Suppose now that a nuclear bomb is flying over. Basically dead 7788. Floating. Don't float away just because there is no threat now. $70 billion. With the current sky defenses on the Marbury coast, nuclear bombs wouldn't be able to fly here at all. Fortunately, Luo Bing didn't forget his basic skills just before he got up yesterday, added buff pumping ability, and turned off buff. This series of operations is basically almost instinct. However, because he was very drunk, he didn't know what kind of ball he got yesterday. The first thing after sobering up, Luo Bing looked at his new ability. Due to the effect of the Eye of Data, he can now clearly see his own power level. SSS level ability, Senior White's Pet Squirrel Hangs Evil Knife Raising Technique 14. Luo Bing was shocked. Here again. Skills related to Senior White. The first one is lucky and terrifying. The second is to stare at who is pregnant. The horror is extremely incomparable. Senior White's series of abilities are all the best of the best. What exactly is this knife-raising technique? Luo Bing glanced at the introduction of the ability and then became confused. Can the relationship between the saber and the owner be closer? For a while. Rao, the experienced Luo Bing, was also blinded next door. What's this like? I usually use a sword. And knife raising seems to be a very serious skill. How can it be evil? Luo Bing hesitation manifested a great sword and then activated the sword raising technique, pressing twice on the handle of the sword with one hand, and then the blade trembled slightly, exuding a dazzling treasure. It seems to be tougher, but other than that it doesn't seem to have any effect. SSS level abilities, shouldn't it? Luo Bing touched his chin, just about to try something else, but was interrupted by Thor, who came over. Hiccup. Thor burped. He was the second to wake up and rubbed his sore belly, as if ready to get water. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He watched as Thor went from having 8-pack abs to his current beer belly. Really hard to rant. Morning, brother-in-law. Where is this? Why am I here? Thor scratched his head, confused. Looks like he's out of drink. Also a talent. Shouldn't you be ashamed of being a god? Luo Bing was speechless, but soon he was busy. For no other reason. Due to drinking too much yesterday, a large number of people were poisoned with alcohol and were then carried by Luo Bing and thrown into the medical room of the Avengers building. It's a mess. The wedding hasn't been done yet, and there's almost a funeral. I can't do this in the future, or it will really kill people. I said. When is it our turn to take care of these villains? Thor was speechless against Dr. Lizard, who was drunk and unconscious. Luo Bing was unable to answer for a while. Calm down. They are all people who have experienced the destruction of the Earth and the destruction of the universe several times. Can this shit still hold up? Moreover, now these villains are tool people, and they can be regarded as half of their own people. When Dr. Octopus danced yesterday, didn't you watch it very seriously? The two looked at each other, and finally decided unanimously that the mode of transportation from resistance or mention was changed to dragging on the ground. Yesterday's party, Kim Kiki was not invited. Even as a tool villain, he doesn't look like that kind of likable. What's more, he doesn't mobilize the atmosphere. What's the use of asking him to go? At least those Sandman Watermen or something can be combined together to make a trick to make everyone happy. Haha. Thor then left Earth via Bifrost. Stark's wedding is approaching, and it seems he's going to prepare his present too. In a blink of an eye, time passed quietly while Luo Bing and Tony were busy preparing and planning. This morning, Tony was wearing a white suit and his hairstyle was well-dressed. It was Luo Bing's credit. His modest teacher's god-level hairdressing ability was never willing to upgrade. I have to say that with the blessing of the skill that can make people handsome, Tony's appearance has indeed risen a few grades. Roar. Tony Stark took a deep breath of roar. This was a very sacred day, and for this day, he had not been to the laboratory for a week, let alone fiddling with his battle suit. The reason why he sucked roar deeply was not because of nervousness, but because of anticipation. The wedding venue for the two was also set at a particularly beautiful location. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The second phase in the Avengers development program. Moonbase. Under the film-like bubble defense, this place has become a small city. The progress is too fast. From the time when the bubble defense was just set up, it has only been 840 for more than a week. This is not a being-incurred project. This is completely the technology possessed by the current mechanization era. All kinds of artificial intelligence robots are still busy in unexplored areas. And Tony and Potts, they will also be the first team of newlyweds on the moon. After obtaining permission, a large number of reporters could not wait to get into the space gate and come to the moon. As the selected group, they are extremely lucky and happy. This report will go down in the annals of human history. Among them is not only Tony Stark's wedding, but also the development of the second home of mankind, the moon. I see, sister, I'm in line. It's my turn soon. Hang up first, and then you can watch the live broadcast. Jean-Bois walked into the space store excitedly, feeling a little dizzy, and then instantly came to a strange place. This is the moon. It's so beautiful. Jean-Bois muttered to himself. There are countless journalists who think like him. By the way, journalists are a hot industry on Earth now, and too many people from all walks of life want to squeeze their heads and sneak into this circle. After all, they can get further access to the Avengers. Even if you just take a look at it from a distance, it is a matter of honoring the ancestors, and it is worth bragging about with your children and grandchildren for a lifetime. Soon, groups of reporters enthusiastically entered the lunar bubble defense. They all represent various countries, and some are official representatives. In addition to the lucky ones who were drawn by lottery, some authoritative media from large companies were also invited. Tony is Tony, and the wedding is more exaggerated than others. In this era of information technology, it is enough for other local tyrants to make the whole city happy. When he is good, he once again has a global live broadcast. Well, that's on everyone's mind. In fact, the location of the wedding was based on Luo Bing's suggestion. Being able to become the first couple on the moon will surely be remembered forever by future generations. Firework is now banned in some cities on Earth, and even many wedding venues have used balloon explosions to replace lively firecrackers. There seemed to be no atmosphere at all. But there are no restrictions on this on the moon. Firework, that is enough. Deadpool and Little Spider-Man, these two Iron Hanins, are completely insane. If it wasn't for the constant presence of Steve at the scene, I'm afraid it would have been a mess. As for the role of the priest, no one is more suitable than Odin in Hell. He is a true priest. And he's happy to take a break from hell, and even Hela tacitly approves of that. It is probably due to Luo Bing's frequent trips to the divine realm in the past 2 days. The mother of the gods, Frigga Pepper, stepped on the red carpet and slowly entered the arena. Pepper in a white wedding dress was full of aura, without the restraint of a weak girl, and threw herself directly into Tony's arms. At this moment, the two of them are in the spotlight, fireworks are blaring, and the photographer constantly captures every flashpoint. Quick, now! Deadpool tied himself to the huge amounts of firework, bowed his head, and urged the little Spider-Man beside him. Is this really good? Peter was still a little timid, glanced at Luo Bing with a smile on his face in the distance, and then looked at his family members in the family group at the rear, coughed, and was a little puzzled. What is hesitation? This is a great opportunity. Haha, they will definitely be satisfied with my wedding gift. Xiao Qianjian twisted his waist, constantly looking at the rope tied to his body, as if checking whether the rope was firm. Gudong. Peter has been crushed by the Deadpool guy these days. His indecisive hesitation couldn't stand a few Deadpool's instigations. Then, little Spider-Man carefully lights the firework leads. Hey! Tony and Pepper on the stage were exchanging wedding rings. At the moment, the firework all over the city lit up instantly, blooming gorgeous flowers. That scene was very beautiful. It would have been perfect if there wasn't a single Deadpool head in it. Yo-hoo! A head with a hood soared into the sky, lit up its shining white teeth against the backdrop of countless firework, and made a wink expression. God, his right hand gave a thumbs up in the air 300 meters away. Peter. Wade. Luo Bing stared at the initiator of all this with a black line on his face. Little Spider-Man quickly apologized and admitted his mistake, scratching his head and giggling. Luo Bing is so angry. What a perfect picture. It's all mixed up by these two idiots. Tony, remember, next time you get married, you must not invite these two things. Luo Bing shouted towards the stage. Understood. Tony pledged immediately. Then, he ushered in the murderous gaze of little Pepper. No, there's no next wedding. Boss, you're cheating on me too. 35 Tony wants to cry without tears. Luo Bing coughed and quietly retreated to the curtain. At this moment, Bifrost's light shone on the surface of the moon, and Thor came running over carrying the head of a huge monster. It was an ancient murderer he just killed. In order to kill this guy, Thor spent 4 full days, and finally caught the opportunity when the monster was exhausted. Hey Tony, happy newlyweds, I'm late. Thor showed the smile of the landlord's silly son. I thought you weren't coming, it's okay, you came just right, what are you carrying? Tony asked with a puzzled frown. The head was decorated like deer antlers, and it looked very huge, at least 10 meters high, definitely a big guy. This is a wedding gift for you, haha, I'm not surprised. Thor smiled, and then he saw Odin in the distance, and saw that his father was looking at him with a foolish look on his face. Tony. I'm so happy that it wasn't surprised. Ahem, that's an Asgard custom, you know, warriors, monster heads, tens of thousands of years of tradition, no matter what, Mr. Tony, this is my gift to you on behalf of Asgard. Odin glared, glancing at his son. He took out a crystal bead from his arms and handed it to Tony's hand. This is a treasure from a long time ago. It was once scrambled by the kings, nobles, and princesses of the universe. The girl who brings her can stay young forever, Odin said with a gentle smile. The little Pepper on the side took the jewelry from Tony in surprise. Odin's shot is different. His treasures are so many. Now they are all exiled to hell and there are so many treasures? Frigga, the mother of the gods, bestows Tony and Pepper with eternal wedding blessings. That is the magic of ancient times, which can make the newlyweds love each other forever and never be separated, similar to the Halo buff or something. Tony nodded. Thank you. Today, he is undoubtedly happy and excited. Soon, the Avengers came forward to send their blessings and gifts. Black Panther's tooth necklace, Natasha Romanoff's exquisite pistol, Hawkeye's toy bow, Quicksilver's 1100 flowers that bloom at the same time in the early morning. The ghost knows he collected these things in a few minutes. Tired the kid. Everyone stepped forward with their blessings, and Sky and Polaris were no exception. In addition to Deadpool's salacious gift, little Spider-Man Peter also had a separate gift of his own for Tony, of money. It was a little technology he made by himself. Tony patted Peter on the shoulder and smiled contentedly. This gift, he is very satisfied. It means the inheritance of steel. In fact, Tony has always meant to train little Spider-Man into a successor, just like Falcon by the captain's side. #**. He stepped forward slowly. He took out a cell phone from his pocket that should have been sleeping in the museum. It's a very old thing, and it's the cell phone that Tony proposed to exchange for the captain when the two met for the first time. In the mobile phone, there is only a series of contact information. That's Steve's personal contact number. Tony took the phone and patted the captain on the shoulder. The relationship between the two was self-evident, and they hugged each other in laughter. Hey! Finally, it was Luo Bing's turn. Boss, I am very satisfied with their gifts. How about yours? Tony turned his head and asked with a smile. Boss, I'm very satisfied with their gifts. How about yours? Tony turned his head and asked with a smile. Luo Bing calmly took out a small bottle of pills from his pocket and handed it to Tony. This is? Tony leaned forward and asked cautiously. What new product is it? The goods in the hands of Luo Bing must be excellent. I bought it from the supermarket. This is called Luo Dihuang pill. It is used for nourishing the kidneys. It costs 9.9 per box, Luo Bing said. Tony, 66-inch. His expression became very rich at this moment, a little stunned and a little embarrassed. His eyes gradually narrowed into a slit, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. 5 flavored cereals, stunned for a long time without saying anything. For such a solemn and sacred occasion, this gift from Luo Bing is truly unique. The Avengers on the side were holding back their laughter and looked at Tony with sympathy. When you get married, I will give you back this gift 3 times over. Tony gave Luo Bing a thumbs up and said harsh words. Obviously, Tony was just joking, and he was not disappointed. For him, gifts are not important at all. What is important is that brother Luo Bing, married by himself, can be present. There is nothing better than this. Luo Bing turned to look at Little Pepper and once again took out a gift from the Shui space. However, this gift is not much more delicate than the small pill in Tony's hand. At least from the packaging, it is very mysterious. This is your wedding gift, Potts, my special gift. A fruit that can prolong life by 1,000 years. Eat it. She can live for at least another 1,000 years, and Tony will die in a few decades. Now you can find a few more good men. Don't hang yourself on a tree, Luo Bing said, patting Xiao Chili on the shoulder. In the past 2 days, Luo Bing has acquired several new abilities. Drop level, upgrade the relative skills. Plunder, can plunder the lifespan of other creatures or ability. Enchantment, you can give life or ability after looting to an item or person. They're all 2 character skills, and each is a divine skill. And Luo Bing found a very rare Methuselah bug, but this inconspicuous microbial bacterium has a lifespan of 260 million years. Luo Bing's longevity fruit is the product of looting and enchanting. Tony Stark's eyes are about to pop out. What do you mean, boss? I won't tell you if you didn't prepare gifts for me. Why did you prepare such a good gift for Xiao Chili? 35. And many more. I have no objection to preparing such a good gift for Little Pepper. But what do you mean by those words? What is it that Tony is dead in a few decades, you can find a few more good men, and don't hang yourself in a tree? 39. Behold. Look at this as human language? This is clearly a difference in treatment. Can you still be happy as brothers? Tony's face was as black as carbon, and his eyes stared straight at Luo Bing, as if to see if his conscience would hurt. The fruit that increases the lifespan of 1,000 years. This is too precious. Little Pepper was at a loss and panicked. This is really too precious. Even the god King Odin on the side showed an incredible look. There are some things in the universe that can increase the lifespan, but they're extremely precious. Although the things that can increase the lifespan of 100 years are precious, they are not impossible to find. Even 500 years is a very long time to meet once. Generally, These things are treasured by some cosmic collectors and will not be sold publicly at all. As for the fruit that can increase the lifespan of 1,000 years, Odin has heard of it, but he has never seen it. If this word hadn't come from Luo Bing's mouth, he wouldn't even believe it was true. Bifa, accept it. Why not accept it? Tony snorted, and hurriedly accepted the gift for Little Pepper. Big Brother Luo's gift should not be given in vain. Maybe this thing is still from Boss Luo's cigarette online shopping. Maybe he can have a meteorite ball with fruit like this. For Luo Bing's ability to collect treasures, Tony is blindly boasting. Don't care about anything, just blow it. You seem to be very dissatisfied with the Luo Di Huang one I gave you. Luo Bing smiled and looked at Tony. Could it be? Tony was stunned for a while, then subconsciously looked at his small medicine bottle. Could it be that the things in it can also increase lifespan? No, it's really just a roadside stall, Luo Bing said. It sounded like Tony beat him to death and didn't believe it. He hid the vial like a treasure, intending to do good experimental research in the future. And in fact, Luo Bing didn't lie to him. Really just a roadside stall. Tony, would you like to see the second gift I gave you? Luo Bing looked into the distance. What? Tony looked up suspiciously. Want a second gift? This made Tony instantly interested and looked forward to it. However, he didn't expect too much. From the current point of view, the boss is just here to pit him, and the second gift in his mouth is definitely not a good idea. 80% is something like a supplement. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and they all stared at Tony's back with wide eyes. Even the Little Peppers froze in place. What happened? With his back to that side, Tony didn't realize what was going on at first. He only felt that the smile in Luo Bing's eyes grew even more. I thought it was some kind of trick to make fun of myself. You might as well turn around and look at it. I'm sure you will be pleasantly surprised and called Dad, Luo Bing said half-jokingly. Dude, you look down on me too much, Tony sneered. Are you kidding? No matter how surprised the gift was, he couldn't be happy to call him Dad. Who do you think he is, Tony? So, Tony Stark turned his head in disdain. Howard Stark took Maria's hand and looked over affectionately. Tony froze on the spot. At the moment, there's one more person standing still. That's Tony too. Hell, an Easter joke? Dad? Tony rubbed his eyes and was speechless for a moment. The brain immediately crashed. Look, I knew you'd be happy to be called Daddy. That's right. Parents should be present at the wedding. Luo Bing pursed his lips and quietly left the center of the stage. The moment this family is reunited, let them enjoy it to the fullest. Xander Star, the base of the Nova Corps. The spaceships come and go in an endless stream, and various strange-shaped flight devices cross the sky. On the surface, this is a prosperous planet with an area about 10 times the size of the Earth. Various straight buildings tower into the sky, and the spaceship unfolds the wings are like a bright star. That's the Nova Corps logo. The daylight hours here are long, about 1.5 times that of Earth. Usually, Nova Corps soldiers are called Cosmic Police. This is not to be said casually. The Nova Corps has a strict hierarchy, ranging from the first-level medics to the 4th-level centurions, which are divided into 4 levels. And the source of their ability is also very strange, which is the energy granted according to different levels. The development of their world is more inclined to science and technology, and what gives them great power is a super biological computer. This power is called Nova Power, which is an almost infinite power. But no power is infinite. Even the prestigious Nova Corps in the universe actually has only 500 soldiers. Definitely a 500 superhero too. There are clear rules for their replacement, and only if one Nova fighter dies, another Nova warrior will be born. This seems to have something to do with their power source mechanism. Definitely, not only Nova Corps, but also tens of billions of various living creatures live on the huge Xander star. At the moment, Phil Coulson was in a guest hotel, making a high-level video call. On the other hand, it is Stark's wedding scene. At the moment, the wedding is coming to an end, and Phil Coulson cannot come to the scene due to personal reasons, so he can only send blessings from a distance. Along with Phil Coulson are more than a dozen agents on Earth, including Fitz and Gemma, May and others, all of whom are members of Phil Coulson's special squad. As far as the current situation on Earth is concerned, the relationship between SHIELD and Avengers is basically inseparable, and the two organizations are essentially a family. Just like the relationship between Earth and Asgard now. Luo Bing is God's eldest brother-in-law, and also saved Asgard from being attacked by the ice giants. When departing from Earth this time, Phil Coulson's team also teleported a long distance through Bifrost, otherwise they would not have reached their destination so quickly. Whether a planet is developed or not requires the approval of others in terms of hard conditions. And the Nova Corps is a powerful force in the galaxy. Phil Coulson's trip to the universe said that the establishment of diplomatic relations is actually a record, just like setting up a household registration, so that the cosmic police in the galaxy know that there is also a planet Earth in the galaxy. It is still developing steadily. Protection is required. Then the Nova Corps will formulate a new protection net, and by the way, the Earth is also included in the sphere of influence of protection. Actually, that's what it is. It can be said that the Nova Corps is an upright and bright organization, very reassuring, and at the same time very responsible for the universe, and belongs to the positive representatives among the positive representatives. Otherwise, Star-Lord would not rest assured to keep the power gem in Xander. Moreover, the Robin Miracle One brought by Phil Coulson is very valued by the Nova Corps, and they are willing to spend a lot of money some new technological products and technologies, as well as construction planning images to buy a large number of Robin Miracle One like Earth. After all, the effect of this medicine is really amazing. This kind of technology, even Xander's star cannot replicate. Yes, I have reported to the Queen here, and she said it was an honor to welcome you here, Phil Coulson said to Luo Bing on the other end of the phone. The question is, when can you get here? 35. Luo Bing glanced at the wedding that was almost over and opened his mouth, right now. Phil Coulson. Crash. The space pushed open like a water curtain, and a man with golden gloves walked in from the other side. That's Luo Bing. He took off the Infinity Gauntlet and threw it into the Shui space. Luo Bing made a move roar to a few people who were in a daze in front of him. Seeking Flowers 0. Hi, long time no see. Long time no see. Phil Coulson shrugged, then smiled and held out his right hand. The two shook hands, and at the moment, Phil Coulson had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. It seems that in the past few days, something incredible has happened again. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Hey, Luo Bing, Fitz, and Gemma also rushed over and gave a warm hug. How about space travel? Luo Bing asked, looking at Mei who was beside him, nodded, and made a move roar. The two had some small festivals before, but now it's nothing. Point 0. Cool. The residents here are very friendly to us. Oh my god, I should show you the food here. It's definitely something you haven't eaten on Earth, Fitz said eloquently. Gemma on the side was also very happy. That is the excitement of seeing the people of my hometown in the cosmic wandering. What mode of transportation did you just come here? Phil Coulson was thoughtful, and the image of the Infinity Gauntlet flashed across his head. Although he didn't understand, he vaguely guessed something. I'll explain it to you later. The Queen here is called Nova, right? Help me contact her. There is something I need to talk to her about, Luo Bing said. Okay, Phil Coulson nodded. Then he pressed a communicator in the room. Mr. Dai, please let me know Nova Supreme. Our representative of the Earth has arrived, Phil Coulson said quickly. Huh? But I didn't receive any information about the spacecraft requesting to land. Commander Dai on the liaison side was a little puzzled. He glanced at the cruise map on the table again and made sure that no spacecraft landed today. The Earth was very far away from the Xander star, and the speed of the other party surprised him. Could it be that Earth has developed particularly rapidly in terms of spaceship technology? Mr. Luo Bing is already in my room. He didn't come by airship. And on the other end of the communicator, Captain Dai scratched his head. He didn't quite understand what Mr. Phil Coulson meant. Not by airship? How did it get there? Fly? In terms of Nova Corps' air defense ability, no one would sneak in silently, which is unreasonable. Not even an inconspicuous mosquito can escape their air defense surveillance network. Since it was invaded by Ronin's army last time, Nova Corps has increased its funds and manpower in defense deployment. The current Nova Corps can be described as an iron barrel. The entire planet is impenetrable, and it is basically impossible for outsiders to sneak in. And Bifrost can't get here either. In fact, apart from Earth, a friendly neighbor, no one would like to allow the means of transport from other forces to go directly to their door. That would be a provocation. In a sense, that was an invasion. Especially above the law-enforced Xander Star. Even if Commander Dai didn't understand, he quickly informed Nova Supreme about the matter. For Xander Star and Nova Corps, the Earth is a good object to establish diplomatic relations, and a good common development relationship should be established between the two balls. Half an hour later, Phil Coulson brought Luo Bing to meet the Supreme Commander here. Nova. This is a lady with blonde hair, short hair, well-groomed hairstyle, wearing a uniform of Nova Corps, and kindly extended her right hand towards Luo Bing. Hello, Supreme. Luo Bing shook hands politely. Hello, Mr. Robin. Ms. Nova also had kindness on her face. I heard that the Robin Miracle #1 was created by the young man in front of him, and Nova has long been like meeting this outstanding young man. Like humans on Earth, most of the inhabitants of Xander are humans, which is part of the reason Nova Corps is friendly to Earth. In fact, human beings are spread all over the universe, and the difference between the human beings in Xander and the human beings on Earth is like the human beings from different villages. For the huge universe, the name Roar seems to be too much for the village. After all, the universe is just too big. Actually, my name is Luo Bing. Robin is just a misunderstanding. Luo Bing smiled, adjusted the universe translator in the headset, and shrugged helplessly. So that's the case. I'm so sorry, Mr. Luo Bing. Obviously, there is no homophony in Xander Star's language. They don't seem to understand this talk, and they are a little embarrassed. But soon, the embarrassment was completely eliminated in the pleasant conversation. After more than an hour of chat, Luo Bing had a comprehensive understanding of the specific environment and responsibilities of Xander Star. Moreover, Nova Supreme also recommended some products and delicacies unique to Xander Star to Luo Bing. Similarly, Luo Bing also introduced the present Earth in detail. After learning that the Earth does not lag behind the various technologies of Xander, Nova Supreme seemed a little surprised, or a little unbelievable. They still stayed for a long time in the impression of the distant neighbor of the Earth. Probably still belongs to the state of the frog in the bottom of the well where the teachings do not make sense. However, in just a few decades, I did not expect that the development of the Earth would progress so rapidly, which made Nova Supreme admire very much, and also paid tribute to the efforts of the Earth. Luo Bing is the first time to chat with others about so many official issues. However, as an honorary captain, these seem to be within his duties. Moreover, the main purpose of his visit this time is because of the power gem. It seems impossible to obtain the power gem from Xander Star without using force. So at this time, showing muscles is very important. Not only do you want to solve this problem by simply showing off your muscles, that is the real brain. If Luo Bing is not representing the Earth side now, he has 10,000 ways to get the power gem, and he is omnipotent by stealing, smashing, and smashing. 18. I don't know why, but now he doesn't bother to do it. Maybe because of the stronger relationship, Luo Bing's mentality has become more stable now, and he is no longer so impatient and urgent when dealing with things. Sometimes, waiting may be a good idea. And now Luo Bing needs an assist from the distant Thanos army. Simply, according to Time Gem's prediction, this intrusion event will happen in about 134,615 seconds, which is noon a day later, so Luo Bing is not so impatient. On the contrary, his impression of Thanos is not so bad. In a sense, Thanos isn't actually a bad guy. Yes, his ideas are crazy, but most of what he said is true. Under the premise of the constant expansion of the population of the universe, the ability to regenerate resources in the universe is far behind the ability to consume. Sooner or later, the resources of the universe will be exhausted by the expanding species, and the universe will die completely. Just look at what he's done in the past. He invaded a planet, killed half and kept half, but did not snatch the supplies. In the eyes of many people, he was a lunatic who lost his mind. And this madman has always regarded family planning as his mission and spent his whole life to accomplish this goal. That is his destiny. 5.0. As a result, Luo Bing has doubts. Is this guy brainwashed by the remaining will of the universe? Or he is the reincarnation of the will of the universe? All in all, it's all a mystery. Luo Bing doesn't quite understand his paranoid philosophy. This guy is a strategist, or rather a philosopher. Everyone has a different perspective. Luo Bing doesn't want to evaluate this character, but Luo Bing absolutely doesn't approve of his behavior. To protect the universe, you have to sacrifice half of the lives of the entire universe? What bullshit is this? Random selection seems fair. But yourself, are you also in the range of random selection? After the exchange with Nova Supreme, Captain Dai was in charge of leading Luo Bing to tour the entire Xander Star. Indeed, as Fitz said, the food culture here is indeed different, and there are many things that have never been seen on Earth. The taste is also strange. In addition to the sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and salty that the Earth normally recognizes, there seem to be other flavors in the universe that are not among these 5. Definitely, Luo Bing is not the first time to try to eat the food in the universe. He has not finished eating the pearls given by the mermaid family. However, it seemed a bit extravagant to eat it. Even in Xander Star, Luo Bing saw some commodity stores selling this kind of thing, but the price was very high. 18. Luo Bing's universal currency is surprisingly large, which is the last time left over from the crazy homecoming with Ms. Marvel. It is a thing called Domerage. With his current money reserve, he can buy half of the planet's territory on Xander Star. It's just that this thing obviously cannot be bought with money. Fitz originally wanted to treat guests. He also exchanged some supplies for the universal coin in Xander Star, but after seeing the half-Dalmora gold meteorite ball that Luo Bing took out, he was speechless. I can't say anything like a guest anymore. Even Dai Jun, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Earth is actually a rich planet? Then he immediately and solemnly told Luo Bing, "Mr. Luo Bing, it's best not to reveal such a high-quality demorigin. Even in Xander, there is no guarantee that there will be news. At that time, you will face a fierce cosmic robber. That's all a bunch of guys who want money and don't want to die." Captain Dai's expression was very serious. To be honest, he was able to maintain his composure in the face of such a large fortune, and his mental quality was already exceptionally excellent. In other words, if such a large and high-quality Dalmora gold was placed in front of Nova Supreme, she would probably be shocked too. I'm afraid I have to be stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Luo Bing smiled, thanked the other party for his kindness, and did not speak. He was so hopeful that that kind of scene could happen, to add some fun to his calm days. If there is such a child with no eyes, it can only be regarded as unlucky for him. Phil Coulson and others also laughed, making the old comrade Dai doubt his life. Humans on Earth are really arrogant. Never experienced the beating of cosmic robbers at all. Lao Dai sighed, a little headache. Perhaps in the future, the Nova Corps may have to pay more manpower to defend the Earth. However, as a glorious Xander Star, a representative of civilization, protecting their young neighbors is what they should do. This is a responsibility and an honor. But Lao Dai still hopes that the Earth can cause as little trouble as possible. Lao Dai looked at the backs of Luo Bing and his group, and felt that the courage on his shoulders was a little heavier, but he didn't complain about it. On the contrary, he became more and more motivated. That's right. In the eyes of Nova Corps, all friends and neighbors are a group of younger brothers who need to be protected. As the bosses of the galaxy, protecting their own people is what they should do, and it is also a glorious tradition of Nova Corps. It has a similar meaning to the phrase, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But there is one thing that has always puzzled Lao Dai. That is, why is the space storage equipment that the Earth represents, Luo Bing, so exaggerated? It can fit half a small meteorite. You must know that the popular high-quality storage devices in the universe can have at most 1 cubic file size. That is already invaluable. Surprisingly, in that condition, the storage device can only hold 1 cube. Maybe Earth really is a warehouse that produces treasure. It's really reasonable if you think about it. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the Earth is developing so fast. Correct? One more thing. Old Dai still doesn't know how the representative of the Earth came to Xander's star because he was worried that it would involve their privacy, so out of courtesy, Old Dai kept this doubt deep in his heart. Nova Corps is so cute. In Xander, there are countless people like Lao Dai. In addition to strictly following the law, they are actually kind and good people in essence. Perhaps it is a genetic problem, which cannot be verified. But more should be the local environment and the traditional influences all along. Bad circumstances do constantly affect generations, and glorious traditions lead them even more. To be frank, Earth doesn't need anyone's protection right now. However, Luo Bing didn't mind this kindness at all. He didn't explain anything. He really likes the frankness and kindness of the Xander people. At least they don't need to be so troublesome to get along with each other. After playing for an afternoon, Luo Bing returned to the guest hotel. He bought a lot of gifts, but the purchasing agent should not have bought the spaceship, right? Luo Bing just bought a few spaceships, and Xander is also the largest trading city in the galaxy from another perspective. There are too many merchants here, from various planets, and at the same time, there will be 1 or 2 auctions held here from time to time, all of which are treasures, and even out of print in the universe. It is precisely because of the strict discipline of Xander's star that all those big merchants will choose to trade and sell their goods here. Definitely, that's all obvious stuff. If it was those people who bought and sold people and traded slaves, they would not dare to come to Xander if they were killed. That's the equivalent of dying. That's what the Nova Corps hates the most. Generally, like that kind of business, they all choose to go to the place where they can't. Ultra Blue Star. It's a criminal's paradise. Luo Bing hung up the video call. Definitely, as expected, he was complained by his sister-in-law again. Knowing that her brother-in-law slipped away without her, Wanda was about to go crazy. But Luo Bing is used to it. And this time we are about to face the Thanos army. In order to avoid unexpected situations, Luo Bing is not ready to bring it alone. He himself will suffice. Due to the time difference, Luo Bing made a low-level mistake. He didn't turn on the lucky halo on time at 12 a.m. Earth time. So, I wasted another skill today, and what I got was a useless skill, and even the upgrade couldn't restore its extremely bad use. But it doesn't matter. Luo Bing has acquired a lot of divine skills in the past few days, and all of them have not been digested. Until he completely masters his existing ability, he will not try to acquire new powers. Blindly acquiring new powers does not mean that it is a good thing. He needs more time to stabilize himself. And for now, the ability he currently has is enough. The next day, Luo Bing got up early and felt the changes in his body cross-legged. Feeling the modeled abilities in his body, he couldn't help frowning. Since there are too many abilities that have been upgraded these days, all kinds of powers in his body are now mixed together. Are a little uncomfortable. Too much power doesn't mean it's a good thing. This is like a balloon full of gas. When the gas in the balloon reaches a certain level, the balloon will blow up because of the constantly expanding gas. What Luo Bing did was to stop filling it with air, and then enriched his body to make the balloon's capacity larger. Just as Mount Everest rises 1 centimeter every day, Luo Bing's Wushou immortal body is actually getting stronger every day. It is still in its infancy, and there is still a long-term room for improvement. And all this is just a matter of time. It's a pity that Luo Bing has an immortal body, but he doesn't know any exercises to make it stronger. In other words, the hardware is very good, but there is no matching software. Can only wait for it to slowly become stronger. In the cosmic nebula 200,000 light-years from Xander's star, a huge army is advancing steadily. That's the Dark Quadrant, the real name of the Thanos Legion. Among them is the Black Order. Although a black dwarf was damaged on Earth, all the legions he led have survived. Among them, the Sa Kala people led by the dead Ronin once looked like hell skeletons and existed like hell soldiers, with a total of 5,000 people. The living Sakala people have relatively high intelligence, although the actual combat ability is not strong, but he is a master at manipulating large spaceships. There is also the Pioneer, which is a dog-like space creature that was once the direct subordinate force of Black Dwarf, a bit similar to the cognition of the Earth's monster. These pioneers are brutal by nature, not only have the ability to fight alone, but also the number of locusts entering is one of the main reasons for their fame in the universe. Hundreds of millions of crazy soldiers. This group of brainless pioneers only know about slaughter, and his low IQ is almost on the same level as mosquitoes. As for the Kurita Corps, they were all damaged in the Battle of New York. Thanos underestimated the power of the Earth. He has been sending various subordinates to collect the infinite raw stones for him, but seeing the situation getting worse and worse, the wise man finally couldn't sit still and went to the battlefield himself. How long until ? On the throne, Thanos asked in a low voice. His tone was steady, as if nothing could affect his mood swings. This is Thanos, a forerunner who is ruthless and not understood by anyone. And his subordinates are also a bunch of lunatics. A group of lunatics who are chasing death. 2 more hours, Father, Supergiant, another female of the Black Order, knelt down and replied. Supergiant was originally an orphan. When she wanted to kill herself, she was found by Thanos. Thanos said that as long as she served her, he would grant Supergiant the death he dreamed of. For this purpose, Supergiant was very loyal to Thanos. And this woman who yearns for death has the most bizarre ability in these series. Mind control, telepathy, mind transmission, memory stealing. She has been trapped by the curse of immortality for tens of thousands of years, and she has been running on the road of death all her life. No one could understand her paranoid thoughts, and no one could understand why she yearned for death so much. Corvus Glaive, the leader of the Obsidian Five, is second only to Thanos, and he and Proxima Midnight, another woman in the Five Generals, are a couple, and their crazy goals are not the same as others. All he was after was killing. At the moment he is constantly wiping the war blades of the Lodger's own soul. That is an artifact. Even if his body is destroyed, as long as the blade is still there, he can continue to be resurrected. In addition, Corvus Glaive also has super strength and super healing factor. To some extent, the more souls his warblade kills, the stronger his power becomes. And his wife, Proxima Midnight, is even more brutal to him. However, Proxima Midnight is also the Obsidian Five who is most loyal to Thanos. It can be said, if she were to choose a target to kill in front of Thanos and her husband, he would stab her husband's heart with the spear in his hand without hesitation. The spear in her hand was also crafted by Thanos, and when thrown, it will turn into 3 rays that lock the target, and this ray can kill most creatures. It is said that no one will survive under her gun. Each of the 5 Obsidian Generals is a well-known figure in the universe. It is not easy to judge who is stronger and who is weaker. Everyone is good at different directions. And Ebony Maw is a person who has all the abilities of the 5 generals to perfection. On the surface, he looks like a loyal steward, but in fact, he is a magician at the top of the universe. Unlike strange Swishandi magic, he is good at black magic and mind control. At the same time, his intelligence is also outstanding, in some respects not inferior to Thanos. People who knew him gave him a money-based, abhorrent description. Spread lies and evil black tongue everywhere. Similarly, like Supergiant, he also has the ability of mind control, but in a strict sense, one of them is ability and the other is magic. According to intelligence, there are at least 4 infinite gems on Earth right now. Master, assuming they succeed in using the power of the 4 gems, that's a terrible thing, Ebony Maw said casually, using a tiny toothpick, picking the dust from his fingernails. Better like that. Thanos smiled, and the entire control room fell silent. Yes, he didn't look worried at all. He was even a little happy. After 2 hours. Sir, I found that the unknown fleet is approaching. 35 Nova warriors rushed in front of Lao Dai and hurriedly reported. Comrade Dai was sipping tea leisurely in the office when he was suddenly surprised by the report of his subordinates. Then he immediately came to the front station command center. On the way he came, he quickly reported the matter to Nova Supreme. At the same time, the entire Nova Corps shrank in an instant, and the Nova warriors dispatched to various planets immediately returned in spaceships. Nova Corps' source of power, Nova, is a super powerful biological computer. Like the supreme intelligence computer of the Kree Empire, it belongs to another kind of creature. In terms of the origin of species in the universe, such calculators cannot theoretically be called machines. They are also a kind of creature, a great creature that existed in ancient times. Although it no longer belongs to their era, there are still many cosmic kingdom forces that have their shadows. In some civilized countries, this kind of computer life is generally called prophet or mother of life, and only the really rising powers deserve to have them. From another point of view, only with this type of super biological computer can it be called a powerful 840 force in the universe. And every leader of Nova Corps is named after Nova. And wanting to become a Nova does not depend on elections or abilities. Everything depends on the choice of the super biological computer Nova. That is to say, the leader of each Nova Corps is the one chosen by Nova. Nova is like a machine that can predict time. He can see through the potential of his life and the height he can reach as soon as the baby has landed. This is the case for every Nova Corps soldier who have gone through strict selection before the 5,000 Nova Corps of today was born. The detection and sensing system of the Nova is quite powerful, and it sensed the arrival of the Thanos Legion 50,000 light-years away. Subsequently, it quickly spread the news to the frontier station and then spread it all over the planet step by step. Obviously, even Nova, with supreme wisdom, was a little panicked at the moment. That's the Dark Elephant Realm. Damn it, Thanos Legion. Their goal is the power gem. 35 Lao Dai reacted, buffa, in an instant, and then his back was chilled. The Dark Elephant world came with great fanfare and did not hide its traces along the way. He is so powerful that he doesn't need any clumsy tactics at all, and he can easily crush every planet. Whether it is the Kree Empire or the Nova Corps. Because their leader is Thanos, a character who has been rampant in the universe for tens of thousands of years, a real overlord of the universe. Over the years, his achievements in various galaxies have resounded in every corner of the universe. And now, he's finally getting his hands on this part of the galaxy. Lao Dai and the top officials of the Legion had long expected this picture, but they didn't expect him to come so quickly and seriously. There were no advanced troops to probe. Here he comes, all the battleships. All coming. Come yet. Open the final plan, Nova Supreme sighed. Looking at the picture displayed in the virtual projection, she knew that this was the last chance. Yes! Lao Dai nodded firmly. His right hand trembled slightly, not nervous, but excited. The day is finally here. Come on, Nova soldiers. Show me your strength. Received. Commander. Open the laser defense barrier. Open plasma isolation system. Opening the thermal protection barrier. The first and second Nova teams are ready. Open the standby cabin. The Doombringer is ready. The mechanical revolution is ready. Turn on the anti-gravity defense system. Open the Empire's ultimate defense barrier. Plasma beam deployed. Begin level 1 charge. Quantum connection is deployed. The third series of counterattack flames are preset. Nova's output level is adjusted to the maximum, and the level 1 overload defense net is ready. SHHHHH. Huge amounts of Xander Star was instantly surrounded by various barriers, and at one time dozens of defensive apertures like rainbows and countless defensive turrets were erected. Various overloaded instructions are endless. A piercing siren sounded over the entire Xander Star. Alert! Alert! There is an invasion of foreign enemies. Please move all residents to the safe house. Alert! Alert! 35. There is an invasion of foreign enemies. Please move all residents to the safe house. 99. The siren constantly sounded in the sky, and for a while, the houses on the street shrank into the ground in an instant, and one by one, the lift houses emerged from the ground, transporting the panicked residents to sneak into the underground safe house. That is one of the most developed methods of Nova Corps, and it is also the last line of defense for resident safety. An enemy has invaded. Phil Coulson instantly bounced off his seat and rushed towards Luo Bing's bedroom. At the same time, a group of guard soldiers, ready to go, ran to the door. Unlike Nova Corps' 5,000 Heroes group, young warriors who do not meet the selection criteria of Nova will choose to join the Conservative Guard Army. The Guard Army has a military strength of 5 million. It is the standing army of Xander Star. Although it does not have the honor of Nova Corps, it is also a good force. The Nova Corps is external, and the Guard is internal. But now the enemy is now, there is no difference between the various arms. Today, they are all warriors who guard the country and protect the planet. Please move to the safe house. This place will soon become the main battlefield. A man in a standard military uniform shouted to Fitz and the others in the house. The guest hotel, where Luo Bing and his party lived, was actually a department similar to the embassy. In the face of this great enemy, the Guard Bureau has not lost its sense of proportion and is stably carrying out its own task. Although there is no humble and noble in Xander, 3, 6, 9, and so on. But in the mission code of the Guard Army, protecting the guest hotel Earth's neighbors and successfully entering the underground safe house is the first rule. Is there going to be a war? I can help, Fitz yelled at the door. No, I can't let you take this risk. Sorry, it's my duty. Please follow me into the safe house. The young man refused verbally. Fitz was a little anxious. This was the first time in his life that he faced a foreign invasion. He missed a series of difficult problems such as the New York War before. Judging from the constantly sounding alarms outside, this time the invasion was no weaker than the New York War. Yes, it's not an order of magnitude gap. You can tell by looking at the situation outside. At the moment, there are at least dozens of defensive nets in the air, and various colorful forces converge on the top of the head to form a new star symbol. This is Star Wars in the true sense, and it is even more shocking than the visual sense of science fiction movies. No matter how well made a sci-fi movie is, it can't make this effect. This is a completely apocalyptic scene of destroying the sky, destroying the earth. Don't be stunned. Everyone comes with me. We must evacuate immediately. The soldier commander shouted to Fitz and the others while exchanging the tasks of commanding each block in the headset communicator. Just as Fitz calmed down and thought about a solution, the sound of footsteps gradually came from a distance. It's Luo Bing and Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson at the moment has reported all known information to Luo Bing. But even if he didn't say it, Luo Bing already had a clear understanding of the current situation. Don't worry, they still have about 30 minutes to get close to your galaxy defense circle, don't they? Luo Bing walked over unhurriedly. His expression was indifferent. His steady look made Fitz and others in the house relax. He breathed, and his mind settled down. That's right, this is the latest information. The soldier commander looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. It's not clear how he got the news. That was the result that Nova had just calculated. 30 minutes later, Xander's outer defenses will collide for the first time with Thanos' Dark Quadrant. If possible, keeping the enemy out of the planet is the best way to fight. Unless it is a last resort, if the Dark Elephant Realm is allowed to rush into the Xander Star, even if the battle is won, it will definitely be a lose-lose, with countless civilians and soldiers killed and injured. If you really can't resist the attack of Thanos' core, it won't help even if you hide in the safe house. Take us to the command room of the former station, Luo Bing said. The soldier chief hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around to communicate with the upper management through the communication device. Commander Dai frowned. In his eyes, the guests from Earth were a group of objects that needed protection, but what the other party said was right. If Xander Star couldn't resist, even hiding in the safe house would be useless. Okay, let them come over. I have something to discuss with them. Lao Dai quickly made a decision. 10 minutes later, Luo Bing and his party were brought into the highest command room. Lao Dai is commanding all the main forces of Xander Star in a dreadful situation, and at the same time constantly spreading help messages to each star field. The Thanos Legion is no joke. Lao Dai was not arrogant enough to think that Xander would survive in the hands of the Dark Elephant Realm. In his plan, Xander Star should be able to withstand 10 days and a half months. When the time comes, the friendly army will arrive, thinking that the siege may only have the possibility of defeating the Dark Quadrant. Nova Corps is the best friend in the galaxy and has the most friends. When he issued a signal for help, all nearby allies would arrive at the fastest speed. You came just in time. Your spaceship is loaded with a super space engine, and I have chosen a route for you to reach the Earth as quickly as possible. You only need to pass through 3 black holes. Let's go. It's not safe here, I'm sorry. I hope we will have a chance to meet in Japan. Lao Dai smiled wryly, looking at Luo Bing and his party. No, Mr. Dai, we will never run away alone. Maybe we can help. In fact, we are very strong, Phil Coulson said, looking at Luo Bing. He took out a contactor from his pocket. The flashing LCD screen is officially the Captain Marvel logo. Since Phil Coulson was assigned this task, Lu Dan gave him the communicator to communicate with Captain Marvel. The universe is mysterious and unpredictable. If there is an accident, only surprise can come to the rescue in time. You don't understand, that's war. That's the Dark Quadrant. Thanos Legion. Lao Dai was a little bit internally hurt by anger. Why can't these Earthlings make sense? Brave makes people speechless. Lao Dai didn't want to say something that belittled the other party's self-esteem, and these Earthlings are really kind, they are really enthusiastic, but now is not the time to be indecisive. For flowers, 0. Lao Dai didn't want this group of innocent Earthlings to be buried with Xander Star. They are still young and thriving, the new force for the future of the galaxy. Old Daiji came to his heart and bit his lip. Well, I will send the rescue broadcast to your spaceship, and you will broadcast the rescue information in a loop, and then return to Earth to bring rescue soldiers. Lao Dai's calculations are very clear. It would take more than 2 months to fly from here to Earth, even if it were a strangely assembled spacecraft on Earth. At this time, what happened here on Xander Star has become a foregone conclusion. Either they win. Point 0. Either their planet is destroyed. Please, I will send a group of residents of Xander Star to your spaceship, as well as our technology. If Xander Star is unfortunately destroyed, everything in the future will depend on you, Lao Dai said quickly. This matter is also something that Nova just communicated with him. Safeguard the Tinder program. Nova will detach a part of his carrier and escape with the spaceship of the Earthlings. As long as Nova remains, even if Xander is destroyed, there will be a day when it will make a comeback. And infinite gems. Nova Supreme is well aware of Thanos' ambitions. Infinite gems must not be left to Thanos. Must go first. It's too late for hesitation, Mr. Phil Coulson. Now is not the time to be hypocritical. Lao Dai couldn't bear Phil Coulson and others to refuse, looked at Luo Bing, nodded respectfully, immediately waved his hand, and ordered everything down. At the moment, Nova Supreme was not there. She was receiving power from Nova's body, which is a kind of inheritance, but also an evolution. Although now is not the best time. But time waits for no one, there is no right to choose. She must quickly gain strength and save Xander. All things in Xander Star are now handed over to Lao Dai, and Lao Dai has just ordered, and a group of Nova warriors rushed in an instant. That attitude is very decisive, even if they are bet. They have to be put on the spaceship and sent away. And the Nova fighters who rushed in were wearing masks and battle suits with the logo of Nova Corps printed on their masks. Obviously fully armed and ready for battle. And Lao Dai also quickly came to the conference table. After a series of password genetic authentication operations, he took out a silver metal ball and a precision-packed box and handed it to Luo Bing solemnly. This ball must not be opened. He will kill all of you in an instant. I don't have time to explain the specifics. Take them and leave immediately. The first time Lao Dai spoke, he had an unquestionable command tone. Luo Bing, 66. Luo Bing was actually speechless. He glanced at the metal ball in his hand and was very surprised. He could feel the incomparably powerful force sealed inside the metal ball. And that power, he is very familiar with, is the characteristic of the 840 Stone of Infinite Treasure. But that's it. Got it? Luo Bing looked at Lao Dai and had to admire his heroism and kindness. Lao Dai might be wrong, thinking that Luo Bing was saying goodbye to him. He smiled casually, patted Luo Bing on the shoulder, and said softly, "Go. I hope the Earth can become the hope of the Milky Way in the future." "Please, Mr. Luo Bing." Lao Dai admired the iconic military power of Xander Star, put one hand across his chest, let out a long breath, and his eyes instantly became decisive. He is ready to die. For Xander. For the honor of Nova Corps. Jinma was almost moved to tears, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and those who didn't know it thought she was really at the point of life and death. Actually, you don't have to worry. I will protect this place." Luo Bing really didn't know what to say. He patted Lao Dai on the shoulder and motioned him to relax. "Take it easy." How could Lao Dai relax? He was immediately a little angry, and he was angry at the arrogance of this representative of the Earth. He had no idea what the Dark Quadrant meant. That is unmatched power. You're alone. What about protection? Lao Dai's perception of Luo Bing dropped several levels in an instant. He thought that this handsome young man was a smart and intelligent leader of the new generation, but he was arrogant. Such an Earth represents. How far will the Earth develop in the future? Lao Dai took a deep breath and gestured to the few Nova warriors next to him. The Nova warrior immediately understood and was about to step forward to take Luo Bing and his group off and put them into the spaceship. But at this moment, "Gotcha." Luo Bing fiddled with the silver ball in his hand, twirled it slightly, and twisted a gap. The dazzling purple light dazzled out, illuminating the entire frontier station. Roar roar sounded in the air in an instant, and everything became hot. "You're crazy." Lao Dai jumped up excitedly. Eyeballs almost didn't hit the ground. "Didn't I tell you that you can't open it? Do you not understand human words?" F***K. Old Dai at the moment is going crazy and wants to swear, even though swearing is within Nova Legion law, but he still wants to say it. Never thought of it. Everything was prepared and planned. But it was given to a pot by a brainless, one's own person. Died. Sure to die. Before dying, Lao Dai didn't even want to complain about Luo Bing's two-shortage operation. He just regretted that he had not been more careful, and regretted why he trusted this young man so much. He is wrong. He is wrong. The power gem burst out and destroyed everything in the front command room. This power spread out, and the entire city would be completely destroyed. Haven't waited for the Dark Quadrant to really come. The end is coming? Old Dai is desperate. He is the real murderer of this planet's destruction. The sinner of Xander. Lao Dai was thinking about the 5 flavors and miscellaneous grains for a while, and the whole person lost the ability to react during the ups and downs. Wait. Why hasn't this force erupted and devoured everything? 9. An incredible thought popped out of Lao Dai's mind, and then began to magnify constantly. Then he subconsciously looked in the direction of the power gem. At the moment. The gem that represents infinite destruction and destruction is lying quietly between the 2 fingers of that handsome man. OMG, his fingers are so pretty. Wrong. What am I thinking about? Why? Lao Dai's expression turned from amazement to astonishment and then became dazed, losing his ability to think again. Relax, dude, I'm familiar with this stuff. Luo Bing leisurely played with the purple rough finger, then threw it towards the sky and caught it firmly. It doesn't matter this toss, Lao Dai almost burps with fright. It is estimated that the heart has produced an indelible shadow area. Not in a hurry to put it on the gloves, Luo Bing put the infinite gems back into the silver protective device and threw them into the Shui space. Let's talk about it first. I won't return what I have in my hands. Take it as my reward for saving your planet. Luo Bing was in a very happy mood, patted Lao Dai's sluggish shoulder, turned around and lay on the chair beside him. I don't quite understand. Why? Are you a god race? Lao Dai's eyes were dull and his whole brain stopped thinking. All his thoughts turned into 3 words, why? He wondered why the power stone was so quiet in this man's hands. I don't even know his self-confidence. No, I'm just a mediocre 5.0 Earthling, Luo Bing said with a wave of his hand. Lao Dai rolled his eyes and looked at Phil Coulson with a look of help. Phil Coulson smirked, obviously. He was already familiar with Luo Bing's various operations. He's really an Earthling, but also the most powerful hero on our planet. Generally speaking, we call him God. 35. The golden sunlight fell on Luo Bing's face. The breeze outside the window lifted his black bangs. His dazzling eyes like a galaxy stared directly at the sky in the distance, and his line of sight extended far away, as if he saw the other side and the galaxy. Saw more. Dark Elephant World. After a while, the corners of the handsome man's mouth twitched. A three-world idiot with a smile. The family knows their own affairs. Seeing Luo Bing's confident expression, Phil Coulson put down the contactor in his hand. He chose to trust Luo Bing, because this man has never let anyone down. What's more, if it's something Luo Bing can't solve, it won't help if Captain Marvel is here. At the moment, Luo Bing's tall image is crazy and fits his eyes, and even a little passionate, not to mention Junma on the side. Now she is a crazy little girl. Mei didn't speak, but had to admit that Luo Bing did give her a sense of security. This can't help but make her begin to suspect that when the two first met, this guy might not have been so outrageously strong at that time. Could it be a camouflage? Lao Dai's scalp was numb. On the one hand, he was frightened by Luo Bing's magical operation. On the other hand, he also knew how powerful the Dark Elephant Realm was. Therefore, no matter what, he cannot let his guard down and continue to command the frontier work. Only this time, he no longer dared to underestimate these Earthlings, let alone send them away. Maybe he might really be a good helper. A thought bred in Lao Dai's heart. Time passed quietly, and almost in the blink of an eye, the fleet of the Dark Quadrant appeared on the holographic projection. They broke in with great fanfare and without a trace of cover-up. Boom boom. Huge amounts of thick smoke rose, and the small planet explosion trap deployed by the Xander Star frontline defense was successfully triggered. Although no sound could be heard, it was the intense firelight that revealed its power. Fantastic. Old Day waved his fist, and the other group of Nova warriors followed roar. I never thought that a small planet explosion trap could solve the entire fleet. In the plan of Lao Dai and the senior officers of the army, this was only the first step. And what is surprising is that the first step was such a success. 2 small planets full of traps were successfully detonated. This is enough to bring a lot of trouble to the fleet of the Dark Elephant Realm. The army is cheering roar, and the power of the explosion of the 2 small planets has brought them great morale. It seems that the distant victory is gradually seeing the traces. This joyous roar only lasted for 5 seconds, and Xander's star disappeared instantly. The Dark Elephant world, composed of 5 huge motherships and hundreds of small space battleships, rushed out of the thick smoke unharmed. The battleships were surrounded by dark arcs of electric fire, and they continued to drive forward, seems to be laughing at the powerlessness of Xander's star. What an amazing defense! No wonder the Dark Elephant Realm is invincible. Their fleet is equipped with a combination of quantum force field defense technology, and this technology is applied to the warship. It's a luxury, Lao Dai muttered to himself, frowned. Combined force field defense technology. This is a very conventional technology. The principle is very simple. Each individual is a point, and this point releases quantum connections to the outside world. When many points are connected together at the same time, a network is formed. The Nova Corps has this technology, and each of their fighter jets has it on board. When the fighter group is turned on at the same time, a golden chain defense like a spider web will be formed. This defense is difficult to break. Every point is the integration of all the defenses of all the fighter groups. Unless you are defeated all at once, you will be invincible. And the Dark Ignition arc shrouded in the Dark Elephant Legion is a similar technology. Moreover, from what we have seen, we can also draw a conclusion that the Dark Quadrant has far more technology than Xander in this regard. This is difficult to do. This defense is too amazing and must be broken from the inside. With the current power of Xander Star's energy cannon, it can't effectively cause damage from the outside. It can only tickle him, Lao Dai frowned. Subconsciously looked at Luo Bing. Oh. Luo Bing nodded. Lao Dai, 35. Seeing Luo Bing's expressionless face, Lao Dai sighed. It seems that this young man really realized the strength of Thanos' Legion at the moment. Still too young. All quantum cannons. Volley. Although he knew it was useless, Lao Dai still gave the order to die. Boom rumble. Beam particle cannons like a meteor shower were intensively fired towards the Dark Quadrant. The Legion's target is large, which makes their dodging space limited. Coupled with the involvement of the combined force field defense technology, it is difficult for them to form a surprise attack. In this way, the power of the quantum cannon will keep them locked out of Xander. As long as they give up the combined force field defense, they can break them one by one. Moreover, the dozen or so barrier apertures on the Xander star also gave Lao Dai a lot of confidence. Even if there is a firefight, he is not afraid. Now, the fight is to reserve energy. They can't beat us, after all. We can have a planet behind us. Lao Dai grinned and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the other Master Chief and asked, "Has there been a response to the call for help?" Not yet, but what is certain is that the signal gauges have not been intercepted, and they are flying towards the target point at a speed of 840. The Master Chief nodded and resumed. "Very good. Continue like this. We have hope of winning." Lao Dai nodded solemnly. Although he was confident, he did not relax because of this. The ideal picture is only the ideal picture after all. The situation on the battlefield is strange and changeable, and this is just the beginning. Next, there are many more situations that will make him unable to wait. And old where? Mentally prepared. Look. They're moving. Fitz stared at the holographic projection, and he keenly discovered the fleet's movements. Triangles. They want the triangle arrangement to avoid most attacks. And the speed of the triangles will make them faster. All eyes were drawn to Fitz's words. Sure enough, after 3 or 5 minutes, a dark quadrant like an arrow appeared in front of everyone. The effective hit rate of the quantum cannon fired by Xander has dropped significantly. In the arrow-shaped fleet, only the outer circle was attacked, while the vast majority of the inner circle were pushing forward with all their strength. One after another, Xander's star began to get tired of defending. But at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. Blocked. We blocked. After 3 minutes of intensive salvo, the Dark Quadrant's forward speed finally slowed down. Lao Dai clenched his fist, secretly encouraged himself, and glanced at the secret room where the Nova Supreme was. No matter what, he wants to buy more time for Xander's star. Something's wrong. Fitz frowned. That's right, the overall energy barrier data value of the Dark Quadrant has dropped by 32%, which is very abnormal. There are 2 explanations, Jeanma said immediately. One is that the quantum cannon just now hit a key point, causing the opponent's energy to pour out. The second is to reduce the energy supply and use it for other purposes, Fitz explained after taking Gemma's words. I think the second possibility is more likely. After Lao Dai heard this, he frowned, feeling that what the two of them said made sense. At this time, the Thanos warship on the holographic projection once again had an abnormality, and their entire army was radiating light. Oops. That's an energy transfer performance. They're ready to fire. Attention all. They're ready to fire. Intercept. Intercept. This is easy. Before Lao Dai finished speaking, a beam of destructive light instantly shot out from the head of the triangular fleet. Along the way, he crushed the galaxy and fell directly towards the defensive circle on the surface of Xander. Alert, alert. Laser defense barrier broken. The energy remaining in the plasma isolation system is 30%, 20%. ZZ. The thermal protection barrier has failed. The Doombringer has been breached. The Empire's ultimate defense barrier has 1% remaining firmness. Energy overloaded. Energy overloaded 99. ZZ. In just an instant, the dozens of defensive apertures shrouded in the head were instantly shattered, and the hurricane roar roared across the city. This is the first attack of the Dark Quadrant. And this first attack, it will directly invalidate all the defensive power of Xander Star. The current Xander Star is already a lamb to be slaughtered on the chopping board. Be careful, don't blow up the planet. The power gem is still on it. Thanos sat high on the throne, frowning. Don't worry, Father God. I have calculated the strength they can withstand and deliberately weakened the attack power, Ebony Ma said respectfully. What a beautiful planet. I have the guts to spoil it. But, for the sake of the entire universe, this little pain is nothing. Thanos stood up from the throne. Proxima Midnight next to him handed over his golden helmet. He gently took it, buckled it on his head, and held the double-edged sword beside him in his right hand. His eyes no longer there is no mercy. Like his weapon, all his actions are a double-edged sword to the universe. Only by destroying half of it can it be preserved for a long time. No one dared to do so. At least Thanos, he dared to pay for his actions. Inside Xander, looking at the final Imperial defense cover covered with spider webs, Lao Dai's hands trembled slightly for a while. That is despair. Too strong. The power of the Dark Quadrant. It is too strong. Just an attack. All defenses became so ridiculous and weak at this time. Old Deming Ming has seriously considered the power of the Dark Quadrant, but his estimates are still far from reality. Not to mention 10 days and a half months, with the current trend, Xander's star can't last 10 minutes at all. Moreover, this is not the strongest force of Thanos' Legion. What makes him scary is his seemingly endless madness of soldiers. When the warships in the Dark Quadrant land on the Xander star, the dense, disgusting bugs will slaughter everything. It turns out that this is the Dark Quadrant, and this is the Thanos Legion. Lao Dai looked up at the sky, and a dark cloud gradually floated over from far to near. That's not a dark cloud. It is the body of the Dark Quadrant. Those more than 100 space battleships. As the hatches were opened, the nightmare finally came true. Countless soldiers fell from the sky. Some of them rode the flight device, and some fell directly to the ground, smashing a piece of dust. The main cabin door opened, and Thanos and He Yaosi came out. Looking at everything in front of him, there was no expression in his eyes. Crack. With Thanos' double-edged sword swung, the Empire's defense completely collapsed, and there was nothing to be bothered about anymore. Come with me. Lao Dai closed his mask and rushed out immediately. After Nova's transformation, except for the lowest level medics, all Nova warriors have the flight ability, and as the level gets higher and higher, their combat ability becomes more and more unexpected. This is called the 5,000 Heroes. Lao Dai rushed towards the Thanos Legion desperately. Behind him, there were densely packed Nova warriors. On the other side, there are also dense insect monsters, as well as Thanos and his 4 black generals. But at the moment when the two sides were about to fight fiercely, the situation changed again. A lonely figure suddenly appeared in front of the two armies. It was a handsome and bewitching man. He was wearing a black windbreaker. The breeze was blowing the hem of his windbreaker. The clothes were fluttering like a fairy, a handsome face that ignored gender, a straight nose, tight lips, no flaws on the face, skin. If the fat is straight. Those pair of monies, soul-struck eyes are bottomless, like illusory deep black pupils shining with compelling light, looking down at all living beings, without any impurities, clear but bottomless. The complexion is crystal clear like jade, the deep black, elegant broken hair, glowing with faint light. He is tall and handsome, standing there, indescribably elegant, like a god. His complexion is fair, with a touch of handsomeness in his delicate features, and a touch of gentleness in his handsomeness. The temperament exuding from him is so complicated, like a mixture of various temperaments, but in those gentleness and handsomeness, he has his own uniqueness, the ethereal and handsome. The man stretched out in front of the two armies. Although he looked into the distance. That was the direction of Thanos' army. Okay, I'll announce now that all of you are named Zhang San. Okay, then start the roll call now. The person named Zhang San can die. Who is this guy, and what nonsense is he talking about? Zhang San, do you know him? I know Zhang San, he is the Luo Bing of Earth, and Black Dwarf died there. Wait, why do you call me Zhang San? Wait, why do I call you Zhang San? Zhang San, what's wrong with you? Hey, Yaosi looked at each other in astonishment. Except for the leader of Thanos, their names in each other's minds have become Zhang San. What the hell is going on here? Is this magic? At the moment, a law that came to this distant starry sky spreads down. Thanos frowned deeper. He seemed to have foreseen something. This is the will of the universe? Before Thanos could come back to his senses, he was stunned to find that the 4 Heiyao generals around him, as well as a large number of soldiers, all lost their vital signs and fell limply to the ground. A crazy thought appeared in Thanos' mind. The young man in front of him must have the right to decide the universe. A large number of soldiers, like cut-down wheat, all fell to the ground softly, and even the 4 generals of Heiyao did not avoid it. 840. That is the will from the universe. It is undefeated. Supreme law. All Zhongshan. All have to die. Lao Dai watched all this, and his brain was in a panic. Even Luo Bing was taken aback, because at the moment, not only those Zhongshans that he made fell to the ground, but even 1% of the Xander Star Legion behind him were all dead. Fell to the ground. And at the moment, what Luo Bing didn't expect was, in the vast universe, all the creatures named Zhongshan suddenly lost their life characteristics. Zhongshan who drives the plane, Zhongshan who drives the tank, Zhongshan the biologist, Zhongshan the astronaut, Zhongshan the adventurer, Zhongshan the king, Zhongshan the warrior. There are too many. Anyone whose name or pronunciation had the word Zhongshan, all died immediately. As if the power switch had been pressed, all Zhongshan quietly closed his eyes. His expressions remained at the last moment before death. The entire universe suddenly became a mess. Compared with the universe, the most troublesome thing is the Earth, where the Zhongshan ratio is too large. Various traffic accidents and work accidents occur frequently, and the entire planet is almost paralyzed for a time. Luo Bing looked at the soldier who fell behind him and faintly realized something. He glanced at Thanos in the distance. At the moment, Thanos was silent. Very strange. He was not affected by Luo Bing's power. How did he do it? When Luo Bing released his ability, he clearly included him, but he was not affected. This is really a big guy. It turns out that you are a person with the same belief as me, but the number of deaths in the universe is not enough. You need to destroy half of it. Come on, come with me, and achieve this great goal together. Thanos kindly moved towards Luo Bing, stretched out his right hand in the direction. Quite a bit of an illusion of like-mindedness. Wait, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Luo Bing was ashamed. It was the first time he used the skill since the upgrade that day, but it was far beyond his expectations. This thing is like a cosmic backstage. Entered a code to kill Zhongshan, and all the creatures named Zhongshan in this universe were stunned. Again. Back in time. The hands were adjusted to 1 minute ago. History rollback. Luo Bing stood in front of the 2 armies again. This guy looks familiar, by the way. He's the man from Earth, Ebony Maw told Thanos beside him. At the moment, Thanos was stunned and looked at the man in front of him with complicated eyes. How is this going? Bifa, time reversed? Thanos asked in confusion. Ebony Maw was puzzled and didn't quite understand what the leader of Thanos meant. Time reversal? When? Luo Bing also looked at Thanos in surprise. What's the situation? He seems to have retained the memory before the time reversal? Damn, there's a bug. Or is Thanos immune to this force? You see. Luo Bing asked suspiciously. That's right. How did you do it? The heart of the universe. Thanos threw out something Luo Bing had never heard of. Obviously, that thing seems to be a legendary thing, and no one has seen it before. What heart? Luo Bing frowned. He had never heard of this thing, but now it was obviously not the best time to chat. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. A colorful light shot out from his eyes. Pregnancy gaze. The light of the powerhouse identification technique quickly spread to the audience. This time, even Thanos was not spared. Millions of troops wailed on the ground, and the situation was very tragic. Luo Bing nodded with a smile, very satisfied with the effect. But then, a sudden change happened again. Those insect-like monsters actually split into small insects after the 10-second expansion period. Then, this strange creature constantly began to split and expand. In a short period of time, the number of Thanos' army was large. More than doubled. What a witchcraft. Ebony Maw clutched his stomach, sweat dripping from his entire body. Although Thanos didn't scream in embarrassment, judging from his expression, he was working hard at the moment. What species is this? Can it split? Luo Bing frowned. While he was thinking, the whole person entered the small flash mode. The whole person turned into invisible light and quickly started his slaughter. After a minute, Luo Bing silently twisted his sore arm as he watched the number of insects that were not decreasing and were thrown at the rapidly dividing bugs. Then, back in time again. He returned to the front of the two armies. Mr. Luo Bing? Lao Dai, who was rushing forward, looked at the man in front of him and seemed to realize this powerful character only at this moment. He said that he would protect Xander Star, but Lao Dai didn't know what kind of strength he was. And then, everything that happened left him a little confused. Thanos' army direction. Evacuate. Evacuate all. Thanos gave the order under everyone's disbelief. Then, while covering his eyes with his hands, he frantically rushed into the spaceship. You can imagine in front of the two armies, when both sides are at war with each other. Did the leader of the Dark Elephant world in a good situation suddenly say what it was like to withdraw? It's like the mouse meets the cat. Everyone was stunned by this sentence from Thanos' mouth. The four generals of He Yao, countless bugs, and even Lao Dai and a group of new Star Warriors on the opposite side all looked at Thanos in surprise. Is this still the overlord of the Across the Universe? Is it the wrong way to open today? What? He Yaosi looked at his master hesitantly, not understanding what was going on. Even if that person is the Earthling who killed Black Dwarf, there is no need to be so afraid. It's not scientific. It's not the character of Thanos. What the hell is going on here? Thanos' face was blue, and he didn't want to try the feeling of being pregnant just now. For Thanos, it was not only the physical torture, but also the psychological torture. Especially after seeing with his own eyes that his worm army really gave birth and split up the next little worms, Thanos' whole person is not to mention more scumbags. He is a man. Does he really want to have a baby? No, not even dead. At this moment, Thanos has the worst nightmare of his life, even though it's all just a misunderstanding. But when the family planning committee met the director of the birth office, the consequences can be said to be quite powerful. Without further ado, Thanos immediately returned to his fleet. Without any intention of waiting for others, he drove his main ship and fled frantically towards the Xander Star, even using means such as the acceleration of the space-time engine. In Xander Star, He Yaosi and his group looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know that in just a few minutes, each of them died on average twice. At this time, they were at a loss, seeing that the fire is about to start and the planet is about to be invaded. But critical moments. Why did the leader run away? Moreover, 100,000 hurriedly slipped away without even giving an explanation, which made the generals and troops present very embarrassed. This is not the style of the leader. It must be that he expected some danger. Go, we also withdraw. Proxima Midnight's trust in Thanos is beyond doubt. Without a word, he immediately waved his hand and called roar to his troops withdrew towards the battleship. Corvus Glaive, the slaying lord, doesn't admit this style. In its view, this is Thanos' cowardice. Very disappointed in him. No matter what the reason, the two armies escaped because of a bug from the Earth. This is really a shameful thing. Proxima Midnight glanced at Corvus Glaive, and there was a faint crack in the relationship between the two. But now is not the time for them to flirt with family ethics dramas. Ebony Maw is wily, obviously analyzing something from Thanos' expression just now. Without saying a word, he immediately turned and flew towards the fleet. At the moment, Supergiant is still standing there. This unresponsive woman doesn't know what happened, only one thing. In her mind, Thanos, who is incomparably powerful and invincible in the universe, ran. 7. Before her brain cells could react to what was going on, she suddenly felt a beam of golden light shoot out in their direction. It is a strong identification technique. Luo Bing narrowed the release range this time and projected directly in the direction of the four generals of He Yao. He didn't want to launch in the direction of the army of bugs. That would undoubtedly increase the workload for him. What happened? In addition to Proxima Midnight and the wily Ebony Maw who slipped away at the beginning, Supergiant and Corvus Glaive among the 4 black fighters, as well as the soldiers within his range, were instantly attacked and lay on the ground in pain. The far side of the starry sky. Thanos looked at the projection on the big screen of the spaceship and cursed an idiot. At the same time, he was also thinking, frowning tightly, and smashed the office chair beside him with a fist. And the projection in front of him naturally disappeared completely. Damn it. Why? Why is it so hard for me to save the universe? For flowers, 0. That guy, the human of the earth. What a demon. His eyes can impregnate anything and leave babies in a short time. Damn it. This guy is the destroyer of the universe. What should I do? He's too strong. That guy is like a harbinger of the destruction of the universe. What can I do to stop him? For the first time, Family Planning Commissioner Mr. Thanos felt the biggest trouble in his life and career. And it's the last thing he wants to see. He invaded planets and killed half of the lives for what? Not yet to control the universe's expanding population. When the population of this universe is increasing and the resources are exhausted because of insufficient resources, the competition between races for resources will inevitably lead to a great chaos in the whole universe. At that time, the universe will also perish because of this. The devil. What a great way. Thanos can no longer be calm. Since he was born, there has been a voice in his ear urging him and warning him, and Thanos also firmly believes that he is the one chosen by the will of the universe. The one who is destined to fulfill his destiny. But now, what does he have to do to live up to the expectations of the will of the universe? It's so hard. I'm so hard. And in the other direction, there is a woman who has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. At the moment, her brows are also frowned. Damn it. It was destroyed by him again. Every time. He's always going against the flow of time and saving the damned. Damn. This person has violated the cosmic time and space rules many times. Eternity. Infinity. Life Court. What are you doing? The oldest in the universe, the most mysterious and unpredictable no man's land, came the roar of the death of one of the 5 ancient gods. And the destiny in Thanos' mouth. In fact, it has never been the will of the universe. Instead, the earnest induction of the goddess of death and on Xandar, the Nova warriors are celebrating the victory of a great battle. This victory came a little suddenly and was somewhat inexplicable. Although they did not know why they won after knowing the victory, the celebration was over. In the word of mouth of Nova warrior, Mr. Luo Bing from Earth was almost touched to the sky by them. Just showing up, without saying a word, he directly scared away the leader of the opposite side, Thanos. You must know that he is the most ferocious guy in the universe. He didn't even dare to let go of a fart and ran away frantically while covering his face. Could there have been some big, unspeakable secrets that happened to Thanos and Mr. Luo Bing before? For example, Thanos was actually pressed to the ground by Mr. Luo Bing and hammered 857 early? So now, as soon as we meet, it will trigger the plot of the shadow in my heart? Various versions of the legends spread at the speed of light among the inhabitants of Xandar. Moreover, this news was not only spread within the Nova Corps, but soon spread to every corner of the galaxy through other means. Soon, the name Luo Bing became a household name. It used to be the request for help from the Nova Corps of Xandar Star. After many planets received it, they immediately called the troops to prepare to go to the rescue, but the order here could be conveyed. Before the troops were assembled, the Nova Corps came from the other side. Exciting news of a big win. Baby, that's the Dark Quadrant. That's the Thanos army. How so easy to win? It sounds like bragging, but the Nova Corps never lies, and lying is against their own laws. Shortly after the incident, the Nova Corps ground condition detection system clearly extracted the battle scene at that time, and then it was placed on the homepage of the Nova Corps official website. Then downloads and plays began to skyrocket, reaching an astonishing number. That's right, the universe has the internet, and Nova Corps sometimes publishes some information about the scavengers of the most wanted criminals in the universe on its official website, and also publishes some bounties. However, unlike Earth's internet entertainment use, few people in the universe use this stuff for entertainment and luxury. After all, the universe is too big, and it takes a huge amount of consumption to build this kind of thing. So far, the internet of Xander Star can only cover dozens of star groups around it. Compared with Andromeda, which has a more developed entertainment live broadcast industry, the Milky Way is still a little behind in this regard. Luo Bing once participated in the storm Famira held by Andromeda, and the live broadcast method is much more advanced than the Milky Way. But even so, Luo Bing has become a hot big internet celebrity in the word of mouth in the Milky Way. Let's call it a big internet celebrity. At least now, his fame is no less than that of Captain Marvel, who is engaged in the internet celebrity industry. Captain Marvel has worked hard in the galaxy for so many years, saving one after another on the verge of destruction, but he still can't compare to Luo Bing's record. That man. But the man who scared away Thanos when he showed up. A character who defeated 2 generals in the Black Order with just one look. That's a real cosmic boss. All the above cognitions are the unanimous evaluations of the inhabitants of the Milky Way. And, ever since some gossip from nowhere confirmed that Captain Marvel and even the Star-Lord of the Guardians of Galaxy are also Earthlings, this small planet that has never been heard of has attracted everyone's attention in an instant. For a long time to come, I am afraid that Mr. Phil Coulson will be busy with the establishment of diplomatic relations between various planets. After Thanos left, especially after Supergiant and Corvus Glaive collapsed to the ground, Ebony Maw commanded the soldiers to board the ship quickly and flee. Nova Corps took advantage of the situation to pursue, pulled between each other. Although the Thanos Legion suffered heavy losses, it was also severely damaged, especially when the Heiyao General became the second Heiyao General, and 3 of them fell into Luo Bing's hands. Among them, Black Dwarf died on the spot. Corvus Glaive and Supergiant became prisoners and were held in the Nova Corps secret prison. Perhaps because of the victory of the war, Nova Supreme gave up and continued to accept the inheritance, sighed with relief, and looked at Luo Bing with a complex face. "Who the hell are you?" 33, she asked curiously. "Earthman," Luo Bing replied with a smile. Nova Supreme rolled his eyes and became a little more curious about the mysterious Earth in his heart. Although she had been preparing for inheritance before, but through the main body of the super-biological computer Nova, she also clearly saw everything that happened outside. After a beam of destruction, including the Thanos warship, broke through all the defenses of Xander Star, at that time, she panicked in her heart, thinking that Xander Star would be destroyed. Unexpectedly, everything happened so quickly, this handsome man in front of him directly took action to save or even reverse it all. "Thank you for your help. Xander will never forget the friendship of Earth." Nova Supreme didn't ask anything and looked at Luo Bing solemnly. "I think it will be safer to keep the power gems with you." At the same time, after part of Nova's carrier has been authorized by Nova, it has agreed to settle on Earth. In terms of 5.0 and scientific research and technology, I will rank a top Nova team. Help the Earth to build and develop together. Nova Supreme is very sincere and has provided a lot of free help to the Earth not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of materials. In fact, it is also a thank you. Luo Bing did not refuse. When the Nova carrier successfully settles on the Earth can also be directly connected to the cosmic internet, and then it is a real period of strong development. After all this was over, in order to prevent the Thanos army from returning, Luo Bing left his contact information on Xander, copying Captain Marvel's set. Afterwards, he temporarily imprisoned Corvus Glaive and Supergiant in his own divine space, and took Phil Coulson and his party directly back to Earth. One day later, Earth. The teleportation device across parallel universes has been developed. Tony too took a long sigh of relief. The life in another world has been very comfortable these days. He also met his deceased parents. He is very happy and satisfied, but he will leave sooner or later. The other world still has his wife and a daughter, and a large group of brothers awaited him. However, he and Luo Bing had an agreement before, and with the help of the big guys in this world, even if he came to his own world, those things could be solved perfectly. So Tony too is not in a hurry. He is still waiting for Luo Bing to get the 6th infinite gems, and when the 6 gems are gathered together, there is a greater hope to restore all that. At that time, even if the infinite gems in his world still haven't gathered, maybe he can borrow the power of the infinite gems in this world. And Luo Bing at the moment took Wanda on the road to find the last gem. No way. This clingy little sister-in-law couldn't get rid of it this time. According to Tonatuo's intelligence, the last gem is on Vomer star, Vormer, which is a remote and wild corner of the universe, and there is not even a living planet within 1,000 light years. If you don't rely on the cosmic star map, you basically can't reach that place. However, for Luo Bing, who owns the space gem, under the premise of knowing the clear coordinates, it is only a short roar suction time to reach that place. The space slowly opened like a water curtain, and Luo Bing and sister-in-law Wanda from Infinity Gauntlet walked out of the space tunnel. The 5 infinite gems sparkled. At the moment, it was very close to the perfection. Just one step away. This is Vomer star. It's so beautiful. Wanda looked around excitedly. This was her first time going out, and she was very happy. We are here to find gems, not to enjoy the scenery. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, looked at the active Wanda, and sighed. But I have to admit, the starry sky here is really beautiful. Looking around, there are aurora and nebula everywhere. It is a cosmic wonder. I didn't expect such a remote place to have such a scenery. I want to live here. Wanda sniffed. The air here was unexpectedly suitable for human survival. With oxygen, the gravity is similar to that of the Earth, and there is no discomfort. Luo Bing was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the last gem should be in a dangerous place in the universe, but the docile environment around him made him suspicious, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. Who? A wave of energy shot straight out of Luo Bing's hand, penetrating toward a raised rock. Boom! The rocks were blown into powder, and an ethereal red guy floated over from behind. Like a ghost, with his feet off the ground floating in the sky, the energy wave passed through his body without causing any damage. This guy. It seems that he is in a special state. He has no body, and naturally he can't hurt him. Jia, I've finally waited for you, young adventurer. I'm the keeper of the soul gem. Do you want it? 35. Follow me. The red death godlike phantom smiled strangely, and then the body floated towards the front. Is there any danger? Wanda looked at the back of Death God solemnly, frowning. Let's go up and have a look first. Luo Bing also had doubts in his mind. He always felt that this guy was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before, but now, regardless of whether the other party is real or not, he will follow up and talk about it. After walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Bing and Wanda, the phantom leader of the Death God, came to the edge of a cliff. Look there. The red figure turned around, showing a terrifying smile, staring at Luo Bing's Infinity Gauntlet with a bit of dread. Without the guy's prompting, Luo Bing could already see the hazy orange light in the mist under the cliff. It's really Soul Gem, Luo Bing nodded. Even his Infinity Gauntlet glowed faintly. It was the roar response between gems, and it couldn't be faked. Thank you, red guy. Luo Bing turned around and said thank you. No matter what the other party's purpose was, in general, this saved him a lot of trouble. Jia. It's useless. It won't be that simple. The red phantom smiled evilly, looking extremely strange. This is Soul Gem, yes, but there is nothing in the world that you get for nothing. If you want to take it away, you must pay a price. The red phantom continued to speak. His language seemed to affect the will of others, making people unable to help in between began to think. What price? Wanda asked curiously. She also discovered that the gem looked like it was in front of her eyes, but it was also like a mirage of mirror flowers, water, and moon, which could be seen but not touched, hazy and dreamy. For example, Killis Guardian. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and looked at the red phantom. But in my opinion, you should be dead long ago, right? The red phantom laughed twice. then nodded. Yes, I'm already a dead man, but my soul is imprisoned here by the soul gem, and there is only one way to get the soul gem. The Red Phantom didn't wait for Luo Bing and the two to continue to ask questions, and then said the rules. That is, in exchange for souls. How to change the law? Luo Bing frowned and asked. Sacrificing your love, the person you love the most in your life, and pushing her down for sacrifice, the soul gem will truly belong to you, the Red Phantom continued. Luo Bing was stunned. He had never heard Tony Do talk about this kind of thing. However, from the history he told, Luo Bing also recalled the way Thanos got gems and his daughter, who disappeared during that time. Maybe Thanos sacrificed his own daughter, and then Qian Li Zhao got the soul gem. So, that ruthless tyrant has love in his heart. Brother-in-law, now the question is, which sister do you love more? Wanda asked with a wink and a sneer. It seems that the situation has turned into a vicious ethical circle where the girlfriend and the mother both jump into the river and save which one will save first. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Wanda, I won't hide it from you now. In fact, I love you the most, so I can only try it with you first. Luo Bing smiled kindly, which made his sister-in-law look a little frightened. Wait, brother-in-law, this can't be done. There must be other ways. I'm still young. I don't want to die, Wanda yelled and took 2 steps back. To make fun of you, Luo Bing's face was dull. Speaking of the curse of gems. Unfortunately, Luo Bing happens to be immune to all curses. So, he doesn't need to make any choice or... It seems that you are not ready, so please come back. I hope you will make the right decision when you come again next time. I know. That day won't be too far. The Red Phantom continued to speak. There was no trace of flesh and blood on his face, only a skull. He was certain that the young adventurer would make that choice, and it was evident from the remaining 5 infinite gems in his hand that no man could resist the ambition of 6 gems. So, that day will not be too far away. He was about to be released from this endless guard duty. Wait, I remember. You look a lot like a guy on Earth named Red Skull, and there's a picture of him in the World War II museum. Red Ghost. Looks like you're the Red Skull, teleported by the space gem? Seeing the other party's reaction, Luo Bing instantly had a definition in his heart. Those are all history, and now I'm just an undead waiting to be liberated, Red Skull said. After waiting for a long time without the concept of time, he has gradually forgotten the past. From the moment he saw the space gem on the opponent's glove, 857 Red Skull guessed that he must have some connection with Earth. I should have brought Steve over to see you. The picture of old friends getting together must be very interesting. Luo Bing smiled, then walked slowly to the edge of the cliff. Steve? That guy. He's not dead. The Phantom, who had been calm all along, seemed to finally have a change in his mood, and his tone was a little exasperated. As the enemy of his life, the last thing he wanted to hear was that Steve was okay. It's not too late. He must be lying in a hospital bed waiting to die now. Hey, he's almost 100 years old, and sooner or later he'll die too, Red Skull sneered. Luo Bing didn't explain. He really has no interest in continuing to attack the founder of HYDRA, who is in a sad situation. He's already miserable enough. Look at the children who were buried and the clothes were tattered. If Red Skull at the moment knew what Luo Bing was thinking, he would have killed him desperately. But he doesn't have the ability to read minds. Wait for me here, I'll go down to retrieve that gem. Luo Bing stretched and instructed Wanda next to him. Look, Bifa, you don't understand what I mean. It's useless. Everything is in vain. I kindly remind you that the altar below has a mysterious power. Any life that falls on it will die, without exception. Red Skull floated freely. He does not want to see this young man die, which means that he will continue to be imprisoned here, waiting for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and even endless years. Oh, I can fly. It's not about flying or not. Hehe. Luo Bing didn't say anything. His figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! He broke through the layers of mist and came straight to the gem. All illusions and curses are ineffective against him. As soon as he raised his hand, he easily obtained the soul gem. Luo Bing returned to the place, took the orange gem between his hands, and looked at it in front of him. You? That's impossible. How could this be? Red Skull exclaimed in disbelief. Unfortunately, his cry did not last long and gradually dissipated as the gem was taken away. In the end, the soul flew away and there was no trace of it anymore. I got it. Luo Bing took a deep breath and felt a little nervous in his heart. Wanda, who was on the side, ran over immediately and urged the brother-in-law to try it on quickly. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rippled, and as the last gem was placed, the situation suddenly changed. Thunder roared, and a frenzy of infinite almighty power surged, crashing on Luo Bing's body. Immediately, the pores of his whole body began to relax, and an unimaginable force was freed between every cell and every molecule in him. His bangs were tossed around by the storm. A feeling of omniscience and omnipotence filled his heart. After a long time, the mutated space gradually returned to normal. Luo Bing glanced at his right hand, and the 6 infinite gems were shining brightly. It's so beautiful, Wanda stared at it all with envy. It's hard to explain to you. It's not a question of being pretty. Now I'm almost omnipotent, Luo Bing said. He could feel the enormous power of his body, which was so exaggerated that he felt a little heavy. It is not easy to manipulate the Infinity Gauntlet with its 6 gems. If it is an earthling, let alone use it as long as it is worn, it will be overwhelmed by the power of the thunder. If you want to snap your fingers, only those with great perseverance and will can do it. Although Infinity Gauntlet is good, the user also depends on the person. However, this level of physical load is acceptable to Luo Bing, and his immortal body is not so simple. Let's go, it's time to go home. Luo Bing said, his eyes glowed with divine light. He didn't do anything at all, just a move of his mind, and Wanda appeared in the Avengers building instantly. There are no fancy special effects, it just appears out of thin air. Complete the collection? A group of Avengers ran over and looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in Luo Bing's hand. On it, the 6 infinite gems are extremely bright. Yeah. Luo Bing nodded, clenched his fists, and the glove shone with electric light. Gudong. Little Spider-Man swallowed and reached out to touch it boldly, although he jumped twice in excitement. So we can snap our fingers now, little Spider-Man asked. We don't need to snap our fingers. Luo Bing's face was black. He glanced at Tony too. Tony too nodded at him. Wait for me for a few minutes, come back right away, Luo Bing said, then disappeared instantly. December 16th, 1991. Swish! Luo Bing crossed the long river of history and appeared in a quaint town in an instant. Today is the day the Howards were killed in a car accident. From the moment he collected all the gems, Luo Bing started his own rescue plan. Shichichi. A classic car that was about to be scrapped crashed into the corner of the alley, and thick black smoke rose from the engine. The brainwashed Winter Soldier is chasing after him. Snapped. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the power of omniscience and omnipotence crossed the river of time, instantly imprisoning this piece of time and space. Hi, Mr. Howard. Everything works in an orderly fashion, and time-space migration doesn't really modify history. In layman's terms, it is like copying all the data and attributes of a certain NPC from the original historical node, and then regenerating him at another node. The Infinity Gauntlet, which has gathered 6 infinite gems, is equivalent to a backdoor CMD. The so-called universe can be roughly regarded as a large-scale online game. Destroying life in the general universe with a snap of your fingers is akin to entering a line of code to clear 50% of the population. Comparing reality to a game, while absurd, is well understood. Luo Bing then went to a different time and space node and rescued Ben Parker, who was shot and killed. Then, after everything was done, he went to a special time and space alone. October 27th, 1996. That day was his birthday, the day he was found at the gate of the orphanage. Luo Bing never knew who his biological parents were, and he definitely was curious too. He didn't blame his parents for abandoning him, he just had some questions. Why? Is it because the family income cannot afford it? Or because of being chased? Have to protect yourself? Or is he just a burden borne by a foster junior or an unintentional product of a misguided student? Saying you don't care is a lie. Even Sky found her biological parents. Although the process was a bit bumpy, her parents were not good people, and they left her an official name of Daisy. However, too many people use this name. Luo Bing still likes to call Roar, and her name is Sky. Luo Bing was a little nervous. He hadn't been nervous for a long time. He walked quietly to the door of the orphanage, without using any supernatural powers or deliberately hiding his figure, just waiting for the arrival of 7:20. According to the dean, he found himself at the gate at 7:20 in the morning, and now it is 7:15. Only 5 minutes left. He will appear at the door of this orphanage. Birds were chirping on the willow tree beside, and the morning light was falling. It was the season of autumn. The bleak autumn wind was blowing on Luo Bing's face, making it a little chilly. These 5 minutes are really too long, so long that Luo Bing can run a full circle around the solar system. But he was still waiting patiently. After all, the confusion that had plagued him for many years was about to be resolved. At the moment when he was about to know the truth, Luo Bing's psychology was actually very complicated. He was a little overwhelmed, and he didn't even know what attitude to use to face his biological parents after a while. To blame? Not quite. He had a very good time in the orphanage. Everyone grew up in such an environment like him. Although he sometimes envies the children outside the orphanage, he just thinks about it and accepts his fate. Nothing to be hypocritical. Although he said that, he still wanted to see. Even if you just watch quietly and don't recognize your biological parents, it's fine. Time passed quietly, and soon the last minute was approaching. Luo Bing's mental perception shrouded, and his brows furrowed deeply. He could feel that the dean had walked out of the courtyard and was about to come to the gate, but his biological parents and himself did not appear at all. In his perception, there are only a few street cleaners within a 500-meter radius. Maybe I was abandoned in a trash can? The cleaners sent me to the door of the orphanage. Luo Bing frowned, thinking of countless possibilities. But he didn't find that young self in the trash can. Seeing the dean approaching the door step by step, and the self at the door has not yet appeared, Luo Bing's doubts became heavier. For now, there is only one conclusion. Either he appeared out of thin air, or the dean deceived him. The dean had no reason to deceive him at all. Dong dong dong. The sound of the dean's footsteps was getting closer and clearer. Luo Bing frowned and glanced at his watch. The time on it was already counting down. Perhaps the dean was old and remembered the wrong time? However, at the moment Luo Bing looked down at his watch, the sudden cry of a baby startled him and caught his attention. Wow. A small doll placed in the baby basket stared wide-eyed and shouted unpleasantly, and the restless little feet constantly kicked and kicked, as if telling their own experience. For flowers, 0. Luo Bing. Where did it come from? Where did I come from? Squeak. The courtyard door was gently pushed open, and the dean in the courtyard seemed to be attracted by the cry of the baby, and opened the door suspiciously. What a beautiful little doll, ugh. Looks like it's been abandoned again. During this time, the dean accepted a lot of abandoned children, and the children who appeared at the gate of the orphanage were basically placed here secretly. The current parents are really irresponsible, and they have suffered for this child. The dean looked at the little baby in the basket with kind eyes and sighed. You look so good, little guy. What's your name? Let's call it Luo Bing. Luo Bing. Robin. When I grow up I can use this name again, and I won't be bullied. Luo Bing looked at this scene dumbfounded, with 3 question marks on his forehead. Who I am? Why am I there? Where am I from? What the hell just appeared there all of a sudden? Is it really out of nowhere? Luo Bing was extremely speechless. He moved the time pointer and read it carefully again. OM. A book broke through the void, dropped a baby, and quickly slipped away. I am so special. It's that book. Supreme Space Magic Book. Traffickers. This guy turned out to be a personal trafficker. Don't try to run. Luo Bing instantly turned into a streamer and chased after the space node that had disappeared. Zizi. Not long after he left, another stream of light came out of the sky and directly hit the baby in the dean's arms. What? The dean looked around in confusion, scratching his forehead in confusion. Ding! The system has been bound, the energy left is insufficient, and it falls into a deep sleep state. Countdown to be activated. Wow. Xiao Luo Bing was startled and started to cry again. He hates the sound. Once again, started and time and space passed rapidly in front of Luo Bing. He didn't know how long he chased, how far he chased, and he even discovered several unknown worlds along the way. It's a pity, he still didn't catch the book. It seems that the other party does not want to be chased by him this time, at least not now. A journey to explore life. Luo Bing was completely stunned to explore. He always thought that he was a normal, ordinary earthling, but now it seems that he is not, from the beginning. Then, he had a lot of conjectures. Why was he brought to this time and space by the space magic book? It should not have been involved inadvertently, because the baby's body could not bear the tearing force of the time-space tunnel at all. During the process, the space magic book should have been protecting him. But why 857? Who are your biological parents? Is it a book? Absolutely impossible. How could it be a book? Does it have reproductive organs? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Luo Bing thought that he was already omnipotent after gathering 6 infinite gems, but he didn't expect to catch the tail of the book. It should come from a higher plane, at least more exaggerated than this universe. After understanding this, Luo Bing carefully looked inward to his unknown system. In Luo Bing's view, this guy should also be a product of a high-level plane. At least he doesn't understand any operating principles of the system at all, and it feels very unreasonable. It should have something to do with that book. Afterwards, Luo Bing went to level 1 of system activation in 2008. Luo Bing still clearly remembers that day he thought he had auditory hallucinations, more like a split personality, and even went to the hospital to check his ears and cranial nerves. The doctor gave the result that everything is normal. Hearing that he seems to have some tinnitus signs, it is recommended that he take more Luo Dihuang pills. Pay attention to moderation on weekdays. Although it is said that the craftsmanship handed down by the ancestors should not be lost, it should not be so frequent. At that time, Luo Bing didn't understand what the doctor was talking about, and he didn't think much about it at all. Looking back now, it was so obvious that he was driving. I remember the first ability I got at that time was Wang Kai's unique peeing position with one leg standing upright. Luo Bing's face darkened instantly. With such mentally retarded skills, he doesn't even have the motivation to upgrade, and he didn't even think about it. Back in the day, because Luo Bing at the moment had a clear judgment and ability to think, so Luo Bing did not show up and observed everything in the way of existence in the divine power space. On the street. Walking on the road. With a buzzing sound, Luo Bing felt a little dizzy at that time and leaned down while leaning on a telephone pole. It's so abrupt. The system is awakening. I looked at 2 or 3 sides repeatedly, but I couldn't see why. Luo Bing was a little depressed and then gave up. It seems that the snakeskin operations of these high-level planes are still not fully understood by his current realm. Then don't want to. Time to go back. Luo Bing sighed, and the whole person pushed the infinity gauntlet again, returning to the normal timeline. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Before Tony Tu finished speaking, Luo Bing, who was in front of the meeting, suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared again, flickering in place. Well, I'm fine. No matter how long it has passed in the long river of time, at the moment of returning to the original timeline, for the people around, it will not feel any difference. So soon. Tony Tu was a little ashamed. He had been immune to Luo Bing's elusive ways in this world these days, but he still felt a little helpless. But now, Tonituo's armor has been upgraded again in this world. The teleport belt contributed by Deadpool has a lot of credit. Although he didn't voluntarily contribute, but who cares, Luo Bing also gave him a better one, an upgrade that doesn't have to worry about the separation of the body due to failure at any time. But the other party's expression does not seem to be very happy, as if a lot of fun has been lost because of this. To be frank, Luo Bing doesn't know this kind of people very well. In his opinion, life is good and death is not suitable for him at all. Let's go. Luo Bing looked at Tony Tu, took off his infinity gauntlet, and threw it back into the Shui space. Since the matter involves parallel universes, Luo Bing at the moment does not intend to take anyone from this universe to the past. Except for little Spider-Man, who felt a little pity. Everyone else had no opinion. Not everyone can accept that there is a unique self in another universe, and it feels very uncomfortable. The tide of time and space is almost ready. Jean and Tu are quietly guarding in the operating room. The female Dr. Octopus looks at her finished product eagerly and looks at Luo Bing. There are a few suspicions of taking credit. Although they are controlled by their thinking, this will not affect their original wisdom and way of thinking, but will become stronger. Let's go. Tony too took a deep breath of roar and followed Luo Bing. I don't like saying goodbye very much. Maybe we'll meet again later. Tony too waved at the crowd, especially in the direction of his parents. Howard Stark knew that his son in another world was going to leave and came here specially to say goodbye. I hope your world also has a perfect ending. Tony patted Tony too on the shoulder. The two looked at each other, although they often quarreled with each other and couldn't see each other, but at the moment there was a sense of sympathy. After all, he was in another parallel world, and Tony's feelings in his heart were even more complicated. I hope to complete the 5.0 beauty as much as possible, but I don't admit that that is the end. The story will always continue. When I read fairy tales, I often think that at the end of the story, the prince and princess live happily ever after. Together, the perfect ending. And then, when the story stops and the author draws the end, what will the world of the story be like? Will it collapse? Or will it remain in that moment forever? Tony too asked with a smile. You know that kind of thing. Luo Bing smiled, patted Tony too on the shoulder, and waved to the partner behind him. The two gradually disappeared in front of the space-time plagiarism. Rumble, rumble. The Avengers Tower is shaking. No one knows what the reason is. The location of the time and space tides is already planned. Where you go in will definitely come out from there. When Luo Bing and Tony walked out of the two and walked out of the mist-shrouded space-time plagiarism, he was a little surprised by the desolation in front of him. Maybe it's not time to call Roar Tony too. He's the one and only Tony Stark in this plane. What happened to my Avengers building? Luo Bing looked around in surprise. There was no trace of the original Avengers building, and now it is still under construction, and it seems that a new building will be rebuilt. Sold by me, it's a bit complicated to say. This old guy hasn't used much since he moved to a new home. The main reason is that it's too conspicuous here. You know, this is the city center. Any criminal with a brain can easily sneak in. Tony scratched his head and said, I thought you were short of money, Luo Bing teased with a smile. Tony rolled his eyes, glanced at the time, frowned, and said, There's still a minute before our action. Where are the new coordinates? Luo Bing asked. The old place, Tricurved Wing, has been acquired by me since S.H.I.E.L.D14 disintegrated, Tony said solemnly. It seems that a lot of things have happened. Luo Bing smiled. He could already feel it right from the desolate population outside the street. Tony nodded. Then the two looked at each other and disappeared instantly. Tony twisted the switch of the teleport belt. Generally speaking, the teleport belt could not teleport so far away. It was not a technical problem, but the consumption of space gems was too terrifying. However, now Tony is also a local tyrant. He brought a lot of space gems from Luo Bing's hometown, and he used nanotechnology to store them. If there is no loss in other directions, these space gems are enough for him to use for hundreds of years. Swish! Swish! The two came to the headquarters building at the same time, lying outside the window, watching everything in front of them. Inside headquarters, there is another Tony, but they are counting down the shuttle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swah! Pulled by huge amounts of quantum waves, the Avengers in neat white combat armor disappeared into the building. If there is no accident, they will be back in 5 seconds. Tony at the moment no longer concealed. He walked to the device with Luo Bing, quietly waiting for the return of his teammates. At the moment, Luo Bing's eyes were very solemn, and he seemed to be suspicious of life. Tony had never seen such an unsteady look in his eyes, which made his whole body stand on end, and immediately asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" His heart tightened. Right. He can go to another parallel world by mistake, and it is difficult to guarantee that his teammates will not have the same accident as him. "No, I'm just wondering. That fat guy just now, really, Thor?" Luo Bing's strange face, Thor, who looks like a dead fat house. It's really unbearable to look directly at him. "Tony, you've been studying this for a long time." Tony rolled his eyes, and before he could speak, the device lit up again. SHHHHH. A group of space-time collectors returned to headquarters, but at the same time there was one less person in the crowd. "And one more?" Steve looked at Luo Bing inexplicably and asked curiously, "Who is he?" "I have to say that Captain Mo Gangxi's hairstyle looks more aggressive." At the same time, he seems to have copied Thor's previous style and also has a mustache. Everyone has more or less changes, with a bit of vicissitudes on their faces. The most notable are Banner and Thor, both of which have become fat. Thor is fat. And Dr. Banner seems to be half-hulkied, and the whole person seems nondescript. Among the group, there is also a man and woman that Luo Bing does not know, probably Ant-Man Scott Lang and Thanos' adopted daughter Nebula. Thanos' adopted daughters were all miserable. One was sacrificed, and the other was rehabilitated. I heard Tony say that she is now her own. "Tony, what happened? Why didn't you arrive at the same place as us?" Steve looked at Tony, whose battle suit had changed, and the handsome young man beside him, vaguely guessing something was wrong. "The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Are you all right?" Tony glanced nervously at the crowd, then frowned. "What about Natasha Romanoff?" Hearing this, Hawkeye on the side lowered his head, his eyes flushed. Seeing his expression, everyone seemed to realize something instantly. Right? In this dangerous journey of time and space, everyone is mentally prepared to sacrifice. I just didn't expect, when this moment really happened, my heart would still be so uncomfortable. Damn it. What's wrong, Barton? Tony clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Tony Stark is a very conceited person, and he is also a person who attaches great importance to friendship. In the long-term relationship, the Avengers are like a group of brothers and sisters, and it is difficult for him to lose any 857 It's because of Soul Gem. Luo Bing noticed the black box in Barton's hand and frowned. A young man's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Big guy." Tony calmed down and looked at the backbone. In another world, he has developed a good habit of asking the boss about everything. No way. Luo Bing's omnipotent image is really impressive. It's a curse. Souls are exchanged for souls. Only by sacrificing one's closest relatives can one get the soul gem. That's what Thanos did, Luo Bing said. Nebula's eyelids trembled and he didn't speak. The one who should have died should be me. Barton smashed to the ground, his teeth biting his lip, and he was very emotional. Is there a way to revive Natasha Romanoff? Big guy? Tony's hopeful gaze turned to Luo Bing. The captain and others on the side were stunned at the same time. If they didn't know Tony very well, they would have encountered a fake. Big guy? Is it possible that the name Roar came out of Tony's mouth? Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Bing beside Tony. Everyone is still confused about his identity. Hearing the word resurrection, everyone was shocked. Their original purpose was to get 6 infinite gems and then revive teammates and relatives who were dissipated by Thanos snapping his fingers. Although something went wrong now, the 6 infinite gems were collected again with the help of the captain. I have to say that Steve has always been a trustworthy person. Although his combat power is not high, he can always accomplish his tasks by miraculous means. This is Steve, a symbol of an era. From conventional means, the soul has been sacrificed, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Even if you snap your fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet now, it won't help, Luo Bing said. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and froze in place. Only Tony remained calm, and from the boss's words, he could hear another meaning. What if you use unconventional means? Tony Stark looked at Luo Bing with anticipation. In his mind, unconventional snakeskin operation was Luo Bing's daily operation. That's easy, just reverse the time and space, and take away Natasha Romanoff from that time period. Luo Bing replied, and his expression was very relaxed from beginning to end. After all, he has done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Time paradox? The green-skinned Banner frowned, with suspicion in his eyes. Doctor, I don't think what I said has anything to do with science at all. Luo Bing shrugged and looked up at the new base's furnishings. The space is really bigger, but apart from the Avengers, not even a single staff member has seen it. The world has really suffered an unimaginable disaster. Who? Who is he? Thor looked at Luo Bing with a strange expression on his face. With his arrogant character, it is difficult for anyone to get into his eyes and get his approval, but Thor at the moment has no reason to think that this handsome young man in front of him is very pleasing to the eye. Although he looks a little immature from the outside. But there's always a strange sense of security. How is this going? When he saw the indifferent expression of the boss Luo Bing, Tony was completely relieved, glanced at the fat house Thor, smiled teasingly, and said, "Whether you believe it or not, he is your sister from another world." Husband. Thor, what? As if the air was instantly silent, everyone looked at Tony Stark with frowns, full of doubts in their minds. This joke, it's not funny at all, Thor thought of his own sister. That is the existence of one-handed that can crush his own Meow hammer. If he hadn't used a special method, he wouldn't have been able to kill that crazy woman. That's the woman who appears as a symbol of Ragnarok. I'm not kidding you, it's true, Tony shrugged. In another world, you call Mr. Luo Bing your brother-in-law. After Tony finished a sentence, the atmosphere at the scene became strange and awkward again. Only Banner understood something and scratched his head. Parallel space? It should be said that it is a parallel universe. I accidentally got involved in a parallel universe, and Luo Bing, the leader of the Avengers in that universe, definitely. After you have been to that universe, you will know that we are now what a failure. Tony sighed, stating the truth. Everyone was digesting the amazing news from Tony. Only Scott twitched his head and said, "Cool." Immediately afterwards, he looked at Luo Bing and asked excitedly, "Mr. Luo Bing, in your world, I should be very famous. How is it? How are my figures and comic sales?" Like little Spider-Man Deadpool. This thing is also a living treasure. Although he is already a father, his behavior is still childish. Luo Bing scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I'm sorry. I haven't heard of you. But Dr. Pym, I know it may be due to the butterfly effect in my world and no Ant-Man." Hearing this, Stark immediately drooped his face, very depressed. Hey, this is at least a good thing, superhero or something, but it's not that easy. I think everyone should have a deep understanding of it. Luo Bing stepped forward, patted Stecco on the shoulder, and comforted with a smile. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After some conversation, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Everyone was fascinated by Tony's story in another world. Here the Great War in New York, here the plague in Queens, here the Avengers set up, here Thanos flee. After seeing the brand new Earth orbit defense and planetary transformation technology in another world, everyone's hearts are stunned. Familiar plot, completely different reversal. Luo Bing's gang of Avengers did their best and did everything they didn't. This feeling, Tony is very clear, at that time he had this sense of gap every day. It is estimated that they will take a while to digest. A mortal body can't bear the power of gems. Leave it to me. I'm familiar with this thing, Luo Bing said, taking out the golden infinity gauntlet from the Shui space. This thing. Everyone is so rude. Thanos snapped his fingers with this thing. Half of the universe perished. Boss, can the infinite gems in your world still be used? Tony asked curiously. It seems not very good. Luo Bing frowned, but this was also in his expectation. This is equivalent to taking the sword of the previous dynasty and beheading the officials of this dynasty. Qianli Zhao, although infinite gems are still infinite gems, they are not very common in the entire universe. Like keys, there are many similarities, but there is only one that applies to the entire universe. Use the gloves I made. I prepared them earlier, Tony said, walking towards the lab with the big guy. Nebula's pace was a little slower, but at this time everyone's attention was not on her. they were all attracted by Luo Bing, the boss of the parallel universe. Taking advantage of the opportunity to be single, Nebula smiled disdainfully, then turned on the time-space shuttle device button and silently followed behind the Avengers and walked towards the laboratory. This nebula is not another nebula. It has been dropped, but no one has noticed or noticed. As for Luo Bing, he was unfamiliar with nebula, and naturally it was even less likely that he would discover this or... Just as the big guys talked to each other and embedded the infinite gems on the steel gloves one by one, a dark quadrant, main ship that was infinitely reduced by PIM particles flew out of the time-space shuttle device. And then the glass flew into the sky and disappeared. And all this no one noticed, even Luo Bing, because he was attracted by the Infinity Gauntlet, didn't notice it at all. On the main ship of the Dark Quadrant, another nebula was firmly imprisoned on the ground, unable to move. She never imagined that hesitation is the reason why she is half human and half machine. When she traveled through time and space and returned to the past, all her memories were shared by another nebula. And because of this, Thanos learns about everything that happens in the future, including his head being chopped off by Thor Torliso. At the moment, Thanos has a little sadness in his heart. His plan was successful, his destiny has been completed, but he didn't expect it to end like this. For the first time, Thanos felt that it was unfair. Even the way he killed half of the life in the universe was completely random. In other words, it was fair. It's a pity, in the end, I ended up like that. It was a very strange feeling. He lost everything, even betrayed and separated, and finally fulfilled his destiny and saved the universe. But all these efforts did not usher in a little gratitude, but hatred. Similarly, the flames of anger are rising in Thanos' heart. He is tired of all this and is completely disappointed with the creatures of this universe. He doesn't want to play that kind of hide-and-seek game. Since this universe is not worth saving, then destroy it. A new destiny appeared in Thanos' brain. That's right, he's going to destroy this broken universe and create a brand new one that everyone knows to be grateful for. Inside the Avengers' secret base. Sits easy. Luo Bing's body was covered with a wonderful electric light, and his blood vessels became slightly red due to the injection of this power. Energy flowed through his body, and it was not the first time he had experienced this feeling. Good workmanship, Tony, but the ability of this glove is still not as good as Dwarf's workmanship. It is estimated that it will be scrapped after one use. I haven't tried to revive half of the life in the universe. You stay away. Be careful, Shockwave. Luo Bing said. Roar took a deep breath and waved his hands around. Be careful, Tony urged, and then the group gradually stepped back. If you want to revive half of the people in the universe, the ability to carry this power is no joke. After accurate calculation, even if Hulk uses this glove, there is a great danger to his life. Not to mention humans. In the original plan, Captain Marvel was a good choice, because her ability and infinite gems can be said to have the same origin. But at this juncture, Surprise is not on Earth, and they can't wait that long. It's been 5 years. 5 years have passed. That was too long. For a long time, they couldn't wait to see that scene. The picture of the family reunion. Get ready, Luo Bing said, and Roar took a deep breath. Afterwards, his whole body radiated divine light, and the 6 infinite gems shot out a dazzling ray of light. Sits easy. The violent energy condensed on Luo Bing's body, which was a precursor to mobilizing 6 infinite gems. Under the shroud of the divine light, Luo Bing's body involuntarily floated up in the air. His eyes had no pupils at all, only the dazzling divine light was left. The broken hair fluttered in the wind, and the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence shrouded again. His whole soul snapped. With the crisp snap of fingers, a visible shock wave rippled away and blew everything up. Even Tony and the others who had retreated far away were also thrown to the ground by this shock wave. But fortunately, the shockwave caused by this divine power was not as dangerous as imagined. After one snap of fingers, the steel glove was completely scrapped, and the 6 infinite gems on it instantly dimmed. Even if the skills require CD cooldown, Infinite Gems also needs a short rest period after such a powerful burst of energy in an instant. This world is not too long, just 10 minutes. Are you okay? Tony asked nervously. Luo Bing waved his hand, except for the swelling and soreness of his right arm. He didn't feel any discomfort, but the clothes on his arm burst open and became a half sleeve. Besides, not even a single wound was left on his arm. The potential of the Wushu immortal body was stronger than he imagined. Great, so, did we do it? Hawkeye asked anxiously and flustered. Everyone looked at each other with the same anxiety in their hearts. Since half of life in the universe is wiped out with a snap of your fingers, the Infinity Gauntlet could theoretically pull those people back as well. But this is just a theory. No one knows the principle of the Infinity Gauntlet, nor how powerful his power is. After all, resurrection is much harder than murder. The steel gloves had been scrapped, and the green smoke was sizzling. Luo Bing took it off and frowned. Maybe. Since it was his first attempt, he was also a little uncertain. However, at this moment, Hawkeye's mobile phone buzzed and vibrated on the desktop. The incoming call on the LCD screen is a character that has not appeared in 5 years. His wife. Barton took the phone trembling slightly and pressed the answer button. Barton, it's me. What happened? At this moment, the string in everyone's heart was completely sent down. Came back. All are back. In the streets and alleys, people who turned into flying smoke out of thin air once again appeared out of thin air. This scene shows all corners of the universe. All the dead have returned to their former state. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, everyone couldn't help but be ecstatic. Awesome! Tony threw his fist powerfully and hugged the captain beside him tightly. They were so excited and their efforts were not in vain. Wait. Luo Bing interrupted everyone's carnival and frowned abruptly. Although his beast instinct has disappeared, but his perception is clearly aware that at the moment a huge energy is rushing towards the direction of everyone. A dark red energy beam fell directly above the base. That is the destruction beam of the main ship in the Dark Quadrant. You must know that the dozen layers of defense circle of Xanderstar were destroyed by the beam of the Dark Quadrant entering the group array. Although it is only a main ship now, it has no power. It was so exaggerated last time, but it was enough. At the moment when the destruction beam has not approached the surface, the buildings below have already begun to collapse, and the heat wave is constantly spreading around. Only a sound of piercing tinnitus was heard, and dozens of miles around the entire base had been turned into ruins. Simply and neatly. Without a trace of sloppiness, the life in this area is directly wiped out. On the top of the mountain, several kilometers away, Luo Bing evacuated to this place with the people inside the base safe and sound. His speed is very fast, and it only takes 0.001 blink of an eye to completely avoid all these injuries. However, even if he had an iron head, he did not have the idea of confronting the beam of destruction head-on. Above the head, the main ship of Wuyao began to split, and a large number of soldiers of alien beasts swept in, suddenly overwhelming. That's Thanos' Legion. Thanos. How could he be here? He has already been killed by me. Thor looked up at the top of his head in confusion, his eyes very solemn. I'm afraid this is the result of our playing with time. Dr. Banner tore up his shirt, took off his doctor's glasses, and shouted to the sky, trying to regain the fierce feeling of Hulk. All right, then kill him again, Thor said, holding the storm hammer in one hand and the meow hammer in the other, and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and charged directly in the direction of Thanos. Although he had been decadent for 5 years, the power of Odin still enveloped Thor's body, and now he is full of fighting spirit. It's time to settle the original grievance, Boss Luo Bing. If it's not an emergency, I hope you don't intervene. This is our revenge. Tony looked at Luo Bing seriously. At this moment, the steel battle suit was replaced with a new energy source from Otherworld, and the owner of the teleport belt was full of confidence. Every Avenger is holding a breath in their hearts, and now, the arrival of Thanos has made them even more full of morale, which is not willful and ironclad. Without Infinity Gauntlet's Thanos, where would a powerful robber go? They are not afraid. Okay, Luo Bing nodded at the Avengers beside him, respecting their opinions. Swish, Thor teleported directly to the front battlefield with the captain and Barton. Luo Bing frowned and threw the scrapped Infinity Gauntlet to Scott. This thing was half-used, and it might have a special reaction with the other pair if it stayed in the Shui space. Moreover, this thing has to be returned, otherwise it will trigger the tide of time and space, and it is the best choice to hand it over to Ant-Man. Get smaller, find a place to hide. I'll go to the front to supervise the battle, Luo Bing said, and instantly disappeared in front of Ant-Man and Nebula. I want to fight too. Scott looked at the battlefield, his eyes lit up. Boom! Thanos punched Thor, who was charging over, with a heavy punch, knocking him down hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, Scott immediately retracted his attention. Safeguarding infinite gems matters. Safeguarding infinite gems matters. Thinking took out 2 flying darts from his belt, put one on his waist, and threw the other to Nebula. There is a big boss to supervise the battle. It's okay, we become small and hide. Okay, Nebula nodded and smiled. Scott was stunned and scratched his head, so you can laugh too. On the side, Nebula's smile became even more intense. Bah! Thor spit out the ash in his mouth, and his whole person was a little depressed. He was actually punched hundreds of meters away by Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet and felt like his bones were about to break. So strong? Could it be that I have become weaker in the past 5 years? Thor was a little suspicious of life, but when he saw that Tony, who was constantly teleporting, was also thrown hundreds of meters away without reacting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't look like I'm too weak. The opponent is too strong. The Titans are indeed one of the strongest races in the universe. For flowers, 0. Thor got up from the ground, and his 300-pound body stood up on the ground. Wait. Captain He fights back and forth with Thanos. Thor looked dumbfounded, and in the next instant, Steve roared and the Meow Hammer flew directly into his hands, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. Meow Meow Hammer. Now is not the time to sigh. Thor carried the thunderstorm axe and rushed towards the army of hundreds of millions, while Tony looked at the battleship in front of him that was constantly emitting laser destruction beams, and rushed forward without hesitation. Clinging. Steve and Thanos fought back and forth. He seems to be able to talk to anyone for a short while. Yes, just for a short time. Thanos was holding a double-edged sword, and when he was serious, Steve couldn't hold on for long. His vibranium shield was smashed into small pieces, and the whole person was thrown far behind. The situation is very unfavorable for the current Avengers, whether it is in terms of numbers or in terms of strength. After all, Hulk lost its original power. At the moment, he was surrounded by a large army of alien beasts, and he was wrapped into a zonzi. Luo Bing frowned and was about to intervene in the war, but stopped immediately. Chi. A flaming circle spread all around. It's strange, he's finally here. Not just strange. Avengers Army. Spider-Man. Guardians of Galaxy. Black Panther Legion. Magician Holy Place, Wanda. Looking ahead, all the superheroes will appear at the moment. A stream of light flashed, and Little Pepper in rescue armor stood side by side with Tony, releasing laser beams in both hands, attacking in all directions back to back. Luo Bing's divine power slowly faded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a grand scene. Boom, 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 the warships in the sky are constantly firing beams of destruction. This beam does not distinguish between enemy and foe. At the moment, Thanos has given the commander the right to fire infinitely. What? The roar spread throughout the entire battlefield. Not only the alien beasts and insects were blown to powder by the destruction beam, but even a large number of Wakanda legions were not spared. Chi. Tony fired an energy cannon in his hand, but unfortunately his attack power was like a tickling for a huge warship, and it didn't have any effect at all. It has to be resolved from within. Strange floated to Tony's side. He had used a lot of space magic. At the moment, he had lost 99% of his body's magic power, and his combat ability was minimal. Without the blueprint, teleporting in will get stuck in the wall, which is not a good idea. Tony frowned, then looked at the battlefield on the ground. Hulk, Captain, Thor, 857, and other heroes besieged Thanos. It looks like the situation has been de-escalated for now. The problem now is this big guy. Big Boss. Tony knew that this was no child's play. It was not his right to sacrifice his own soldiers for revenge, so he shouted towards Luo Bing in the distance. Understood. Luo Bing nodded slightly. His whole body turned into a ray of light, and when he was about to fly to his destination, a golden Susa giant with a distance of several thousand meters suddenly appeared. Susanu's ultimate body. A pair of golden wings fluttered, and in an instant the golden giant traversed the entire dark quadrant of the main ship. The giant sword in his hand was sheathed, and with a dazzling explosion, the whole was gradually divided into two from the middle part. And then a splendid flower exploded in the air. Spark. Strange. Where did you get such strong reinforcements? Another universe. Tony Stark smiled mysteriously, turned and charged towards the army below. In another battlefield, Thanos frowned as he glanced at the main ship that had completely turned to ashes above his head, and then at the golden-armored giant thousands of meters tall in the sky, frowning. Don't be distracted. UB******************. D. Star-Lord shot tail flames from the soles of his feet, turning his whole body into a streamer, raising the technology gun in his hand and shooting towards the Nospi. Thanos raised his hand to block. The metal gauntlet blocked most of the attacks, but there were still many laser beams falling on him, leaving trails of black smoke on his dark purple skin. However, this kind of attack is only a pain in the flesh for Thanos. The body of the Eternal Family has given him a long life and endurance. The speed of his cell division is unimaginable, and the injury is almost healed in an instant. Caught you. Thor fell from the sky, aiming at the neutral space behind Thanos, and the thunderstorm axe slammed down with great force. This blow is unstoppable. Cling. Huge amounts of double-edged swords traversed from an incredible angle, deftly resisting Thor's storm thunder axe. As a cosmic overlord, Thanos' fighting ability is the best in the entire universe, and when he enters the battlefield, he is a god of killing. With 1-on-6, Thanos not only did not fall down, but instead became more and more courageous, with a faint illusion that his combat power increased sharply when Hulk was angry. Go to hell. Another thunderous attack smashed toward Steve, who was attacking from the side. The captain quickly raised his shield to block, but the omnipotent vibranium shield at the moment failed to block the enemy's attack for the first time. Crack. Like a piece of scrap iron, the captain was stunned for a moment. His heart was cold, and then the whole person was kicked open with a strong kick, and a string of blood spit out from his mouth. He has 7 ribs. Captain. Falcon quickly flew darts to Steve's side, cleaning up the bloody bugs around him. I'm fine. Steve rose stiffly from the ground, and as a warrior, he wouldn't allow him to fall. He can still fight. He can still play day and night. The situation gradually became worse. Thanos was rough and fleshy. The Avengers attacked him without pain or itching, and if his fists and feet landed on the Avengers' most human bodies, they would be seriously injured and half dead. And this guy seems to never run out of strength. The more he fights, the more he fights. His helmet at the moment has been destroyed, and the bloody Thanos looks really terrifying. While Tony was helping the Wakanda court to relieve the pressure, this army of hundreds of millions of alien beasts was also a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Just at the moment, a bolide rushed down through the atmosphere, and the punch of divine power was directed at Luo Bing, who opened Suzuo wide in the sky. Is amazement. At the moment, she seems to have misunderstood Luo Bing as an enemy. After all, the kilometer-tall Susa giant doesn't look like a good person. Surprisingly powerful fist with destructive energy directly pierced a hole in Luo Bing's wings. This ****ch is too tiger. She came from tens of thousands of light years. This punch carries tens of thousands of light, the momentum of the annual speed strengthening. There is a traitor among us. Luo Bing's face was black. His divine power swept over, and his wings condensed out again. Susanu's defense is very exaggerated, and it can be seen that Captain Marvel at the moment is also very uncomfortable. Originally, her face was expressionless and full of light, but at the moment was secretly smacking her tongue, subconsciously turning red. His fist was hidden behind him. "That's my own, ma'am, Thor's brother-in-law." Tony yelled at the sky, ashamed. Thor on the side was almost distracted and found a chance by Thanos. But that's the case. In that instant, Thanos also opened a gap, pulling Thor's double-edged sword and slashing directly at Star-Lord, who couldn't dodge. Whoosh! The tree man stretched out two tentacles and dragged Star-Lord away from the center of the battlefield in an instant. "Damn, your father-in-law is so fierce." A talking little raccoon loaded the bullet of the submachine gun in his hand, which was taller than it and looked very funny. He loaded the bullets, as if playing a zombie game. The bang 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 energy beam shot towards the forehead of the 5.0 alien army on all sides. "Yo-hoo, this is definitely a full-point operation." "I'm Groot." The Treant let go of Star-Lord and carefully restrained his trousers with branches. "I'm sorry, boy," Captain Marvel said coolly to Luo Bing, and then turned into a streamer and charged directly towards Thanos. "Boy." Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Boom. Smoke lingered, and a crater was instantly smashed out of the ground. Hit. Surprise floated back into the air again, with divine light in his eyes, scanning the direction of Thanos in the smoke. However, at the moment, a giant fell from the sky. It was Stecco. At the moment, he looked a little embarrassed, and the whole battle suit was smoking black. "Nebula stole the infinite gems. Stop her." 35. The news brought by Ant-Man resounded in everyone's mind like thunder. Before most people thought about what happened in the current situation, they saw that the smoke gradually dissipated, and Thanos, who wore 6 infinite gems, slowly appeared in front of everyone. Shock. Thanos. Infinity Gauntlet. When the two nouns are combined, an incredible effect occurs. The GG raccoon threw away the technology gun in his hand, took out a stick from his pocket, pressed a button, and the white flag instantly bounced out like magic. Oops. Oh wow. Luo Bing stumbled and landed on the ground from the air. He glanced at Ant-Man, then at Nebula, who was then surrounded by smoke. He covered his face involuntarily. Overturned. Surprised coldly snorted. This girl is used to being reckless, and very few people in the universe have been able to stop her. In other words, she has no idea of the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. She rushed towards Thanos with a swish, and was knocked out by Thanos at twice the speed. Strength. 14, I feel. What a wonderful thing, ha ha ha. Thanos laughed frantically, patted Nebula's head gently, and then the space gem flashed light and sent her to safety. He's been hit. Is he going to snap his fingers again? Little Spider-Man's eyes were red. At the moment he had turned on the one-shot kill mode, and a large number of bugs and beasts fell beside him, forming a pile of hill. "Stop him!" Tony shouted, not caring about the beast legions around him. Under his leadership, everyone rushed in the direction of Thanos. "You missed the game. You must get the infinite gems back, or it will all happen again." However, at the moment Thanos didn't want to waste a little time at all. He skillfully controlled each gem. The space gem solidified everything, and the power gem spread. After a dazzling shockwave, everyone was knocked hundreds of meters away, spitting blood, and the surprise on the side became neighbors. Then, flowing smoothly, a large amount of HP Heavenly Potion constantly condensed from Luo Bing's body, and then flew in front of everyone one by one. Gudong gudong. After drinking a bottle of HP potion, everyone revived with blood again, looked at Luo Bing, and then looked at Thanos, who was full of curiosity in the distance, and clenched his fists. "I haven't had time to introduce myself yet. My name is Luo Bing, from a parallel universe," Luo Bing said. "Is this a last word?" the little raccoon asked with a dark face. Although everyone had already noticed the dazzling Luo Bing, but because of the urgency of the battle, at the moment, everyone knew his name and origin for the first time. "Speak well, little squirrel." Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and glanced at Rocket Raccoon next to him. "Squirrel. Wait, he is talking about me. The raccoon froze in place for a while, looking very cute. Big guy, he got the Infinity Gauntlet. Tony gritted his teeth secretly, looking at Thanos on the opposite side. At the moment, Thanos also listened to each other's conversation with great interest. For him who wants to rebuild the universe, the visitor from the parallel universe has aroused his great curiosity. Infinity Gauntlet, it's like someone doesn't have it, Luo Bing said, and took out his golden Infinity Gauntlet from the Shui space. Buzz. The 12 infinite gems lit up at the same time, comparing them one by one. This. Thanos looked at the Infinity Gauntlet from the opponent's hand in surprise. Judging from the feedback from my Infinity Gauntlet, the other party's is actually genuine, which cannot be faked. The little raccoon widened his eyes. In fact, when Luo Bing took out the golden Infinity Gauntlet from the Shui space, almost everyone except Tony and the insider's eyes widened at the same time and looked over in disbelief. Cough cough. Let's see Purple Potato Monster. Since everyone has an Infinity Gauntlet, it's not interesting to fight. Why don't everyone use it? Let's play one-on-one. Luo Bing asked with a sincere smile. Something's wrong. Thanos' mouth raised slightly in disdain. The infinite gems of your parallel world are completely useless in this universe. Stop pretending. Hearing this, the superhero looked at Luo Bing in astonishment and then looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. It's glowing. It doesn't look bad. Can't it really be useless? Luo Bing shrugged, put the glove on his right hand, carefully turned his head away, and said, "He's so smart, he's not fooled." Avengers. Thanos. Luo Bing, who finished saying this sentence. 6. Little Spider-Man was stunned, and then immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off my amplifier." That's right. Luo Bing's words just now seemed to be broadcast by loudspeakers throughout the battlefield. So, the tension at the moment turned comical in an instant, and there seemed to be an awkward atmosphere in the air. Thanos hesitated. He didn't know if it was a smoke bomb released by the other party. To be honest, he's not familiar with this otherworld visitor, and it's not enough just from the potion he just took out and the way to get bigger. This is not a simple 857 character. Boss, what do we do now? Tony glared at Peter, then looked at Luo Bing hopefully. It's okay, I just used the Infinity Gauntlet once, and the resurrection consumes a lot of energy. You say that he can kill us all again with a snap of his fingers. I don't believe it. Luo Bing said, suddenly stunned. He heard a crisp finger snap in his ear. Then, Tony and the others on the side turned into flying smoke with stunned faces. Before leaving, his eyes were still confused, and he looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. When I didn't say, Luo Bing coughed. A golden clock appeared in front of him. Back in time. Everyone is back to normal. And strangely, there is a memory of his own death, which may be due to the annihilation of infinite gems. This is not a normal death. Did I just die again? Strange asked with a frown. Well, I see you're dead. Luo Bing looked at Thanos, and Thanos at the moment was a little surprised. He clearly saw all Luo Bing's actions. He was not affected by the shift back, which is why Luo Bing didn't instantly shift back to 5 minutes ago to kill Thanos without gloves. Another point. That is, Luo Bing wants a real fight. It's not too late to say what I just said. In general, it is impossible for him to use 6 gems to modify the power of the rule in a short period of time. Luo Bing stretched his waist and beckoned. A golden giant sword appeared in his hands. Sure enough, Thanos tried to snap his fingers again. This time, the 6 infinite gems only lit up slightly, but no effect was produced. However, although the 6 gems could not be used together for a short time, the power of each gem being picked out alone is also very good. However, as long as it is not an irresistible force, Luo Bing is sure to defeat the opponent. Look well, Luo Bing said, and rushed over with the gorgeous sword. The divine light on his body soared along the way, and he constantly released the sword-raising technique on the gorgeous sword in his hand. It doesn't matter if it is a knife or a sword, just keep it. Buzz. The sword made a buzzing sound, and the brilliance circulated, as if it had been polished for decades. The entire sword body was shiny and glowing with holy light. In fact, This is just an inconspicuous and gorgeous long sword in Asgard's treasury, but after the sword-raising technique has been used repeatedly for a few times, I don't know if it is an illusion. Luo Bing feels that this sword is more convenient. Standing on the spot, Thanos sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth. Then, the time gem and power gem on his gloves lit up at the same time. In a short moment, Luo Bing flew out backwards. Not seriously injured, but the scene was a little embarrassing. Obviously, he has released harsh words, saying "you're optimistic," such flamboyant words, but he did not fight. Cough cough. He used time to plot against me. Tony and the others nodded, showing a strange expression that I understand, and then a group of people rushed towards Thanos one after another. Luo Bing looked ashamed. This was his first embarrassment. In fact, without Beast's instinctive support, his combat awareness and combat experience had dropped several levels. In real terms, he is no different from Surprise at the moment, full of strength, but inferior to Thanos in combat experience by several dimensions. However, this is not without solutions. Luo Bing closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his pupils shone with silvery light, and even his hair became flickering. Extremely free. What a magical feeling. Luo Bing's mind is still seriously experiencing this magical feeling, but his hands have been out of voluntary control, and one hand firmly catches Thor and Wanda, who are flying upside down. Back off, dear. Luo Bing smiled at Wanda and rushed towards Thanos again, but this time, his temperament had changed a lot. He called you dear? Wanda too was a little confused. I think he's calling you, Tony shrugged. A stream of light flashed by. Luo Bing entered the small flash mode, and the scene in front of him slowed down infinitely, then slowed down again, until it stood still. The opposite Thanos clearly realized this, and Time Gem lit up again, entering the same mode as Luo Bing. In fact, the time-slowing effect brought to him by Time Gem is even more exaggerated than Luo Bing's small flash mode, and everything stops instantly in front of him. Including Luo Bing, who was flying at a high speed, was also extremely slow in his eyes, just like a baby who just learned to walk. It's too slow. Thanos felt the magic of it the moment, raised his double-edged sword, and instantly slashed towards Luo Bing's body with the concept of infinitely approaching the speed of light. Go to hell, Otherworld guys. Hurricane Roar roared, the speed of the blade directly pierced the space, unstoppable. Thanos slashed with a knife, and then his pupils enlarged infinitely, looking at Luo Bing, who is safe and sound in front of him in disbelief. What happened? He's suddenly faster? Thanos frowned. He couldn't imagine how he could dodge his light-speed attack at the speed of a baby's walking. Beware of flaws, stinky brother. Luo Bing spoke in a leisurely manner, but he had only just opened his mouth, and before he could finish his words, Thanos in front of him flew upside down in his field of vision, sending out a thick plume of smoke. A sword pierced through Thanos' spine. Luo Bing retracted the sword. The whole person floated in the air, and the two of them resumed their normal time flow at the same time. How is this possible? Thanos looked at the wound on his body in disbelief, and then the reality gem lit up, converting this part of the wound from reality to nothingness, and resurrected with full blood. To be honest, I'm not too sure. Come again. Luo Bing smiled slightly and charged towards Thanos again. Boom! The sky was torn apart, and the mountain roar tsunami. In the sight of bystanders, they couldn't even see a human figure, and could only hear a burst of piercing explosions. Round grave, border prison. 16 shadows from hell appeared around Luo Bing's body. His pupils had turned blue, ripples appeared one after another, and 9 Goyu quickly turned. In just one roar suction, Luo Bing has killed Thanos 1,358 times by different means, but he has reversed the damage with Reality Gem. This situation is somewhat similar to the Azana stick used by Lu Mao Tuanzhou, but it is more of a high level. At the moment the Reality Gem has become dim, one can imagine how crazy its consumption just now. No. It's impossible. Thanos growled loudly. No one knew how complicated the changes in his heart were in that short period of time. Didn't hit each other once. What kind of opponent is this? If it weren't for having 6 infinite gems, he would have died thousands of times. In front of the opponent's godlike fighting instinct, he is simply a younger brother. Although, I don't understand what happened, but I always feel so powerful. Star-Lord silently touched his chin, speechless in his heart. This is no longer a battle we can touch, and we don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Strange nodded in agreement. Death to me. Thanos still didn't give up. Time Gem stirred up a circle of destruction, Xian Li Zhao, releasing all its light. In just an instant, the entire Earth quickly aged for hundreds of years, everything withered and destroyed, and the captain and others fell to the ground in a blink of an eye, full of white hair, and it was so difficult to even suck roar. The only normal one is Thor, although he is also full of white hair, he seems to be more energetic. Asgard's vitality is long, and the older he is, the more powerful he is. The power of Time Gem is not a curse, it is to accelerate the time of the whole Earth, among which Thanos deliberately accelerated Luo Bing's direction by millions of years. Luo Bing was stunned. Looking at his hands were as white and tender as a baby. The physique of the Wushou immortal body in this fantasy world. As time accelerates, it turns out, ripened? Or? The current Luo Bing feels that his body is full of divine power, which is completely different from the past. Nurtured over time. His whole being was sublimated. If the divine power in Luo Bing's body in the past was compared to a clear spring, then now, the ocean of Wang Yang is flowing in his body. It's unexpected results. Luo Bing glanced at his hands and silently gave Thanos a thumbs up. And sent him to die. A neat blow. Thanos' head and body were completely separated, although he had been separated dozens of times, but this time there was no time for him to prepare any backup. Luo Bing caught the Infinity Gauntlet thrown in the air and held it firmly in his hand. And Thanos, he has become history. Thor, the only one who is still in good condition, looked at the other teammates who were slowly withering on the ground, and looked carefully at Luo Bing. That, brother-in-law? Ended. Well, it's over. Luo Bing said, exiting the Zizai Ji Gong mode. The power of this mode is much more exaggerated than 857 he imagined. When entering that mode, the speed of his thoughts has increased hundreds of millions of times. Then Thor pointed to the dilapidated Earth and the dying teammates lying on the ground. Reality Gem doesn't work for the time being, but that's okay, Luo Bing said and stretched out his hand. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed out of his hand, swept away everything in an instant, and crushed all the old guys on the ground into butterfly. Thor looked at the instantly empty surroundings, and his head was temporarily short-circuited. You killed them. I seem to be out of control. The two looked at each other, stunned for a few seconds. Afterwards, Luo Bing felt a little dizzy in his head, which seemed to be a side effect of the overload of the Zizai Ji Gong mode just now. Then, he fell gracefully to the ground. Then a loud bang was heard. In an instant, the entire Earth turned into an exploding spark, Bafa. 7. At the edge of the solar system, Luo Bing's body is constantly falling. Along the way, he smashed a lot of small planets, smashed Venus and Jupiter, and then crashed into the sun under the influence of the sun's gravity. I'm going to die. Thor, who was devastated, was constantly bled with blood. Fortunately, at the moment, he was extraordinary after the time had passed. He fled frantically, but unfortunately, the power of the sun's explosion still swept him away in the end. Went in. Total destruction of the solar system. The reason for everything is just a simple flat fall. 3,000 Earth days later. Luo Bing stretched, woke up from his deep sleep, and rubbed his eyes. Thor, who was missing an arm, rushed over excitedly. He was cautious and stopped within a kilometer of Luo Bing. His missing arm was the most important reason for his caution. What happened? Thor, what's the matter with you? Who hurt? Luo Bing's mind is still a little unclear. The last impression in his memory is that he passed out in a coma. You really don't know what happened. You destroyed the entire solar system. Thor wanted to cry without tears. After the explosion of the sun, He survived by chance. These days, he carefully guarded Luo Bing's body, not too close. Because Luo Bing is surrounded by an invisible shield protecting him. Although he smashed the solar system along the way, his clothes were still intact. Luo Bing scratched his head. He quickly recalled what happened, and then, he also became speechless. Impossible. I just fell, Luo Bing said uncertainly. How impossible? It's been 8 years. You know how I've spent these 8 years. Thor was about to cry, but the child had regained his original physique, and he was probably hungry. 8 years? Why do I feel like I just slept a little? I haven't woken up yet. Luo Bing frowned, then looked at his body. It seems that this is the drawback of the fantasy physique. Generally, retreating and meditating are calculated on the basis of 100 years, and I only slept for 8 years, which is indeed a little short. Where are we now? Luo Bing lifted the barrier, and in order not to let the energy, time, and space, he consciously entered the state of the ultimate mind. Austin Star, Thor replied, looking very funny with his white hair. Let's go back. Luo Bing beckoned. Huge amounts of nothingness devoured the two of them, and then disappeared in place in a blink of an eye. Solar system. The one sun has split into hundreds of millions, some of which are still burning, and some have been extinguished. Originally, Luo Bing only smashed a few planets, but after the sun exploded, the power of the explosion destroyed everything in the solar system. Even the nearby galaxies were affected. At the moment, the solar system was completely devastated, and basically there was no original shadow. By the way, what about the Infinity Gauntlet? Luo Bing asked Thor. Thor shook his head. He knew a ghost. When the gloves fell on Luo Bing, the explosive force had already hit them somewhere, so it was good that Thor could save his life at that time, and he couldn't care about other things. Let me find it, Luo Bing said, closing his eyes. The god's telekinesis swept across the galaxy, constantly spreading out into the distance. I found it, wait for me, Luo Bing said, disappearing in place. He returned shortly after with 6 infinite gems. Fortunately, it didn't float far, just ran a few galaxies. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, took out his world's infinity gauntlet from the Shui space, buckled the gems on it, and put it on again. As for the original gloves, they had already vanished under the power of the explosion. Don't be nervous, after the reality is reversed, everything will be reversed again. Luo Bing looked at Thor and gave him a look, signaling him to be at ease. Thor, what's the matter with this calm tone? Thor was very flustered. For some reason, he always felt that although the brother-in-law of the other world was powerful, he was not reliable at all. 8 years have passed, and Thor has accepted the fact of the destruction of the solar system in his heart, although he had also looked forward to it during these 8 years, expecting that the brother-in-law of the other world would wake up one day sooner or later, and then reverse all this bad. But when he did wake up, Thor was a little unsure if he could do it all. After all, 8 years is too long. I don't know why, but the more he looked at his calm and composed appearance, the more uneasiness in Thor's heart became. Relax, it's just a blink of an eye, Luo Bing comforted Thor with a smile, then snapped his fingers. Snapped. The crisp snap of fingers sounded, but the reality did not seem to have any special changes. The broken solar system is still the same solar system, not any different. Thor, 6,699. Look. I knew it. Not at all, not reliable. It seems too long. Luo Bing stroked his chin calmly. He originally planned to use the reality gem to reverse the reality of the destruction of the solar system, but it seems that infinite gems does not seem to have such a strong power now. It is estimated that it has something to do with Thanos' crazy consumption, or maybe it can't do this step in the first place. Then what do we do now? Thor asked loudly and speechlessly. Don't worry, let's think about other ways of operating. There are many bugs in this universe. Luo Bing waved his hand dismissively. White-haired Thor, 55. It's not that there are too many bugs in the universe, it's that there are too many bugs in you. Yes, Luo Bing's eyes lit up. If the reality cannot be reversed, we can reverse the time, just adjust the time of the entire universe back 8 years? No, There's no need to be so troublesome. We just need to adjust the time of the solar system back 8 years. Luo Bing patted Thor's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Can it work? Thor at the moment was already not very hopeful. It can be done, trust me. Luo Bing nodded solemnly. He clenched his fists, invoked the power of Time Gem, seriously radiated his thoughts, and poured all his thoughts into the gem. Seems like we need to wait for time to go backwards for a while. Look, Thor, something has changed, and the debris from the sun's explosion has begun to return. Haha, Thor, you're getting younger too. Wait, are you getting too young? Luo Bing looked at Thor, who was beside him, in astonishment. He has now turned into a child. 18. He still has an arm. Walter Law? Luo Bing glanced at himself again, and his arms began to become immature. The two young people glanced at each other, and not long after, the two babies looked at each other silently, and the scene seemed a little awkward. Baby Thor spread out his arms. Luo Bing could understand what he meant without him speaking. Are you sure your operation method is feasible? Snapped. Reality gem lit up. The two returned to the state they were in before the time reversal. There must be some error somewhere. It shouldn't be like this. Luo Bing glanced at the infinite gems in his hand, very suspicious that it was a fake. The white-haired one-armed Thor sneered. I think so. Let's think about how to build a tomb for the big guy now. Thor at the moment has lost all hope. All right. I remember when I died, you guys also built a tomb for me. Oh yes, it was in a parallel world. I already wanted to avenge this. Luo Bing recalled with a look on his face. Thor, look. Speak your heart. You did it on purpose. Destroy the world on purpose. But Thor, I don't think we can just give up. Heroes won't give up easily. Luo Bing patted Thor on the shoulder and instantly turned him into a fan. Snapped. Reality reversed. Sorry, Thor, after the time reversal, I just forgot to turn on the free-spirited Qigong mode. Huh? Did something happen? You're right, we can't give up easily. Everyone is still waiting for us to save. Thor regained his enthusiasm. For flowers 0. Hee hee. Luo Bing sneered. But what should we do? Since time can't be reversed and reality can't be modified, why don't we travel through time, find that reality, and then stop it from happening? Thor suggested aloud. No, I've thought about it. If we travel through the past, there will be another one of us there. Even if it changes, it will create a parallel universe, or... Flashpoint, you understand what I mean. My previous method of extracting time and space was not enough. I used to cut apart from the long river of time and space, but now the main body of the Earth is gone, and the solar system is gone. I can't cut the entire solar system, right? Luo Bing anxiously rubbed his head. The white-haired one-armed Thor was stunned for a while, then thought hard, and after a long time murmured, why not? Luo Bing was also stunned, because it sounds unscientific. Is everything we do now scientific? Thor asked rhetorically. There seems to be some truth to what you said, but I really don't know how to do it. Wait, Thor, did you notice anything strange? What? Thor looked around suspiciously. In the huge solar system, behind Luo Bing and the one-armed Thor, a terrifying black hole was slowly expanding, swallowing part of the planetary wreckage and then continuing to spread around. Luo Bing. Thor. What the hell is that? I don't know, it doesn't look like a natural black hole. I feel like it's more like a mouth. Pigs don't have such big mouths, what a joke. Aside. Galactus, who was silently enjoying the residual energy of the planet, stopped, condensed his real form, and turned around. His body is more like a huge and boundless planet. At the moment, 2 pairs of eyes appear on the dark planet, staring straight at Luo Bing and Thor. Have a bite and... what is that? Thor subconsciously poked Luo Bing's shoulder with one arm, and he was stared at by those huge amounts of eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Expensive. If it weren't for the fact that he killed a lot of huge amounts of monsters in the early years, at the moment he would have doubted that he had a giant phobia. After all, the creature in front of me is too big. Looks like a ball. I know it's a ball, but that's weird. What's weird isn't Star-Lord's father also a ball? I haven't met Egg, but that's definitely different. By the way, I've always been curious. You said that Star-Lord's father is a ball. Why is Star-Lord a person? Are the genes of the Earth stronger than the genes of the 857 Protoss? How do I know this? If Star-Lord is not dead, I will ask him for you. The two were discussing wildly. On the side, the neglected Galactus blinked, and after a long time, it thought to itself, turned around again, and continued to devour the remaining energy of the planet's explosion. Why don't you eat? Then I'll eat it myself. Hey, stop it. No, stop it. That's our ball. Thor wanted to cry without tears. He had little hope of recovery, and now he was eaten by this big guy. Now he wants a perfect resurrection. Basically, there is no possibility. I don't know if it eats Venus, Jupiter, or the sun. Does it have such a big appetite, bro? Stop. Luo Bing also realized this. He didn't dare to let this weird big ball swallow it, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. I'm hungry. The faint voice came from the strange big guy. The voice was so vast and heavy that it almost pierced Thor's eardrum. I don't know which ancient cosmic language it speaks, but the moment it speaks, it can make others understand what it expresses, which is very magical. You can't eat soil when you're hungry, man. I don't care if you want to supplement minerals and microelements, but you can't eat here. This used to be our homeland, and it has to be restored. Luo Bing turned into a voice. The streamer flew in front of the behemoth. Oh, gosh, he's so tiny compared to the big guy in front of him. Question mark. Galactus didn't quite understand the meaning of Luo Bing's words, but thought the creature's words were interesting, not annoying. So, it continued to explain. The planet is scrapped. You have to eat it. Don't eat it, waste it. You are really thrifty at home. By the way, is this stuff delicious? Luo Bing was a little angry. I know the planet is scrapped. Who do you think is responsible for this? It's my responsibility. I broke it and now I'm fixing it. But now you have eaten part of it, and now the planet is destroyed and the solar system is destroyed. It is also your responsibility. I think you are not too young. As an adult ball, you should shoulder your responsibilities. Now that the solar system has been destroyed like this, tell me what to do. White-haired one-armed Thor. Why do I feel that my brother-in-law from another world speaks righteously? Is it an illusion? Wait, what does the destruction of the solar system have to do with this ball? Thor looked at his brother-in-law from another world and suddenly found that this person is not only unreliable, but also has many crooked ideas. Galactus. The whole sphere had a square trend in an instant. Galactus hesitated for a minute or two and then made a puzzled voice. Then, what should I do? How do I know that this is your mistake? You have to learn to think independently and not depend on others for everything. This is a sign of growth. Luo Bing folded his arms confidently. Thor on the side covered his face in shame. Is this touch porcelain? Punxi went to a talking planet of unknown origin? You seem to have a point. Galactus hesitation. It makes sense. The god-level version of the Daquan is promoted earnestly. I generally call it flickering dead man's lifeless path. Luo Bing smiled with satisfaction. What's the meaning? You don't need to know what it means. Oh. As a result, the two began to look at each other in a ball, thinking together about saving the solar system. Now we have used a lot of methods, alter reality, manipulating time, but nothing works. Brother Chio, do you have any suggestions? Luo Bing said, and Thor on the side looked expectantly at Galactus. For this unexplained and extremely powerful ball, he has a great hope for saving the Earth in his heart. I'm hungry. Galactus began. His eyes constantly peeked at the energy wreckage of the shattered planets, still craving food. Eat, eat, eat. You've grown into a ball, and you still eat. Luo Bing was speechless, and then he used his fantasy to materialize a mountain of food and stuffed his brain into Galactus' big mouth middle. Although these things weren't enough for him to stick between his teeth, Galactus seemed to be a little satisfied. You need energy, right? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and silently activated the 3-layer lucky halo. Not long after, within the scope of the god's telekinesis observation, several luminous energy planets flew over and were swallowed by Galactus, who opened his black hole's mouth and hiccuped with satisfaction. Are you full? 3,000's full. 5.0. I figured out a way, Galactus said suddenly. What? Luo Bing and Thor, who were speechless at first, instantly became energetic. Pinch one out with your hands, Galactus replied. Luo Bing. Thor. No. Another way. Oh. Galactus fell silent again. Time passed slowly, and Galactus seemed to think of something again and said, Then look for infinity or eternity. They should have a way to. But they aren't as cute as you. I don't really like talking to them. Infinity and eternity? Yet another unheard of. Wait, no. Brother Ball said it was them. Then infinity and eternity should be two people. Who are they? Luo Bing asked curiously, frowning. Thor on the side was also confused and had never heard of these two names. They're not people, Galactus began. Why did you scold them? Is it because of hatred? Thor asked in surprise. For some reason, he always felt that his way of speaking was a bit reckless. Galactus was stunned for a while, and he didn't react for a while. His brain had not been functioning properly for tens of thousands of years. They're not really human. Okay, I roughly understand what you mean, so how do I find them? Luo Bing glared at Thor, then asked Galactus. Shout, Galactus replied. Shout. Thor and Luo Bing glanced at each other, speechless. What a wonderful way. Listening to it makes me feel up. Luo Bing covered his face with one hand, and when he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that just by shouting, he could shout out a person in this desolate universe. But Luo Bing never imagined that. The ball really shouted. Ma. It seems that someone really shouted out. 14. In a word that can be easily misunderstood, this guy is, also, not a person. If Spider-Man from the parallel world is a cartoon style, then this guy is like an abstract painting of Van Gogh. His whole person, no, his whole appearance resembles a human being. The same has hands and feet, but his torso is like a huge galaxy map. Yes, on his body, which is as high as several kilometers, it is full of small galaxies, like a performance artist. This is what Galactus calls eternity. It seems to have just woken up or has been around forever. Although it is standing in front of Luo Bing's the god's telekinesis can only perceive a chaotic time. This guy, it is the embodiment of the time law of the universe. Do not. It was originally time. That's why it's called eternity. Luo Bing smashed his tongue and looked at the ball beside him. I seem to be fooling some incredible character, and which side is it, the great god? What's the matter, Galactus? Eternally looked at Galactus in front of him and looked at the two little guys beside him and asked out of doubt. It's such an eternity that I accidentally. Galactus told Eternity all the reasons for everything, and after that, he expected Eternal to take action and subvert this wrong time. Eternity, in eternal silence. His eyes swept across Thor, towards Luo Bing, and in the end his vision will always stay on Luo Bing's right hand. That's the sparkly infinity gauntlet. The 6 gems are dazzling. Hey, Luo Bing called roar at Eternal with a shining smile. You don't belong to this world. After a long silence, Eternal said. Yes, I'm from another parallel universe, Luo Bing replied. No. Yongheng shook his head and hesitated. Afterwards, he looked at Galactus blankly and said in a flat tone, I'm sorry, Galactus. I can't arbitrarily change anything that happens in the universe. Not even at your request. He had an official look on his face, like a rigid program, with no intention of negotiating at all. Hey, buddy, everyone is in the universe. They are all friends. You helped me today, and I can help you when something happens to you. This is not called breaking the rule. It is called humaneness, Luo Bing said. Come to know the relationship. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Well, how about making a deal? Give me the infinity gauntlet in your hand, and I will help you reverse all this, Eternal said. It's not impossible to give it to you, but after giving it to you, the universe will be destroyed. Luo Bing shrugged. Eternal. Luo Bing sighed with sadness on his face. Tell you the truth, man, the infinite gems on this glove are all from the past, and they have to be returned. If I don't restore the solar system in time, I will make them. A machine that does not travel through time. If I can't go back to the past, if I can't return the infinite gems in a short time, the timeline of the universe will be in chaos. Time will collapse. What will happen to you as the time originally? Think about it carefully. If you help me, you are helping yourself. In other words, whose responsibility do you think this is? Eternity. If the universe is destroyed, it will be your responsibility in the end. You can't escape it, and you will perish with the elimination of this universe. And the billions of creatures in this universe will also be destroyed because of your dereliction of duty. Think about it carefully forever, Luo Bing said with a solemn expression. Thor on the side, 5. Galactus on the side. What he said makes sense. Eternity. You can't neglect your duty, or I will stop you on behalf of balance. Eternal. -1. -1. Under the influence of Plath's causal law of God-level flickering, Yang gradually realized the essence of things, so he pondered a little and suddenly felt that the fate of the entire universe was in his hands. And as the 5 gods of the universe, will he watch the universe be destroyed? Won't. No, he must not neglect his duty. That's what it exists for. So, he released his divine light, and all the planetary debris in the entire solar system began to flow backwards rapidly. Then coalesce until new life. In the blink of an eye, the entire solar system was restored to its original state. Luo Bing the god's telekinesis swept around, and the captain and the others lay on the ground again. Although they had gray hair, they were not dead yet. This is much simpler. Thank you 857, you saved the universe, man. Luo Bing put a high hat on Eternal's head. Eternal smiled, and suddenly there were 2 black hole-like dimples on his face. It is my responsibility, it said, and then silently disappeared into the air. Without taking away a cloud, there was a faint trend of hiding merit and fame. Then, I'm leaving. I'm hungry again. The food you gave is delicious, Galactus said, nodding at Luo Bing and then rushing into the distance, swallowing a small planet on the road. Thor, 66. Solved? This is solved? He still hasn't recovered. Let's go back to Earth. By the way, do you think the walking posture of the fat ball just now looks like a classic game? 35. Pac-Man. I just wanted to say this, but it always feels like something is wrong. By the way, you didn't notice that the moon is missing a corner. It's curved, Thor said, pulling Luo Bing in shock. What a fuss. The moon is cloudy and sunny, and the angle is a problem, Luo Bing said disapprovingly. No, we are in space now. What angle is there? Luo Bing frowned and looked into the distance. The originally bright and reflective moon, at the moment, has a trace of being bitten by someone. Oops, Tengu eats the moon. What? I guess Galactus digested it. In the dead universe. Yang walked alone. He crossed the galaxy, crossed the star sea, suddenly stopped, and scratched his head emotionally. Looks like, what's wrong? What exactly is wrong? Eternal didn't think too much, and he didn't have time to think too much. Suddenly, a big hand drilled out of the black hole and pulled it in. Then, he came to a white space. There is not only himself here, but also infinity and extinction that has disappeared for a while, the life court and a large group of creatures that eternity does not know. And at the moment, they are all imprisoned here. 02-#. Looking at the white prison, Yang frowned deeply. What happened? Wake up. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, time gem exuded a gleaming light, and the captain and others' hair quickly turned black, until they finally returned to their original state. What happened? Hey, Thor, don't you Asgard have a tradition of only having less eyes? How come you still have a broken arm? 35 Tony got up from the ground and looked at the one-armed Thor in surprise. At the moment Thor's hair has returned to black, but one of his sleeves is still empty. Wait. Am I the only one who noticed Thor's belly? God, he's skinny. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. One-armed Thor. You bastards. I suddenly don't want to save you. Go to hell. Why only focus on these weird questions? Cough. This year, the defective style is more popular. If you don't believe me, look at the moon bright above your head, Luo Bing said teasingly. The crowd raised their heads hesitantly and then frowned in confusion. Why does it feel like someone got a bite? Said little Spider-Man, bewildered. Haha, Luo Bing smiled awkwardly, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a brief 5 seconds, he reappeared, bringing back a bewildered Natasha Romanoff. What happened? Am I not dead? Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked at the big guy. In the last moments of her memory, she fell to the altar and closed her eyes. Actually, it's not surprising to die once or twice. When you were lying on the ground, the entire solar system exploded. By the way, I forgot to tell you. In my memory, you have all been dead for 8 years. Thor gave Luo Bing a faint look. Speak up. Everyone turned their heads curiously. What happened again? The last part of their memory is Thanos ripening them with the time gem. Then it was gone. When he woke up again, the battle was over and Luo Bing and one-armed Thor appeared in front of him. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Routine operations. Luo Bing said, and pulled Thor's shoulders to the side to teach. The relationship between Thor and his brother-in-law has also become closer. Tony, as someone who was fortunate enough to have been to a parallel world, at the moment was very emotional. So, he really came from another parallel universe? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously after listening to the big guy's narration. Well, I'm relying on him more this time. He's really a man who is always reliable. Thor looked at Luo Bing with a look of admiration in his eyes. Reliable. You. Thor seemed to want to protest, but was quickly silenced by Luo Bing. Thor rolled his eyes in frustration. No one could understand the pain in his heart. This group of iron and foolish people also think that this otherworld brother-in-law is a reliable man. Who knows how unreliable he is? The solar system is what he blew up. You don't know. Thor had a heart to complain, but at the moment he was silenced, but at the moment he couldn't say a word, and he could only have a look of grief on his face. The little raccoon came over, jumped up and patted Thor's big hand. Hey man, don't be sad. I'll try to find you a strong arm. Thor's other eye is the stalk in the little raccoon's treasure trove. It's just an arm. It has no hobby of collecting this stuff before. Thor didn't know what to say, and he couldn't say anything, so he had no choice but to rub the little raccoon's head, wrinkling his hair together, making Rocket Raccoon a little suspicious of Xiongxing. To celebrate the victory, do you know what I'm thinking? Thor suddenly raised his hands and shouted at everyone. Don't talk to me about barbecue. The captain looked at Thor helplessly, and then the two clapped their hands with a wry smile. Yes, old-fashioned, essential potluck. We really don't deserve to copy the Fast and the Furious set. Captain, this is not plagiarism. Not everyone is like you who are not hungry after a fight and consume a lot of energy. You ask Thor, is he hungry? Thor looked at Thor. Thor, who was silenced, nodded, thinking in his heart how to open his mouth to eat later. After the upgrade of the mute skill, the time has become longer. Okay, then I'll prepare the raw materials. Luo Bing also liked this, Qianli Zhao, atmosphere very much, and raised the rocket raccoon beside him. Yeah, the raccoon stretched out 2 fingers. Wait, why did I say, yeah, F***K? This is so shameful. Did I just get my IQ down? Suddenly, Rocket seemed to realize something and instantly shrank his neck. You see, I'm not the raw material. 35. Cannot eat. No eating. Thor, save me. Rocket Raccoon yelled, and Star-Lord beside him was a little disappointed. Why is he called Thor and not me? Didn't we get along longer? But soon, the jealous Star-Lord forgot all this, because he saw 2 people walking far away from the ruins of the destroyer. Gamora. Or Nebula. Are you leaving? Aren't you going to stay here for a few more days? Tony looked at the man in front of him and pursed his lips helplessly, a little reluctant. It's time to go back. Luo Bing looked at the parallel space shuttle machine in front of him. Fortunately, when this thing came, he carefully placed it in the Shui space, otherwise once it was destroyed, he would not know how to go back. All right, the journey is smooth. Tony waved his hand and said goodbye to Luo Bing. Luo Bing didn't disturb too many people when he left, but after hearing the news, everyone came to see them off. The one with the most complicated feelings wasn't Tony, it was Thor. Along the way, although he always muttered in his heart that his brother-in-law from the other world was unreliable. But in fact, Thor is also very clear in his heart that his unreliability is just a dramatic performance. In fact, in Thor's heart, there is no man more reliable than him. Take care all the way, brother-in-law. Thor dragged his sleeveless arm, hugged Luo Bing tightly with one hand, and gave him a bear hug. Haha, your brother-in-law's name is. It smells like that. Luo Bing was angry and funny, patted Thor on the shoulder, glanced at everyone at last, and showed a smile, and then, without looking back, he stepped into the space-time tunnel. Really, don't be so sensational. It's not parting from life or death, Luo Bing muttered to himself, a warmth welling up in his heart. But in his own world, or in this world, he felt the trust of his companions. That is a special feeling that you can entrust your back to someone else. And he Luo Bing, he de Hinung, wherever he goes, he will meet such brothers. Goodbye, another Earth. The scenery in front of you is rapidly regressing. The scenery in the long river of time and space is extremely beautiful, but after seeing too much of this beauty, it becomes boring. In the vast river of time and space, a lonely figure drifted. Mr. Luo Bing, it is expected to arrive in the main world in 10 seconds, and the countdown starts now. 10, 9. Listening to the precise announcement of Friday, watching the time bubbles head-on, this feeling has a unique flavor. The scene in the long river of time is somewhat similar to a black hole. If you travel here, if you don't have accurate coordinates and locations, you will accidentally break into another universe. It may be another parallel universe, or it may be a dangerous or independent wreck space. Even Luo Bing was very cautious here. There was a layer of golden light around his body, like an eggshell, which firmly protected him. 3, 2, 1. Approaching the door, Luo Bing even saw the vortex of his own world. But right now, the invisible chaos big hand stretched out from the long river of time and space in an instant, wrapped Luo Bing with unstoppable force and disappeared in this void in an instant. What happened? What happened? Luo Bing frowned, and before he could react, his whole body was brought into a pure white area by that big hand at an unimaginable speed. Then, the giant hands disappeared, and it seemed that they were looking for the next target. In the white world, there is no difference between the sky and the earth. There is no time, no oxygen, nothing, only a white expanse. Although there is a light source, the light source comes from the white space in all directions originally, so there is no shadow at all. Luo Bing stepped on the ground like a white water curtain, making ripples. Yes! Luo Bing woo! Suddenly, a strange voice came to Luo Bing's ear. That rate of speech is extremely slow. Do not. It's not just slow, it's like turning on the slow play mode of a videotape. The sound is long and hollow. Luo Bing turned his head. Only then did he realize that he was not the only one in this white world. There are other life forms here, but their current state is not optimistic. **.0. Among them, the voice Luo Bing heard just now is the eternity that he has just seen. At the moment's eternity, in a predicament, its body is still as huge, but at the moment's whole body is covered with white things like sticky crystals, which looks a little disgusting. This thing seemed to cover his whole body bit by bit and finally made it into a big cocoon. In fact, regarding this cocoon, behind the eternity, many life forms have been successfully transformed. What happened? Where is this? Luo Bing just opened his mouth, and the words in his mouth became fast. It's like being accelerated thousands of times. This kind of influence is the same as that of Eternal. It seems that everyone's region, time and space are different, and it is difficult to communicate with each other. That is, eternity, as the incarnation of the law of time, can barely resist this force and briefly convey some information to Luo Bing. This, is White World Prison. Everyone, all, were, by that hand, grabbed, passed, come, from all parallels. Universe. Purpose unknown. Yang Yong spoke with great effort, and its voice reached Luo Bing's side as if dozens of minutes had passed. In fact, if it weren't for the eternal supernatural power, Luo Bing could not even communicate with it in the simplest way. This place is banned, Luo Bing can't even fly, and he can't perceive any spatial elements. And Eternal is right, it's like a prison. Damn. How am I going to get out? Luo Bing frowned. At the moment, a sticky crystal had spread to his feet. Although the thing was slow, the moment it touched Luo Bing, he lost any perception of his feet. And that unknown thing is still spreading upwards along its legs. If there is no accident, he will also become that pile of white cocoons in the near future. Move me. Shichichi. The huge divine power circulated through the whole body, and the golden energy overflowed from the body, colliding with the white, unknown pasty crystals. In just an instant, a large amount of water vapor rippled from all directions of Luo Bing's body. And this pure and majestic divine power can resist the spreading speed of the mushy crystals. But this consumption is very staggering. Even Luo Bing, whose body is like a bottomless pit at the moment, can only last for 3,565 hours. After that time, his divine power will not be replenished and restored, and the whole person will lose any resistance ability and be completely wrapped in the white light cocoon. Whether it is absorbed into nutrients or transformed into another kind of organism is unknown. Damn it. Who the hell does that giant hand belong to, and why do people with such means exist in the universe of 857? Luo Bing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his mental overload was running, trying to solve the current predicament. In the past, Luo Bing always had countless ways, but now it seems that he has become overwhelmed. Do not. Never give up. Magic. A golden vortex appeared in Luo Bing's eye sockets, and 9 enchanting hook jades spun wildly. Luo Bing tried to communicate with his own divine power space, but under the absolute prohibition law of this space, his divine power space did not even have the power to open a crack. Save energy. You're going to die. An unknown god of the universe sent out a painful reminder. His condition is better than eternal, at least his voice can be transmitted to Luo Bing normally. Unlike Luo Bing and Yang, who just arrived, he has been trapped here for several years and knows more about Baijia. Senior, what exactly is this place? Luo Bing asked aloud. At the moment, everyone needs to stay warm. Even Luo Bing, who has always been conceited, is no exception. The man who was questioned by Luo Bing was wearing a standard red and blue uniform. Although his cloak was torn, the huge S logo on his chest was still shining brightly. The eye-catching is his eyes, one green and one red, like 2 dazzling gems. Great thinking. A character who surpasses the gods. Superman. Superman's strongest form. We don't know where this place is at the moment, but we clearly understand that here, no one can escape. Another voice came from Luo Bing's left ear. However, this voice was very familiar, so familiar that Luo Bing wondered if he had hallucinated. Tony. Luo Bing asked in surprise. Yes, this is Tony, but not the 2 Tonys Luo Bing knew, but Tony 3. He's wearing the new Rare God Eater Infinite Gems combination armor. His golden armor was bigger than the eternal incarnation that Luo Bing knew, and the 6 gleaming gems were inlaid on the mecha, shining brightly. But at the moment, his hands and feet were also firmly bound by the white crystals, unable to move at all. This is a man haunted by wisdom. Unlike the Tony that Luo Bing knew before, this guy is extremely powerful, and at the same time, he is also extremely cold. ##*. He suffered a lot. This is a guy who is as mysterious as a mortal. It seems that you know me, but you should know me in a parallel world. In my world, the universe has been destroyed countless times, Tony 3 whispered. Everyone is the same. Thinking Da Chao let out a wry smile and continued, keep the energy. Any newcomer wants to escape when he first arrives here, but that is impossible and unrealistic. We must preserve the energy and leave the maximum physical strength for the battle. Yes. Luo Bing listened to the exchange of several people, but still did not give up the way to escape. He is not a man who is willing to be bound, let alone throw his fate to that unrealistic weight. The day passed quickly. The white crystals still stayed at Luo Bing's ankle, but at the moment, Luo Bing's mood was extremely bad. Because, in this place where time and space do not exist, his daily power supply has stopped. Originally, Luo Bing could close the daily power supply in order to calm the various powers of his body, but now, after he opened it, the system still did not give him any reply. That is to say, trying to break through the predicament with new abilities doesn't seem to show at all. Damn, I'm 1.8 meters tall. Compared to these guys, the disadvantage is too much. Luo Bing was a little exasperated. Indeed, compared with those cosmic tycoons who move thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, his 1.8-meter body can easily be assembled into a cocoon by white crystals. Triple luck is always on, but at this time, in this absolutely forbidden space, the effect of any luck seems to be minimal. Shu, Void Giant, appeared again, sent a new cellmate, and then disappeared again. The guy who was sent has a very unfamiliar face, and regardless of the prison rule here, he is basically a big guy in the universe. Should this be an honor? Are you also considered to be a big shot in the universe? Go, @yen hashtag, the newcomer came up with a swear word and looked so energetic. It seems that this big guy is taking the road of 19 banned anti-heroes. Few people liked his impolite style, so no one kindly gave him some hints. So, after the 100th day that Luo Bing was locked in, this guy successfully became a cocoon. During this long 100 days, Luo Bing became calmer instead. He was planning something, and he had greater information about his grasp of escaping. In these days, he saw 3 more people being sent over by the giant hand. It seemed that it was very busy, and none of them stayed here, not even the reason. It's coming soon. Luo Bing's divine power has been consumed by 9/10, and the reason why the consumption is so serious is also because he is constantly communicating with the divine power space. In a place that no one can see, Luo Bing's supernatural power is constantly rubbing against the valve of the void of Shui space. Side over and over again. The sword-raising technique is used in the Shui space. This is a method that Luo Bing tried out of desperation and inadvertently. In 62,248,200,000,000 appeasements, his divine power space at the moment has radiated golden light, and even the internal area has expanded by thousands of miles. In fact, after more than 80 days, it is no longer cowardly and can open the entrance in this space. But to be on the safe side, Luo Bing is cautious and has been waiting. It's a brand new day. Luo Bing is still silently performing the sword-raising technique. This is a very evil sorcery. The principle of raising swords is to make the owner and their own sword weapons more intimate and easier to use. But Luo Bing couldn't understand why this thing could keep things other than knives. Simply evil. Whether it is used on the sword or Luo Bing's Shui space, the effect of this thing is particularly amazing. Soon. As long as the big hand is not paying attention, he opens the gate of Shui space by himself and then hides in. After that, whether to keep secret or find other methods, all these are enough to temporarily get rid of the current crisis. The worst. He can escape to the Naruto world directly through the coordinates in his Kamui space. The coordinates opened up by the Supreme Space Magic Book can always be intact. After planning all this, Luo Bing performed the knife-raising technique step by step every day, and Shui space also became active and excited under the appeasement over and over again. At the moment, the interior of the Shui space is more than 1,000,000 miles large, and the flowers and plants inside are even more strange, each of which is thousands of meters high, like a fairyland. I don't know what's going on with the Earth, but it seems that the big hand has no interest in the weak. Luo Bing was worried about the Earth while executing his plans step by step. From the conversation a few days ago, Luo Bing clearly learned that the characters trapped here are not only from parallel universes. Or, they don't just come from a parallel universe of the same system. For example, thinking Da Chao from his words, Luo Bing can know that in his infinite parallel universe, there are no characters that Luo Bing is familiar with at all, but a group of people like Xiao Shan, Aquaman, Batman, and so on live there. Luo Bing is definitely familiar with these names, and his super speed comes from Xiao Shan. Like Naruto World, it is also a unique cosmic system. Tony 3. He is from the Ultimate Universe, and the world of Tony 2 that Luo Bing has just visited should be the 616 universe. According to his description, the universe he originally lived in should be the special universe 1027. Damn, The number even matches Luo Bing's birthday. Parallel universes have numbers, which Luo Bing had not known before. And that big hand, his goal is to capture the strongest in each universe, capture them and imprison them here, and even in some parallel universes, because the strength of the strongest cannot meet his requirements, it does not bother to go. Grasp. Luo Bing couldn't figure out what it was doing. But judging from the communication and speculation of several people, this guy seems to want to choose the strongest among this group of strongest. As for the purpose, it is not known. Is it destroying the world? Do not. It's powerful enough to capture the strongest from any parallel universe, and destroying the world is just too boring for it. There is no need for such a big battle at all. Not to mention, except for Luo Bing, the hometowns of the big guys here have been destroyed several times, and even the universe has been reversed several times, and each of them has died at least once, failed again and again, and died again and again. Escape, then reverse the future and save the universe. This is simply a common thing for them. In contrast, Luo Bing does not have such a rich experience. He's still just a rookie. As a newbie, you definitely have to keep a low profile. In the eyes of bigwigs such as Thinking Super and Tony 3, Luo Bing, a newcomer, tried to resist the restraint when he first arrived, and then he accepted his fate obediently. But it's also normal, every one of them does. Under that incomprehensible powerful force, they all had to curl up obediently. But this is not giving up. Everyone is thinking about how to escape, but it is simply too difficult to achieve. Save your strength. Wait for the turnaround. That's the most sensible thing to do right now. But this kind of place is not friendly at all to talkers. Because it takes a lot of energy to talk and communicate with people here, the Deadpool next door, who slaughtered the entire universe, became a cocoon one day after being sent. But what Luo Bing and the others didn't expect was that it was still alive and kicking in the cocoon, and it was still able to murmur. This undoubtedly provides an important source of information for those with whom one lives after being trapped in a cocoon. Listening to Deadpool's words, it seems quite pleasant. I really don't know why it has such a strong vitality, and it has not been digested. This is a freak. Luo Bing also tried to use the sword-raising technique on the white crystals that bound his feet, but obviously, this thing is a special life form, and Luo Bing's sword-raising technique has no effect on this kind of thing. Everyone, pay attention. The tide of time and space is coming again, Thinking Dacha warned cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bing felt the time change around him. He has experienced this feeling many times. Since he came in for nearly a year, the time and space tides have experienced 5 or 6 changes, each time changing the space-time flow rate around Luo Bing. Similar to changing the administrator's password every day in a bank, this is Baijia's special means of escape. No matter how much research and assimilation of the current space you have, every time, the time and space around you will become a brand new set of 857. Shit, die. Eternal is very depressed. Before, he had basically reached a consensus with the time around him, and his speaking speed had returned to normal, but just after this moment of change, he had to cultivate a relationship with the time around him again. Fortunately, half of my body is in the reverse flow of time, and the other half is in the acceleration of time. Luo Bing, I noticed that you are in this situation too. Are you okay? 35 Thinking asked with great concern. In the past year or so, Luo Bing maintained a good relationship with everyone. Here, the decent heroes are in a group, and the villains are also in a group, and there are also infernal affairs, free people. In short, the relationship here is very complicated. If it wasn't for the restraints, the two groups would have already done it. Although it is not working now, but every once in a while the extravagant mouth cannon is still very happy. I'm fine. Luo Bing's eyes lit up with joy. This is what he was waiting for. There was once a villain who was incomparably powerful. He broke through the shackles of the white crystal the moment he was locked in. He was very cautious and planned, but when he rushed out of the shackles of time and space, he was hardened by the ruthless big hand in the sky. Lively filmed. And after changing the password, the next period of time is the best time for him to act. After living in Baijia for a while, Luo Bing clearly understood. In this prison, there are not only supreme giants who appear or not, but also characters who are similar to observing. They are staring at the situation in the white world all the time. It could be something like the god's telekinesis observation, or it could be through an LCD screen. And every time the tide of time and space changes, it means the alternation of two guards. That's a shift. And this time is also the time when the supervision is the most relaxed. Because no one will want to escape under the new time and space rules. That's simply stupid behavior. Generally speaking, according to normal and reasonable rules, if a prisoner wants to escape from prison, he must be familiar with the law around him for a period of time, and then escape. But Luo Bing went against this common sense and did the opposite. This is also the only chance. Because Luo Bing didn't know how fast the supreme giant attacked after he was discovered, if he took a step at night, he would be photographed into a lump of meat sauce by that thing. Buzz. A dense golden light lit up around Luo Bing. That's the power of fantasy. It's dinner time again, bro. Tony 3 and Thinking looked over in surprise. Part of the reason why several people get along so well is because Luo Bing occasionally consumes a lot of spiritual power to make some modern food, wrap it with supernatural power, and send it to his side. Coincidentally, the places where Thor and Da Chao were held were very close to him. Although food will gradually deteriorate and disappear under the influence of time and space rules, some strange foods in the universe, such as the pearls of the mermaid family, will resist this erosion under the double protection of divine power. Since you came, I feel like I'm getting fat, the skinny Tony 3 laughed. Although under the power of infinite gems, he can barely guarantee that he will not starve to death, but in general, he is a mortal body and needs to eat. Eating is a source of energy for everyone. Even the great thinkers are no exception. Wait a moment. Luo Bing closed his eyes. Crystal clear, colorful pearls condensed from his body, and then were sent to the adjacent Thinking Super and Tony 3 areas step by step. Humph. The big guys in the distance could only hum in disdain. In fact, they were almost dying of envy in their hearts. Luo Bing, that's enough. Save your strength. You don't have to do this for us. Thinking Chow frowned. He was also concerned about Luo Bing's physical condition. Enough, brother. Tony 3 bit his lip. He knew very well that in this situation, everyone's strength is limited. Luo Bing's ability to do so moved their hearts. Aside, in the pitch-dark space compared to the white world, 3 intelligent, aura-wearing creatures shook their heads disapprovingly after seeing the projection-like picture in front of them. They are used to this stupid thing called Luo Bing. At %hashtag at asterisk at. Hashtag at asterisk hashtag yen at hashtag asterisk. The guards spoke a strange language that no one could understand, but judging from their facial expressions, they should be discussing something about Luo Bing. Luo Bing can't be kind and generous. Everything he does is premeditated. His feet are covered with white crystals and can't move, so just give up. But the power of space can't be mobilized here. Luo Bing can't do the same tricks as Dimensional Slash. So, only with sharp weapons. And an inconspicuous sword handle is hidden in the food that is constantly being embodied. That's why Luo Bing broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, for him, who is as big as the Sea of Spirits, just embodying food is not enough to make him so tired, and ordinary weapons can't damage his body at all. And the guy in front of me with only a hilt but no sword body. It's an artifact in the game. Shadowless sword, Areno. Shoo. Luo Bing entered the super speed mode as a whole, and he quickly adapted to the countercurrent and doubling time flow. A slender hole in the divine space opened from behind him, slowly getting bigger. Luo Bing picked up the shadowless sword and slashed at his legs quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Not good. Notify the master. Although the guards were chatting, the space black hole suddenly appeared in the white world, also immediately attracted their attention, and quickly pressed the emergency button in their hands. Cling. The shadowless sword slashed over his legs, and a lot of sparks appeared. Luo Bing's trouser legs were all cut off, and a string of blood droplets were left at the junction of his legs and the weapon. Damn, so hard. At the moment Luo Bing felt a headache for his physical strength. This headache far exceeded the pain brought on by his body. ZZ. Under Luo Bing's lack of deliberate divine power, his legs didn't heal very quickly, otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Operator Clang. The shadowless sword waved its divine power. Luo Bing looked at his legs again. Invisible's tenacity directly pierced his flesh and blood, leaving a white mark on the bone. And at the moment, the shui space behind him has opened a coin's file size. Come again. 95. Cling. Time passed by, half of roar-sucking time passed. The shui space behind Luo Bing has opened up to a file size of bread, and at the moment he has cut off one of his legs, and there is still one left. Only, let me help you. Come on. Tony and C. Duchess saw Luo Bing's hope of escaping and immediately put their magic power on Luo Bing without any scruples. Crash. The distant sky began to gradually recede, and the big hand of the ruler slowly opened the space and vaguely appeared in front of everyone. Time. Accelerate. Yang Yang shouted, draining Qian Li Zhao, all his strength. The divine power turned into a stream and wrapped Luo Bing. Crack. Under the divine power of all the brothers, Luo Bing's whole body condition skyrocketed. With a click, he cut off both his legs and quickly drilled towards the divine power space. The speed of dominating the big hand is too fast. Despite the interference of all the decent heroes, he did not hesitate to grab Luo Bing. And just under the scene, a pair of glittering gloves flew out from the shui space and then explode. That's the Infinity Gauntlet. The one from my own Earth. Rumble, rumble. The entire giant hand stopped, and it seemed that even he did not dare to underestimate the power of the explosion of the 6 infinite gems. The pair of giant beasts were exceptionally calm, tightly gripped the gloves, and then exploded. What a dazzling explosion it was. Luo Bing got into the shui space. He is a person who knows how to choose, without any distress or hesitation. This opportunity is unprecedented. If he loses this time, he will never have the possibility of turning over again. So, the Infinity Gauntlet was blown away by it. And the huge amounts of explosive force made the omnipotent giant hand pause. It holds the original point of the explosion tightly, and it is bound by layers of power and finally turns into a virtual position. So far, the power of that giant hand is so shocking. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Luo Bing got into the divine power space. He didn't even dare to stop for half a step. He was not sure whether his divine power space could withstand the attack of the giant hand. The captive singularity on the other side is gone. He's going to escape, then get stronger. The gap in strength is too great now. Only by becoming stronger will he have a chance to fight back. Then he will wipe out all that. 35. Luo Bing's speed seemed to have exceeded the speed of light, and the time around him was reversed beside him. After the giant beast in the void annihilated the residual power of the infinite gems explosion, it immediately soared thousands of feet and pierced towards the place where the divine power space was located. He can feel it. He can be here too. 857 Luo Bing thanked his judgment for the first time. If he thought it would be safe to hide in the shui space, then at the moment, he had turned into a corpse. Boom! The giant hand slammed into the gate of the shui space and pulled out a giant hole like a destructive force. It revealed a fairyland-like scenery inside. But before he could wait for his next move, the entire shui space disappeared out of thin air. It follows Luo Bing and crosses an unimaginable distance into another space. The master hand paused in the air for a while, as if he was a little stunned. He angrily smashed into the space around him, stirring everything into a puddle of mud. But finally, he also failed to detect the time and space nodes that Luo Bing crossed. That was the stage when the Supreme Space Magic Book opened up, and that was also a node that only existed in the Divine Power Space. A tear-like pain enveloped Luo Bing's body. He was used to this kind of pain. At the moment, he had no legs, and the remaining divine power in his body had no time to support those legs. He struggled to escape, fleeing to another space. That is the world of fire, Bifa Shadow. F***K. I'll be in retreat for tens of thousands of years. I'll F***K you to death. Luo Bing exclaimed. This was the first time he was so embarrassed. This made his proud heart gradually sober. There are too many powerful characters in this universe. The unknown beings are many levels higher than him. He is powerful, but in the eyes of another group of people, he is just a weak person. He needs to get stronger and become unstoppable. Because, in this world, if you want to survive without worries, strength is the only way to rely. Half asleep and half awake, Luo Bing crossed the long passage of time and space and crashed into the divine space of Abido. This is a special coordinate that is opened up by supreme space magic. Even the Supreme Giant did not seem to have discovered this secret passage. Luo Bing directly put it into a huge amount of cube, shattered everything directly, and continued to carry it downward. After losing all the divine power, his at the moment is not optimistic. Drift. Drift. In the end, Luo Bing lay quietly on a square stone. Damn it. If I were old, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Luo Bing's consciousness gradually blurred. That's right. At that time, after being influenced by Time Gem, he smashed the sun and destroyed the galaxy, but after that, Luo Bing adjusted the normal time through the Infinity Gauntlet. Both he and Thor regained their youth. And Luo Bing, naturally, did not retain that huge divine power. Slowly closing his eyes, Luo Bing fell into a temporary sleep. At the moment, in another area around him, a black-haired boy wearing a cape was also sleeping. His eyes were holding a layer of white gauze, just 100 meters away from Luo Bing. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Uchiha ouch. Wrong. It was Uchiha Obito who entered his own Kamui space and checked Sasuke's status. According to the time calculation, the integrate of the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes should be almost over. To be honest, the title Uchiha ouch was left over from Luo Bing. Later, Nagato became more and more suspicious of the identity of this Uchiha Madara during secret investigations again and again, but he couldn't find Uchiha ouch in the history of the ninja world at all. So, this became a mystery in Nagato's heart. Obito entered his own Shuei space and was stunned by the chaos in front of him at first sight. What is this? It's been demolished. Looking at the collapsed cubes in front of him, Obito rubbed his eyes, thinking he was presbyopia. What the hell is this? Could it be Sasuke? Obito let out a gloomy sigh. Each space cube represented a space node. This small part of the damage means that he can no longer open the space channel corresponding to these places in the future. Roar, it's okay. It's all unimportant places. Obito stepped on the cold sweat on his forehead and supported his mask. He looked at Sasuke, who had some signs of waking up, and frowned. No, not Sasuke. Suddenly, Obito's eyes became fascinated, and he looked at a quiet place 100 meters away. There lay a guy who had lost his legs. This is that legendary guy. He shows up again. Obito was shocked. He didn't understand whether the guy in front of him was an enemy or a friend, but he was easily killed by the Konoha village who killed Danzo's character. The strength of this man cannot be underestimated. Obito cautiously took out the kunai in his hand and cautiously jumped to Luo Bing's position. Who seriously injured him? How did he get here? Obito looked at the kunai in his hand with hesitation. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill the terrifying existence in front of him. However, after careful consideration, Obito finally failed. No matter who you are, for me, you can use it as a chess piece. Obito smiled strangely and laughed arrogantly. It didn't take long for Sasuke to wake up completely. He was first brainwashed by Obito, and then he saw Luo Bing, who was still sleeping in the corner. Sasuke's heart suddenly had mixed feelings. A lot has happened over the years, and Sasuke is not as young as he was when he was a child. He carefully looked at Luo Bing's broken legs from the ankles, snorted coldly, and then stopped paying attention. When I was young, you were a godlike figure. I didn't expect it to get so bad now. You know, I used to admire you, but I also hate you, because you killed Danzo and robbed the enemy that should belong to me. But Yugai actually has a will eye, and you can use a complete Susanoo. Who are you? Recalling the past, Sasuke remembered the golden giant that appeared in Konoha village that day. It was the first time he faced Susanoo directly. At that time, he thought it was a method like a god. But now, Hee, nothing, big deal. Sasuke is a conceited person. He will not admit that there is any recognition is stronger than him. Since Itachi died in his hands, Sasuke has become a character of both good and evil, completely blackened. Don't worry about that guy, Sasuke. Now the most important thing is you. How are your eyes integrated? Obito glanced at Luo Bing on the ground indifferently. He has also investigated the matter about Konoha village, but now he is a little disdainful when he sees the real, golden giant. It's also, after all, a person who has both legs cut off can't bring a mysterious and invincible image to others. Well, the integration has been completed, and I can feel the incomparably powerful pupil power. The corners of Sasuke's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bohemian smile. Very good. Now the organization has captured 7-tailed beasts. Only 8 tails and 9 tails are left. Now, the so-called shadows of the 5 major countries are going to the Iron Country to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Among them, the representative of Konoha's side is Kakashi Hatake, the 6th Hokage you are familiar with. How are you preparing, Sasuke? Won't you let your teacher down? Obito Jia, he smiled. His tone was ridiculed, and under the swirl mask, one eye flashed 3 scarlet and eerie 3 Goyu. Kakashi gave it to me, Sasuke said coldly. For Konoha, the mortal enemy who destroyed his parents and family, he couldn't let go. When he learned the truth from Obito, Sasuke, at the moment, was at the darkest moment in his heart. He had always targeted Itachi before, but now he learned the truth from Obito, and the child had not collapsed. It's a big heart. But at the same time, the arrogant Sasuke will not completely surrender to the Akatsuki organization. This bohemian teenager has never put anyone in his eyes. What about Madara Uchiha? He now has the eternal kaleidoscope riding will I. The dark side of the powerful pupil power is eroding Sasuke's heart, and his little heart is expanding more and more. Obito under the mask watched this scene, and no one knew his expression behind the mask. He could see Sasuke's true loyalty, but so what? All the people in this ninja world are nothing but chess pieces under his hands, and everything is in his plan. Cough, cough. Luo Bing coughed twice and opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his pupils and then slowly disappeared. He woke up, got up from the ground, stretched his waist, and although the divine power in his body had not recovered completely, it had almost recovered. This was the terror of the immortal body of Wushu, and its recovery speed was like a whale swallowing it. Yo, wake up, kid. Uchiha Obito jokingly looked at Luo Bing in Madara Uchiha's tone. Sasuke on the side looked cold and looked at the man who woke up from the ground. His appearance seems to be more handsome than before, but he is still so young, as if time has not left a footprint on him at all. Little devil? Luo Bing was stunned. What was this bloated calling roar all about? The guy with the mask. Isn't that the one who twisted his *** funny that day? What are you pretending to be deep now? You're awake. Sasuke glanced at Luo Bing and said lightly. There was nothing intimacy in his expression, but on the whole, there was no hostility or disgust. Sasuke? Luo Bing looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. At the moment, he had changed a lot from before, and the most obvious change was his size. It seems that with the constant changes of time and space plagiarism, the time here has been pushed back by at least 6 or 7 years. It's me. Sasuke responded. He didn't know what to think, then frowned and said, You saved my life when I was a child. I never liked to owe others. Who is your enemy? Tell me, I'll kill him. Seeking Flowers 0. Sasuke's face was rebellious, and Luo Bing was taken aback by that arrogant attitude. Who gave this baby such confidence? Thanks, but you can't beat him. Don't mess around. Luo Bing was speechless, his head full of black lines, looking at Sasuke, who was obviously in a rebellious period. Although he didn't want to hurt the other's self-esteem, he still said, Tell the truth. Sasuke 99. Sasuke's face suddenly became very strange, all kinds of emotions intertwined, some stunned and some embarrassed. I'm not the Sasuke I used to be. The me now. You can't imagine it. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. He didn't like being questioned by others, and he didn't like being long-winded, but he was facing the man who saved him years ago. What's more, This may be the only Uchiha descendant besides Madara, so Sasuke is a little patient. But a look of impatience was already written on his face. Well, you really have grown up a lot, Sasuke, haha. By the way, how are Naruto and Sakura now? Luo Bing said with a smile. But in that tone, it was like an adult coaxing a child. After Sasuke heard this, his face suddenly stiffened. Maybe he heard Naruto's relationship. He didn't want to answer. Then he snorted coldly and turned his head. Yo, kid, do I need this old man to prepare a wheelchair for you? Obito looked at Luo Bing on the ground with disdain. For ninjas, losing both legs is basically equivalent to a waste person, definitely, except Nagato. But how many people can be like Nagato? I said, can you speak normally? You're not too old, and everyone else is pretending to be tender. What kind of eccentricity do you always pretend to be? Luo Bing rolled his eyes silently, and then he floated up, with divine power in him. Circulation in the body. Chi. Where the granulation was broken, a pair of new legs suddenly emerged, broken limb reborn. Simple little operation. Although Luo Bing can't be reborn from a drop of blood now, as long as he still retains one of his heart or brain, he can recover instantly. But this simple little operation can frighten the two who have been pretending to be cool and deep in front of them. How did you do it? So amazing? And broken limb reborn is obviously a very rare high-end operation in the ninja world. But it is not without. Orochimaru can do this. He can even shed his skin. There are too many secret techniques and physiques in this ninja world. For example, Suzuki, who Sasuke knows, can turn his whole person into a pool of liquid, immune to all physical damage, and the undead duo that Obito is familiar with, those two guys, one has 5 hearts, and the other won't die even if his body is cut into 100 pieces. So, Luo Bing's simple operation was a little surprising in the eyes of the two at first, but they soon recovered. Luo Bing felt himself and basically recovered neatly. Except for some loss of divine power, his whole body was in such a good state that it couldn't be better. This is the horror of Wugo's 857 immortal body. Turning off the lucky halo at will, the reason why Luo Bing can wake up so quickly, the lucky halo takes a lot of credit. He let Luo Bing fall on a special space node unintentionally, and the recovery efficiency has been improved by 2 or 3 times. He also inadvertently let the swelling Obito cancel the idea of killing Luo Bing. Duh. Although that kunai may touch Luo Bing's body and it will be broken. But in general it saves a lot of trouble. If I had turned on the halo before, maybe I wouldn't have been caught by that big hand. Luo Bing shook his head and muttered to himself. Sasuke and Obito on the side looked at each other and turned to Luo Bing together. Who are you? In the history of Uchiha, there is no character named Luo Bing, Obito asked with narrowed eyes. In the previous investigation, he knew the name of the dubious identity guy in front of him. After Obito asked, Sasuke also looked at Luo Bing curiously. He also wanted to hear the answer. This man owns a will eye and has Amaterasu and a complete Susanoo. In terms of blood, Sasuke feels that he should belong to his uncle. Because of the same type of kaleidoscope ability, only immediate family members will have similar ones, such as Itachi's Amaterasu and Sasuke's Kaguchi. But the Luo Bing in front of him had the same Amaterasu flame as Itachi, which made Obito's investigation a little confused. In his file, Luo Bing, a mysterious Uchiha clan who appeared 6 years ago, is a man with a semi-complete body Susa. One of his kaleidoscope abilities is Amaterasu, as for the other. According to the data of the soil survey, it may be the speed. But this man is very strange. He has no trace of chakra flowing all over his body. Maybe he has learned some special concealment technique. And, after facing Luo Bing this time, Obito had another question in his heart. That's the eyes. Generally speaking, when the writing will eye is promoted to the kaleidoscope, the ordinary writing will eye will remain in the 3-go jade mode, while Luo Bing in front of him has bright eyes, and no-go jade appears in the pupil. What's the matter? Actually, this is not the only thing that makes Obito think about it. He is still at a loss as to how this man appeared in the Shui space. Kamui space is Obito's biggest backer. If this guy can enter and leave Kamui space at will, then his combat power will drop a few notches in diameter. Don't think so much, useless. I'm just passing by. In fact, I'm not from this world, understand? Luo Bing said he didn't want to hide his identity because there was nothing to hide. At the very least, he was sure that in this world, no one could hurt him at all. Luo Bing's original plan was to try to find the lost Supreme Space Magic book here. By the way, he would retreat here for a while, wait for his strength to become stronger, and then go back through the original node, or use other means to return to his original world. Not from this world? Obito thought secretly, and his brows could not help frowning. Things seem to have become complicated, and have vaguely surpassed his control. Is the guy in front of him lying, or is he really serious? Obito doesn't understand, it's just that he doesn't plan to think about this for the time being. Because the Shadowless Conference is about to be held, he has more long-term plans. And the declaration of war at the Five Shadows Conference was the first part of his plan. Hope this guy doesn't mess up. 39. Otherwise. Obito's eyes turned cold, but anyone who wanted to sabotage his plan would be his target to kill. Humph. Obito snorted coldly, then took Sasuke out of the Shuei space and appeared in the outside world. That guy is unusual. Before they could finish speaking, Obito and Sasuke were stunned for a while. They actually saw the gate of the Shuei space slowly opening. Luo Bing walked out of it leisurely and changed into a new set of clothes by the way. I don't know where he got it from. Why are you looking at me like this? Is it because I'm handsome? Luo Bing snapped his fingers with a smile. His messy hairstyle instantly became sparkling and drifted. Obito was speechless. Suddenly, there was an illusion that his home was being casually entered and left, which made him a little unacceptable. This guy even has the ability in space. What a dangerous person. Obito thought to himself in 5.0, carefully calculating. I heard that you are going to the Five Shadows Conference. Take me with you. Generally, there are a lot of delicious food at this kind of gathering. I am still brooding about Konoha's ramen. I don't know what kind of food is here, haha. Luo Bing smiled, like a sunny boy. Sasuke. With soil. What do you think we lost? Soul Dan. To raid. To sabotage. To declare war. It's not a game. UB asterisk 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 D. What's the purpose? But this juncture appeared. Obito's eyes dodged for a moment. He secretly had a plan in his heart, and nodded, okay. Today, the Iron Country is in the midst of a cold winter, and snow covers everything around it. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, the Iron Country is an independent neutral country that belongs only to samurai, while samurai is a profession with a long history before the Warring States period. Before ninja became popular, it was the world of samurai. When the legendary 6 Paths Immortals founded the ninja sect and spread ninja, the status of the samurai plummeted. However, with the advancement of the times, traditional warriors have also learned chakra. Although they do not know how to use ninjutsu, the power of using chakra on swords is quite extraordinary. To the outside world, the Kingdom of Iron is neutral, so the venue for the Five Shadows Conference was decided after everyone discussed it together. Mifune received the last shadow to arrive. That was the 6th Hokage Kakashi. If Danzo hadn't been killed by Luo Bing, at the moment's agent Hokage would probably be him. 614 Pain attacked Konoha, and Luo Tianzhong turned the entire Konoha into a crater. The 5th Hokage was also seriously injured. Kakashi's temporary ascending was a decision of last resort, because there was really no high-end combat power in the village to stand up to, and Jiraiya also sank to the bottom of the sea, the mutiny's mutiny, the pit killing. And now Konoha is no longer prosperous in the past. Gesture. Next to Kakashi followed 2 people. One is the think tank Shikaku, and the other is Mute, who is holding a pig. It's too late, the 6th generation. Tang Tian Pingda Yemu snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with Konoha's procrastination. This meeting was held by Yunran and Konoha at the same time, and it was indeed a bit rude for the sponsor to be late. Sorry, something happened temporarily. Kakashi was neither humble nor arrogant, looking around the audience with a pair of dead fish eyes, and after finding his own seat, He sat up, and Lu Jiao and Mute stood beside him. Okay, the purpose of this meeting is to organize against Akatsuki. Sixth generation. As far as I know, Akatsuki's leader attacked Konoha some time ago, but he died there in the end. Is that true or false? Reikage, he knocked on the table and asked seriously. Yes, but he is not the leader. The leader should be the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara and wears a spiral mask. Kakashi nodded and said, Humph. Uchiha Madara. Tainshinping Onaji seemed to have thought of the scene of being humiliated by Madara and turned his head away unconvinced. The sixth generation, the rebel Uchiha Sasuke, has made a lot of noise recently. Do you want to be held accountable? Oh? I heard that you have been hiring the Shao organization, is that true? Suddenly, it was originally a quarrel between Konoha and Iwa Shinobu, and after Reikage interjected, Reikage and Tsuchikage, who were not dealing with each other when they met, quarreled. Yunren and Yenren village have had a feud, and the Hokage of all dynasties died at the hands of each other, and they have a big beam. Immediately, the entire Serious Five Shadows conference became a mess, and Mifune of the Kingdom of Iron frowned secretly in his eyes. Several. Now is not the time to quarrel. The Akatsuki organization has already captured the seven-tailed beasts, and this is the purpose of our visit today, said the young Wudai Fongi Ngara. The 5 generations of Mizukage Terumi may on the side lazily put their hands together, listening to the quarrel of several people, which is quite interesting. Little devil, it's not your turn to speak here yet, but Sha Rin actually introduced you as a brat to be Fonging. I'm afraid that there is no successor, right? Tianshinping Daimyu sneered. This old man is like a powder keg. Even though he looks like an honest man, he actually has a bad temper like a stone. I love Luo pursed his lips, not angry. I used to be the one-tailed person jury. I have died once. I am very clear about the purpose of the organization. Their ambition is the entire ninja world. Now is not the time for everyone to exclude each other, Tsuchikage. As Gaara said something, the scene gradually eased up. Everyone knows the urgency of things. Similarly, before coming to participate in this Five Shadows conference, everyone already has a purpose in their hearts. Luo Bing hitched a ride to the country of iron. He had never been to this country before, and the only place he went was Konoha. Last time, because of the rush of time, he really didn't take a good tour of this world. At the moment of appearing in the Iron Country, Uchiha Sasuke called his Eagle Squad and launched an action. Luo Bing and Obito looked at each other. Obito is still wary of this guy in front of him. He doesn't know the purpose of the other party. If there is a chance, he will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Thanks, Luo Bing waved to the masked man beside him, suddenly realizing that he didn't know his name. So he used the Eye of Data to look at it. Uchiha Obito, the end of the crane in the tail of the crane, the eye is a double-hook jade, and the advanced is a kaleidoscope. The Battle of Shenwabi Bridge was saved by Uchiha Madara, and since then he has become Madara's spokesperson, his love, Yuan Yilin. Oh well. This guy is the 857 protagonist template. Not bad. Taking a cursory glance, Luo Bing remembered the masked man's name, and then finished his words. Go ahead and leave me alone, Obito-kun. Uchiha Obito. He knows my name. He knows my name. Who the hell is he? Hateful. Obito was flustered. This was the first time he felt flustered in the past few years. However, the perennial disguise had taught him to be cautious. He silently watched Luo Bing's retreating back, secretly remembering this guy in his heart. Who will he be? Uchiha family. Kaleidoscope. Know my identity. Is it Madara's other successor? Obito pondered secretly, his brows furrowed. He didn't intend to revive Madara. He only cared about Lin. Damn, it seems that I have to think about what that pocket said. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, and then his body twisted and slowly disappeared into the air. Iron Country's food is average. Luo Bing shook his head in disappointment and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Naruto's figure appeared within his perception range. Naruto, Sakura? Go see you. Naruto's going out this time is his own will. Under the current situation, Ranjuli is not allowed to leave the village. Although it sounds like he has been grounded, this is also a protective measure for Naruto. The current situation is very tense, and the Akatsuki organization is waiting for an opportunity all the time. The human pillar hunting plan has been completed more than half, and now only Naruto's 9-tailed and 8-tailed human pillar Riki Rabbi. Judging from the current situation, it was a wise decision to stay in the village and hide, but Naruto, Taihanin, was overwhelmed when he heard the news that Sasuke might appear in the country of iron, and no one could persuade him. However, the current Naruto's strength is not what it used to be, and the highest combat power in the village at this stage is not there. Without the obstruction of Kakashi and others, Naruto easily escaped from Konoha. "Naruto, go back with me." Sakura chased after her. As a member of the three-person team of the same era, she has been left far behind by Sasuke and Naruto in the same team. Although the three of them are the legendary Sannin disciples, in terms of strength and cheating, Sakura is far inferior to the first two. Although he is already outstanding among his peers, he is still not as good as the official hanging wall. "Sakura, I will definitely bring Sasuke back. This is my promise." "That guy. I must wake him up." At the moment, Naruto's attitude was very firm. This carefree man only mentioned Sasuke would be so excited. He didn't understand why Sasuke was a traitor, let alone Sasuke's true thoughts. He just felt that Sasuke, who was always cool and disgusting, seemed to be never coming back. Naruto was scared. Yes, a fearless one he will also be afraid of. Since the last time we met, Sasuke's eyes have been so cold that he doesn't recognize him. When you are staring into the abyss of hell, hell is also staring at you. Since Sasuke embarked on the road of revenge, his whole person is now gradually being pulled into the abyss and sinking deeper and deeper. Enough. Leave that guy alone. Naruto, I don't want to see you die, do you understand? 35 Sakura's eyes are red, and she doesn't want to see any of her friends in the village lose their lives. The power disparity between the two sides is too great. Where Sasuke waits, there must be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. And if Naruto insisted, he would simply die in vain. After experiencing the Gaara incident and the destruction of Konoha village, Sakura clearly knew the power of Akatsuki's organization, and at the same time she knew that once Naruto was captured, the fate of the Nine Tails would be pulled away. Sakura. Naruto was stunned. It was the first time he saw Sakura cry because of him. What's in your mind? Don't know, don't understand. In fact, Naruto has been in love with Sakura since he was a child, but Sakura has always despised him. After so many years, the secret love when he was young seems to have gradually faded with the passage of time. Maybe it's not called love, it's just the ignorant liking of beautiful girls when I was young. Everyone goes through that age of nympho. And now, for some reason, the girl with white eyes, the brave girl who stood in front of him, Hinata, appeared hazy in Naruto's mind. "I'm sorry, Sakura. But I will come back alive." Naruto laughed and stretched out his iconic thumb. Although he has always given the impression that Roar is not very shrewd, no one can defeat his determination for what he has already determined. In the biting cold wind of the Iron Country, the blonde boy turned his back to the sun, and the white imperial robe behind him fluttered in the wind. At the moment, the 6 fox whiskers on his face also looked a lot softer. This is Naruto. A hardworking ninja, a ninja who does what he says. Yo, long time no see, Naruto, Sakura, a familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared beside the two of them. That voice was so special that it was difficult for those who heard it once to forget it in their minds. Clear and airy, giving a comfortable feeling of being enveloped by the sun. With the ripples in the space, Luo Bing appeared in the sky above Naruto and Sakura in an instant, slowly floating to the ground. I saw this man falling from the sky in front of me. Sakura and Naruto were stunned at the same time. Long time no see? Do not. It's been too long. His mysterious arrival and mysterious disappearance. Naruto has followed Jirai all these years and has never heard a single bit of news from him. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. 2 surprised screams echoed in the white snow. Unlike Sasuke's pretended indifference and deepness, the surprise in Naruto and Sakura's eyes almost overflowed. Especially the Naruto guy. He rushed up directly and gave Luo Bing a bear hug, his excitement beyond words. Ha ha ha. Okay, now you're a grown man, and still so childish. Luo Bing rubbed Naruto's golden hair with one hand, feeling the trembling shoulders of the big boy in front of him, and stood there facing the side. Sakura waved her hand. It's so good. Big brother Luo, I thought. Naruto's tone was full of tears. Over the years, teacher Jiraiya died, the third generation died, and Luo Bing was the first man who really cared about him identifying with him. Naruto thought he had already disappeared from this world, but he didn't expect him to appear again today. The surprise was so overwhelming that Naruto couldn't control his emotions very well. But, in fact, he will not deliberately control his emotions. This is Naruto, a guy who never beats the corner. Do you think I'm dead? Haha, Qianli Zhao. In fact, I've died many times over the years, but I'm so happy to see you again, Naruto boss. Luo Bing said with a smile. Naruto's name roar made the careless boy in front of him stunned for a moment. 6 years ago, when he was at the My Ramen restaurant, Naruto also asked what big guy meant, and Luo Bing at that time told him that it meant very powerful. So, over the years, Naruto has been working hard in the direction of the big guy. He's going to be a great boss. Protect your loved ones around you. He made it. From everyone's disgust, everyone's resentment, the Chunin exam, from Konoha's attack, Naruto walked over step by step, and everyone gradually recognized him. And Naruto has finally become a reliable ninja in the heart of a big guy. Even hero, big brother Luo. Sakura, whose eyes were already red, turned even redder at the moment. She also wanted to throw herself into big brother Luo's arms like Naruto. But, in a girl's restraint, plus not seeing each other for so many years, she didn't feel embarrassed to do that. Right? She has grown into a big girl now, and sometimes you should really pay attention to this kind of thing. Especially in front of a childhood crush. But, it's been 6 or 7 years. He seems to be getting more handsome. Xiaoying's nympho soul was showing signs of recovery. She shook her head, smiled self-deprecatingly, then ran over generously and hugged Luo Bing's arm. Brother Luo, it's great that you're back. Luo Bing was entangled by the two for a while and was a little embarrassed. He could only smile awkwardly and then touch the heads of the two. This is not the place to talk. I miss Konoha's ramen for a long time. Let's go. With that said, Luo Bing took Naruto and Sakura and disappeared in place in an instant, coming directly to Konoha from the distant Iron Country. At the moment, Konoha is still under construction, and the giant pit in the center of the village is still being filled, which is the giant pit caused by the huge amounts of repulsion of super god Luo Tianjing. At the moment, the 857-year-old Hokage rock is also in the process of being repaired. Due to Kakashi's rush to take the position, there is no picture of him on the Hokage rock at the moment. In fact, although he is called the 6th Hokage, but now it's just acting as Hokage, because at the moment's 5 generations of Tsunade Haim was seriously injured and comatose, but it's not the time to retire completely. She is still young. However, the 6th generation of Kakashi has already been decided by default. In the village, in terms of qualifications, contributions, and people's aspirations, it is a sure thing for him to become the 6th generation. Yao Ramen Shop is really lucky. It's only 1 meter away from the Tianking, and still survived, Luo Bing muttered to himself, looking at the ramen shop sign during the meeting. Space-time ninjutsu? Naruto looked at the changing terrain around him in surprise, and his whole body instantly slumped. He managed to get out after a long time. In the blink of an eye, the 3 or 4 day journey was simply omitted and repatriated. It's back to Konoha, it's amazing. Sakura was also a little surprised at the moment, because there were too many people on the street. He subconsciously let go of the arms holding Luo Bing's arms, his face shy red. Boss, come 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Oh wait, 30 bowls. Considering Naruto's appetite, Luo Bing hesitation, and then shouted at Yale. Wait. Ila clearly recognized the man in front of him. This is the man who made a fuss about Konoha that day. Although, Konoha did not issue a bounty to him, but is it really appropriate to appear here so blatantly? Soon, Umbu, who was patrolling the street, found Luo Bing's group and immediately reported it to the top. Now Tsunade is still in a coma, and the two Konoha advisors are in charge. In fact, the advisors don't ask much questions now. Since the Danzo incident, the advisors of the elders have the rights gradually declined in Konoha. Before he left, Kakashi entrusted all the complicated affairs of the village to Shikamaru, the son of Nara Shikahisa. And Shikamaru also inherited his father's ingenuity and is a rare strategist. It's just, he still didn't stop Naruto from fleeing. Because this guy is so unreasonable. Naruto and Sakura are back? And that man. Shikamaru frowned immediately after hearing the report. He panics too. He didn't understand the purpose of this man named Luo Bing. When he was a child, he had witnessed the power of the Golden Giant, and the impression was too deep. He disappeared for more than 6 years. How could he appear at this time? And it still appears out of thin air, with Naruto and Sakura? 35. Bifa, are you an enemy or a friend? Shikamaru was in trouble, but anyway, from the current point of view, it is a good thing that Naruto and Sakura can come back. This matter was beyond the scope of Shikamaru's ability, and he immediately asked people to prepare information and pass it on to the 6th Hokage and his father ahead. At the moment, he even used a castrated version of the long-lost Flying Thor technique. One of Konoha's trump cards, the 3-man Flying Thor technique. The technique of Flying Thor requires too much space ability. Except for the 2nd and 4th generations, no one in Konoha can learn this technique independently. However, the 3 guards in the guard team, who had been carefully taught by 4 generations, barely mastered this technique. But the side effects are great. It will waste a lot of chakra, and it must be performed by 3 people together. It is basically impossible to fight, and it is only useful to transmit information in an emergency. At the 5 Shadows Conference. Report urgent news. Shiranui Gunma walked to the center of the venue panting with a toothpick in his mouth. After being released by the guards, he eagerly came to Kakashi's side to convey the news of what happened to Konoha, while outside the door, the other 2 members of the guard team leaned on the wall to rest weakly. What? Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened for the first time. He is very familiar with Luo Bing. After all, he was the one who brought him into the village. He actually came back and brought back Naruto and Sakura, who escaped. Naruto, this guy. Kakashi is very big-headed. He understands Naruto's character. He didn't expect the things he was worried about to happen, but fortunately, for now, nothing major has happened. What happened? 6th generation. How is Naruto? As one of Naruto's few friends, Gaara frowned and asked with concern. Several other shadows also frowned and looked over. Generally speaking, if this kind of meeting is not a major situation, it will not be disturbed by exception. And at the moment, it was clear that something unexpected happened to Konoha. And listening to Kakashi's inadvertent words, it can be inferred that this situation is related to the 9-tailed Julie, and now at this juncture, the matter about the tailed orc Julie can be said to be a big thing. Kakashi frowned. Everyone is an allied country now, and he has nothing to hide, so he said, "The man who mysteriously disappeared 6 years ago has appeared again, and is now in Konoha." 6 years ago? Could it be that he? Everyone frowned and began to think. And right here, a sudden sound of thousands of birds chirping echoed in everyone's ears. It's Sasuke. He broke in. Humph. That kid came just in time. Liang smashed the entire conference table into pieces with a fist and rushed out with thunder and lightning all over his body. Although Karabi has not been really captured, his whereabouts are still unknown. Until now, AI does not know what his situation is, and all this is due to Sasuke. The 4th generation Raikage, who was already full of temper, immediately rushed out in anger after hearing that Sasuke, the betrayal, dared to provoke him. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Sasuke and the 4th Raikage started a fierce battle. At this time, due to the butterfly effect of hesitation, Danzo was killed. Sasuke advanced history and obtained the Eternal Kaleidoscope, writing Will I more quickly. The Eternal Eye is not a blow, The 4 generations of Reikage were defeated, the walls collapsed one after another, and the entire sky was echoed with the chorus of thousands of birds, the mighty momentum. Kakashi, who saw the scene, looked lonely. Now, has even the former disciple surpassed him? Kakashi subconsciously supported the forehead guard covering his left eye. Although Sharingan gave him the name of a copy ninja, but without the Uchiha bloodline, this eye that could never be closed was the biggest drag on him. But this is Obito's last gift, and Kakashi will never abandon it. The battle situation is very frustrating. I didn't expect this kid named Sasuke to have grown to such a level, Descendants of the Uchiha clan support Reikage. Tenshinhan Inoki said. His body slightly floated in the air. However, at this moment, a whirlpool crack suddenly appeared on the table in the conference center. The masked Uchiha Madara stuck his head out of it. For a time, all the shadows looked at the center on alert for the first time. It's all here, hee. Obito looked around, and when he saw Kakashi, his mood became slightly more complicated. Then, overwhelmed, he used Madara Uchiha's words gesture, wildly describing his own ambition. And at this moment, Konoha, please take it slow. Yael and his assistant daughter brought 4 bowls of hot ramen, 1 in each hand, for a total of 4 bowls, and the follow-up ramen is still being made. 3 servings of ramen were served in front of the 3, and 1 bowl was placed on a vacant seat. Looking at the extra ramen, Naruto's eyes suddenly dimmed. I remember the last time I had ramen with brother Luo Bing, for servings was just right, and now, there is 1 more. Because Sasuke is not here. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Naruto's eyes turned slightly red, and he swallowed the ramen in front of him. I said why you're so unhappy, it's because of Sasuke. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the years since I left, Luo Bing said casually, breaking open the disposable chopsticks in front of him. Brother Luo. Sasuke he defected, Xiaoying said in a low tone. Well, I've seen him before. That kid's personality is a lot colder, Luo Bing said casually, patted Naruto on the back, and motioned him to eat slowly and not choke. But who would have thought that when Naruto heard the news of Sasuke, he almost spat out with excitement, swallowed the ramen in his mouth hard, and looked at Luo Bing with a look of hope. Brother Luo, you said you have seen Sasuke. Where? Naruto was so excited that he couldn't even eat the ramen in front of him. Iron Country. Oh, by the way, I just feel like there is something missing from this meal. You wait, I'll call Sasuke. Luo Bing said, ignoring Xiaoying and Naruto who were in a daze beside him, and snapped his fingers. Crash. The space opened like a curtain. A strange picture appeared in the small Alaka ramen restaurant. On one side are diners eating ramen, and on the other side is the conference room of the 5 Shadows Conference in the distant Iron Kingdom. Obito, who was talking endlessly, and the stunned 4 shadows, and Sasuke and Reikage, who had just penetrated the wall and came to this room, were stunned at the same time. Yo! It's quite lively, have you eaten yet? Luo Bing asked. Naruto. Sasuke. In an instant, Obito, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the others were all stunned. This is, what the hell, 9. Seeking Flowers 0. What the hell have you eaten? What do you think the current situation is? Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Naruto were stunned, rubbing their eyes, looking at the picture in front of them in disbelief. This guy, how far has he played time-space ninjutsu? At the moment, Obito looked at Luo Bing on the opposite side with a dreadful look on his face. And at the moment, the person he most wanted, Julie, was on the opposite side, and but he didn't dare to move. Can't figure out where to go. This guy, what kind of existence is that? Yo, Sasuke, stop fighting, come and eat ramen, it's just served, and it's still hot. Luo Bing waved his finger at Sasuke. A black hole appeared out of nowhere at Sasuke's feet, and then he fell directly, appeared at the Konoha ramen restaurant. Help! Swa. Hey, Obito-kun, Sasuke, let me borrow a meal first, and I'll return it to you later. Luo Bing waved at the stunned crowd, and then, everything returned to normal, and the ripples in the space completely disappeared. End this operation. But it terrified everyone. Among them, Kakashi and Obito were the most surprised. He called that name. Uchiha Obito's hands trembled slightly. At this moment, he really wants to resign. He wants to strike. He doesn't want to do it anymore. Does this sound like a word? Does this sound like a word? What a damn weird development this is. Obito. Are you Obito? Kakashi looked at the masked man suspiciously. At the moment, the scene of the Five Shadows convention was silently dropping needles. However, Luo Bing, the initiator of all the chaos at the moment, didn't care what happened on the other side at all. He smiled and took out a pair of chopsticks and handed it to Sasuke. What are you doing, you eat? Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and this guy. At the moment, the one who is most shocked is Sasuke Uchiha, this arrogant person who has never put others in his eyes, but the one who saw the mysterious Luo Bing once when he was a child, but he was greatly overwhelmed. Beyond his imagination. What does this mean? I'm taking revenge, bro. I am fighting. Aren't you picking refreshments in the Iron Country? Why did you suddenly run to Konoha? Why did you suddenly drag me from the country of iron to Konoha? You're a man or a ghost. I also handed myself chopsticks. What do you mean? Can I eat it? I am now a traitor. I am a traitor. Could you please respect my position? Sure enough, no one can escape the true fragrance law. Sasuke finally took the chopsticks and sat at the dining table with a secret expression of 873. At the moment, this child doubts life, and all this is under the strong pressure of the mysterious man beside him. Illusion. Could it be that I fell into an illusion? Sasuke has been thinking about this issue, and it seems that all this can only be explained by illusion. But the smooth flow of chakra and the eternal kaleidoscope of riding wheels told him that it was all so real. But that's the kind of truth that sucks. It's really Sasuke? Wow. Big brother Luo. How did you do it? Time and space ninjutsu? It's amazing. When he really saw Sasuke, he suddenly became cautious. At the moment, it really doesn't seem like the moment to express emotions. Because the surrounding force field seems to be particularly weird. Outside the door of the ramen restaurant, layers of umbu came over after hearing the news. Shikamaru frowned. He had no idea what was going on. Rebel Uchiha Sasuke appeared at the Konoha ramen shop. Also eating ramen with Naruto and others. Who dares to believe this? I can't believe it if you kill me. Who the hell are you? Sasuke, who was holding chopsticks abruptly, spoke up. He was different from Naruto at least. In this environment, he still retains some IQ. What are you talking about, kid? We've known each other many years ago. Luo Bing picked up a piece of ramen and put it in his mouth, making a squeaking sound. Cool. That's what it tastes like. Artificially made is much more delicious than the real one. Is it a psychological problem? Luo Bing muttered to himself, completely ignoring the feelings of the middle-aged 2-year-old boy with black lines on his face. Sasuke. It's great that you're back, Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto didn't even bother to eat. He hugged Sasuke's shoulder excitedly and shook desperately. The ghost knows how helpless Sasuke Uchiha is now. He really wanted to kick the tail of this smelly crane, but because of the mysterious Luo Bing, he finally endured it silently. Definitely. The stinky face still doesn't change. You said that guy with the mask is Uchiha Obito? Sasuke regained his courage and looked at Luo Bing seriously. How could he not know about Obito? That's a shame for the Uchiha family. Not only is it a crane tail, but also gave his own riding wheel to outsiders. And that outsider, officially his teacher Kakashi. However, the current Sasuke will not admit that Kakashi is his teacher at all, and he is completely dismissive of weak people. Even the so-called Uchiha Madara Sasuke didn't take him to heart. In Sasuke's heart, God is first, he is second. As for who the gods are, the devil knows. Yes, that's what the Eye of Data told me. Luo Bing had nothing to hide and said directly. The Eye of Data? What is that? Eye technique? Blood continent. Sasuke's curiosity suddenly came up. He was full of curiosity about all the unknown powers. What can become more powerful is what it pursues. It's my ability. I can see through all the information and secrets of anyone. Definitely, under normal circumstances, I still respect the privacy of others. Luo Bing wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue paper leisurely. Afterwards, he glanced at Sasuke inadvertently, and then laughed strangely. "Huh, Sasuke, Naruto, it turns out that you both gave each other your first kiss." Sasuke. Naruto. This is what you mean by respecting privacy. You are a liar. Even Naruto, who has always been cheeky, flushed his face and seemed to be a little shy. Sasuke on the side was even more depressed. The black aura of despair was about to emerge from the top of his head. "You're so shy. That was an accident. Damn it. You misunderstood B asterisk 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 D. I'm sorry, but when I mentioned the data I opened automatically. Sorry, Luo Bing sneered and immediately closed the data I. Wait, big brother Luo. Naruto suddenly stopped Luo Bing. Huh? Luo Bing looked at him suspiciously. If I can really see all the secrets, I want to know who my parents are, and. Naruto stammered for a while. It seems that he himself is hesitation. Is that so? Leave it to me. Luo Bing nodded, reopened the Eye of Data, and glanced at Naruto. Well, your father is the fourth Naruto wave Fong Minato, and your mother is the last nine-tailed person who helped Uzumaki Kushina, and your parents died when you were just born. As for the cause of death, it was written because Uchiha Obito attacked Konoha while he was giving birth to the nine-tailed man, and your parents died in that disaster in order to save Konoha and protect you. The specific cause of death, oh. There seems to be an image here. Has the Eye of Data been upgraded to this level? Wait, I'll do it and see if I can share it. Luo Bing said, and then invoked his Friday biological authority to convert the scene he saw into a holographic projection. It was then played in the lobby of a ramen shop. It's like watching a movie. In the movie, there is the death of the Nine Tails, the affectionate dialogue of the Minato couple, and the expectations for future children. And all this. The viewers were Naruto and Sasuke, and a whole bunch of people who stayed outside the door and dared to join in the fun. Naruto, don't be picky eaters, eat more, grow up quickly, remember to take a bath on time every day, and don't stay up late, make sure you sleep. And remember to make friends. You don't have to have many friends, just a few really trustworthy friends. Also, although I'm not very good at mother, but you have to study your homework and ninjutsu well, but everyone is good and bad. Even if you encounter difficulties in learning, don't be too disappointed at school. Respect teachers and seniors. There is one more important thing. Regarding the 3 forbidden ninjas, especially the loan of money, you must be careful. The income from the task must be well saved, and you can't drink until you are 20 years old, and women. Be more careful, Teacher Jiraiya. Naruto, you will encounter a lot of pain and bitterness in the future, but you must be firm in maintaining yourself, have dreams, and have the confidence to realize your dreams. And in fact, there are more things I want to teach you, and I want to be by your side all the time. 14. Kushina in the holographic projection said that at this time, she was already crying, and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her arm. At the moment, Naruto had snot and tears flowing, and even the onlookers on the side couldn't help feeling emotional when they saw the scene. Naruto, what Dad wants to say is the same as Mom. Minato had a warm and sunny smile on his face, like a little sun. He slowly closed his eyes. Gossip seal. The holographic projection is over here. Naruto slumped on the table weakly, buried his head deeply in his arms. His shoulders were constantly shaking, and the strong man at the moment also seemed lonely. It turns out that Naruto is the child of the 4th Hokage. Yeah, I really didn't expect it to be the 4th generation. We should have realized that the blonde hair is exactly the same as the 4th generation. Alas. I'm so sorry for this kid. Think about what we've all done. His parents sacrificed to save Konoha, and we blamed Naruto for all this, and said he was the incarnation of a demon fox. Damn it. Naruto. Sorry. Naruto, please forgive me. Roar outside the door was shouting incessantly, and at the moment, Naruto inside the house wiped the corners of his eyes and suddenly revealed a bright smile. He has let go, he has thought about it. And now he has become the ideal look in the eyes of his parents. He is already a very powerful ninja. Even though there's still a lot that hasn't been done. But Naruto will work harder and will go all out to fight and fight. Thank you, Brother Luo Bing. Naruto wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked up at Hokage Rock in the distance. Above that, the head of the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Wind Minato is engraved high, and the sun shines on the Hokage Rock, and the fourth generation is still like a small sun, looking down at Konoha gently. Seemingly moved by the scene of true love, Sasuke's heart was also moved. He lowered his head silently, his parents sounded, thinking of his brother, and in the end, he didn't say anything. Maybe it's the price of growing up. Naruto, it seems that you have a parent who treats you very well. Luo Bing smiled, feeling a little envious in his heart. He still doesn't know who his parents are. Yeah, big brother Luo. In the future, I will also become a great ninja like my father. Naruto shouted, full of energy, and his true feelings inspired everyone around him. The sun shines on Naruto's face, and the big guy seems to see the shadow of the 4 generations of peerless elegance once again. Well, you will. Luo Bing smiled, seeing a light in Naruto's eyes. Then his mind moved, and he thought for a while. Speaking of which, I forgot to give you a greeting when we first met. So, how about making it up this time? Meeting ceremony? Naruto, Sakura, and even Sasuke turned their heads curiously and looked at Luo Bing. First of all, Sakura, hey Sakura-chan, do you have any wishes? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Xiaoying froze in place and slowly shook her head, but she suddenly thought of something and said that Granny Tsunade is still in a coma. Brother Luo, what do you have? Is there any way to make her recover quickly? Sakura said the words, and Shikamaru, who had been observing the situation outside, was stunned for a while and then immediately became excited. At this critical juncture, it would be the most surprising thing if the Hokage-sama could be awakened. Well done, Sakura. Simple. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade-ji on Konoha's bed was directly moved over by him. At the moment, Tsunade Heim really looks like a mother-in-law. Her face is full of wrinkles. She is already old and out of shape. With a flash of golden light, a bottle of Paradise HP recovery potion appeared in front of Luo Bing out of thin air. Then he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it into Tsunade's mouth. Cough, cough. With a bang, Tsunade opened her eyes immediately, and then her skin gradually became smooth, and the wrinkles gradually faded. She looked at the situation around her in a daze, a little confused. What's wrong with me? What's the situation? That's great, teacher. Sakura instantly fell into Tsunade Heim's arms, her excitement beyond words. On the other side, Sasuke, Naruto, and all the onlookers widened their eyes in shock. What a miraculous potion. What is it made of? Shikamaru bit his nails in surprise. Until now, the man named Luo Bing has done all kinds of things beyond his imagination and understand. It's just godlike means. You are Luo Bing. Tsunade was deeply impressed by the character recorded in the Konoha dossier, and she quickly understood what was happening from Sakura's account. Hey, good lunch. Haven't you eaten yet? Would you like some ramen? Luo Bing casually called Roar, then ignored Tsunade's weird expression and turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. You 2 little fellows, as for the gift, I have already thought it out for you. Well, how about resurrecting your lost relatives? Luo Bing asked with a smile. And this simple sentence made Sasuke and Naruto froze in place for a long time, unable to react for a long time. You said, resurrection. Even the calmest Tsunade on the scene at the moment was taken aback. She even began to suspect that this guy of unknown origin in front of her was talking in her sleep. I'm afraid it's not a brain problem. Are you sure you are serious? Resurrection. Sasuke and Naruto shouted in unison. At the moment, Sasuke still looks cold, his hopeful eyes staring at Luo Bing. If he can bring his brother and parents back to life, he is willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life doesn't matter. At the moment, Naruto was so excited that he was speechless. After seeing the images of his parents just now, at the moment his longing for his parents and his regret for the death of Jiraiya-sensei have broken through the sky. At this juncture, when Luo Bing said to resurrect their deceased relatives, for some reason, Naruto's first thought was to believe. He believed that big brother Luo could do all this. That is blind trust. At the moment, the excitement in Naruto and Sasuke's heart can no longer be described in words. Resurrection, a simple operation. Unfortunately, my infinity gauntlet exploded before, otherwise it would have been a blink of an eye, Luo Bing said calmly. Resurrection may seem like a fantasy in the eyes of others. But how do you say Luo Bing is someone who has experienced a lot of big scenes? How can this kind of show action be less? For now, without relying on infinity gauntlet, he has 3 or 5 sets of mature resurrection plans. Can you really do it? Are you serious? Sasuke stared at his Sengoku Jade. His hesitation was too excited. The Sengoku Jade in his eye socket spun rapidly and gradually turned into an eternal kaleidoscope. If his parents can be resurrected and his brother can be resurrected, he will avenge his A****. And the biggest enemy Danzong has already been killed by Luo Bing. He has no reason to continue on the road of revenge. Are you serious? Are you sure you're not joking? Tsunade's tone trembled a little. Once, Orochimaru also gave him the bargaining chip to resurrect his younger brother Shishu and his first love. But that's the reincarnation of the filth. That's not resurrection at all. Definitely, Luo Bing smiled, a confident smile on his face. Maybe for these people, resurrection or something is simply a fantasy, but for Luo Bing, it is very easy and simple to operate. Moreover, since the original source of his daily ability was Naruto and Sasuke, he had an inexplicable affection for these two guys. Do yourself a favor, Luo Bing doesn't mind being a good person. He is a positive character, superhero. Before, when I was watching Naruto's profile, it seemed like it was popular in your world to use reincarnation eyes to revive others, right? Luo Bing asked casually. Flow? Pop? Can the word pop be used on this? This is resurrection. Why do you say so easily? Nagato resurrected a group of people with the reincarnation technique, and Kakashi-sensei was brought back by this warlock. But according to my speculation, this technique will sacrifice the life of the caster, and only Nagato owns the Eye of Reincarnation. It is the eye of the legendary six-path immortal, and it is the eye of God, Naruto said with a frown. Sasuke also nodded. Although he had not really seen the power of the Samsara Eye, he could roughly imagine it. Sasuke, you don't know. Luo Bing looked at Sasuke Uchiha in surprise. Know what? Sasuke frowned suspiciously and looked at Luo Bing in surprise. Reincarnation Eye is not someone's eye, it was evolved from Sharingan. I thought you knew that, Luo Bing said, dumbfounded. What? Sasuke frowned, stunned. Could it be that the next stage of the Eternal Kaleidoscope is the Eye of Reincarnation? However, I feel that my current Eternal Eye is already the ultimate evolution, and it is impossible to evolve again. Sasuke's face was incredible. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Looks good. As the words fell, Luo Bing's eyes changed instantly, and a strange Goyu appeared in his pupil. Immediately after. 2, 3. Rotate. A pair of brand new golden hexagram kaleidoscopes appeared in Sasuke's eyes. The pattern was too familiar, because Sasuke's original kaleidoscope pattern was a purple hexagram. But the change is not over yet. A series of complex patterns appeared around the golden hexagram kaleidoscope, and the Eternal Kaleidoscope was born. Next up, Eternal Kaleidoscope once again made a qualitative leap. The sky blue ripples of punch after punch rippling out, that is the Eye of Reincarnation. And then, the Eye of Reincarnation constantly rotates, and the strange Goyu circles above the ripples again, and the Eye of the Nine Goyu Reincarnation emits a strange light. And then, everything returned to normal, and a pair of golden eyes with stars and sea appeared in the eyes of everyone. Yo! I upgraded it before I noticed. It seems to be the effect of the immortal body without scale. How is it, Sasuke? Do you see it? This is the process of evolution. Sasuke Uchiha, Tsunade Sakura, and others. Naruto, cool. What should I do, Qianjiahao, to be as good as you? Sasuke himself was hit by Wanjun, and all his confidence in strength collapsed instantly. This is so special. How many levels has he surpassed himself? There is no way out for anyone. God damn it. You are the ancestor of Uchiha. No, you should be the ancestor of the immortals of the Six Paths. Ah, who the hell are you? Tsunade's hair is messy, and the whole person is caught up in it. In a ruthless vortex of endless doubts. Didn't I tell you I'm not from this world? Maybe this concept is too incredible for you, but I really come from another world, and aside from the time-space acceleration and the time-space tide difference, it's accurate say. I'm not even 18 years old this year, thank you. I'm not the ancestor of so-and-so, Luo Bing explained. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, even the experienced Tsunade Haim has never heard of another world. This is simply a fantasy. Including a group of melon-eating villagers and Shikamaru outside, their eyes were dull and confused. Do you know what the star above your head is? Luo Bing asked speechlessly. The stars that we can see every night? Isn't that just a star? What else could it be? Sakura said strangely, these are all things that they should take for granted. Luo Bing has a headache, and it seems that he also has a part-time job in popular science. Every sparkling star above your head is at least tens of hundreds of times, even thousands of times, tens of thousands of times larger than this ninja world. You know that Konoha village lives in the country of fire, and the country of fire lives in the world of ninja, and the world of ninja in your mouth, plus various secret realms we collectively call the Earth. And what about beyond Earth? Sun? Moon? How did they come from? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Legend. The moon was created by the Six Paths Immortal. Tsunade replied suspiciously. Originally, in the concept of these people, not only the moon was created by immortals, but also the sun, stars, and clouds in the sky, all of which have myths and legends. Luo Bing shook his head. No matter how they are formed, what I want to tell you is the size of the world. 873 Luo Bing said, holding chopsticks and imprinting on the table. First of all, this little ball is the ninja world we live in now. And beyond the small ball, there is a solar system. How big is the solar system? Let's just put it this way, although it may not be clear, it's like this bowl is the Earth where we are, and the solar system. Before Luo Bing finished speaking, Naruto's eyes lit up and he interjected, the solar system is as big as this ramen restaurant? No, Luo Bing shook his head, then he pointed around. The solar system is as big as the entire ninja world. After speaking, everyone was stunned. How can that be? Is that a lie? A group of people started to be unable to turn their heads. After the proportional expansion, the scene made them a little unimaginable. Luo Bing shook his head with a look of helplessness. I haven't left the village yet. The outer layer of the solar system is the Milky Way. For the huge galaxy, the solar system is just a speck of dust in the vast universe. Similar to the fixed star system of the solar system, there are 120 billion galaxies in the galaxy. Bifa, and how many galaxies are there in the universe? Look at the stars above your heads. There are at least 1 trillion galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. And this sphere of complex galaxies. 39. We call it the universe. Do you understand the speed of light? The speed of light can revolve around the entire ninja world 7 times in 1 second, and it takes at least 46 billion years to get out of the entire universe at the speed of light. There are all kinds of complex creatures, life species, countless innumerable in the universe. But do you think the universe is the biggest? Then you are wrong. This world not only has universes, but also countless parallel universes. I won't explain the concept of parallel universes, and if you explain them, you won't understand. In short, you know that every parallel universe is as big as what I just described. That's it. And I am from another special universe that is far away light years away. Luo Bing finished speaking in one breath, looking at everyone's dull expressions with interest. It was like watching a group of wild monkeys. It's too big. Naruto, a second hand, can't imagine how big the universe is. Anyway, it's very big in his mind. On the contrary, Sakura, Sasuke, Tsunade Shikamaru, and others were on the side. The smarter the person, the more he can appreciate the magnificence and awe of the outside world from Luo Bing's words. Very apprehensive. No reason, just big and scary. And the so-called gods are not another group of powerful cosmic beings. There have been myths and legends in my world. Some are illusory, some have not yet found specific characters, but some have become my brothers and friends. When a person is strong enough to live a long and long life, he will be called a god by others. And the immortal of the 6 paths in your mouth is actually just immortal. It's just that he is too powerful. When he is too powerful to be understood by humans, he will gradually move his image closer to the gods. So, the means of resurrecting a dead person may seem like a fantasy to you. But in my opinion, that's a very common thing. Luo Bing shrugged and explained. Speechless. Everyone didn't make a sound. Obviously, they were taken aback by Luo Bing's words. Okay, without further ado, I'll start. As far as I know, Naruto, your father's soul was sealed in the belly of Death God because of the ghoul seal. Without gloves, I can't separate reality. So now, the first thing I'm going to do, it was killing the Death God, plucking the soul out of his stomach, and resurrecting it with the soul. But I don't have much time to find the entrance to hell in your world. It's too troublesome, so who else knows about the ninjutsu sealed by the ghoul? 35. Or simply give me the scroll that recorded that ninjutsu. With my current brain processing speed, I can learn a lot of things at a glance, Luo Bing said immediately. I will, Tsunade frowned. Regarding the ghoul seal, it is a ninjutsu that every generation of Hokage must master. Although it is dangerous, it has to be said that this thing is an absolute ninjutsu that pulls the enemy to death as a last resort. And as Hokage, you must have this kind of obligation and sense of responsibility. That one is simpler, you can use it. Luo Bing spread out his hands and looked at Tsunade. This is taboo ninjutsu, you know the consequences of using it. Tsunade still had some hesitation. If it weren't for Luo Bing's unbelievable performance before, it would be hard for her to believe the truth of what this young man said. This is often the case, only when you are strong can what you say be convincing. Be quick, don't worry, you won't die, Luo Bing sighed helplessly. Tsunade did not hesitation again, she gave Luo Bing a serious look and nodded. Okay, I believe in you. See Highway Masuzi USI. Ghoul seal. Ghoul seal. When Tsunade finished unlocking the seal, apart from Luo Bing and the caster himself, a huge death god phantom appeared behind Tsunade. Sasuke squinted his eyes, relying on his eternal kaleidoscope. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could vaguely see a silhouette. As for the people around, although they couldn't see the ghost of Death God, they could feel it for real. Cut. What am I supposed to be? A dark elemental life. Pretending to be a ghost here, Luo Bing smiled disdainfully, waved one hand. The pure immortal power condensed a dazzling horse train, and suddenly burst into a radiance. The phantom of Death God burst out with lightning speed. The shadowy Death God phantom originally had an arrogant and domineering face, but after he felt the pure immortal power, his eyes widened immediately. Under the instinctive reaction, he began to desperately want to escape. 18. Luo Bing has already imprisoned the surrounding time and space and has no interest in playing hide and seek with him. Shoo! The golden chain directly pierced the belly of the Death God, and 3.5 phantoms swept out from it. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Orochimaru's arm soul. Crack! Like a broken mirror, Luo Bing directly increased the energy of his immortal power after his stomach was slashed and the value of his use was lost, turning the shadow of Death God into a powder. After breaking through the shackles of Death God's stomach, the 3 groups of half-light shadows immediately prepared to ascend to heaven and leave for the real afterlife world, but they were disturbed by Luo Bing's wave and stayed behind. That is the 4th Hokage wave Feng Minato. The real world is an environment that cannot retain the power of the soul for too long. After a person dies, the soul will be automatically attracted and sent to the place where it should go. The so-called Death God is just a duplication of an alien elemental life. It is so weak that it cannot even take the initiative to devour souls. It can only rely on contract means. Luo Bing muttered disdainfully. He has seen a lot of so-called evil gods, such as Dormammu, who can be seen. In Luo Bing's view, contracting is the worst method, but it is also a common measure used by so-called gods and demons to facilitate the spread of belief and power. In other words, blood-sucking worms. The soul is all there now, mainly the body. Although the corpse is almost corroded in the ground, it doesn't matter. Luo Bing said, and once again manifested a few bottles of HP Heaven Recovery Potion. Living bones, this thing is simply too convenient. In this way, you go to dig up the corpses, and I'll go to the bottom of the lake in the land of rain to fish out Jiraiya, Luo Bing said, disappearing in place in an instant. After almost 3 roar puffs, he reappeared, frowning. Strange? I didn't find his body. Also, I just stopped by the world of death and I didn't find his soul. Looks like he's not dead. By observing the trajectory of the ascension of the other 2 half-light clusters, Luo Bing easily grasped the gap between the space-time node and wandered around. Souls exist for a long time, and it is not an accident. It can exist for a long time in the world of death. Although the original will and memory will be erased as time fades, the soul seeds will still exist. This time Luo Bing brought back the souls of Itachi, Kushina, and Sasuke's parents from the world of death, but he didn't see any trace of Jiraiya. The god's telekinesis is so huge that a single thought can cover the entire world of death. There is no discovery there. There is only one way of saying that. That is, Jiraiya is not dead yet. Teacher Jiraiya is not dead? Naruto froze in place. In everyone's sight, Luo Bing just disappeared and appeared out of nowhere. As for the digging of bodies he ordered, a few people are not ready to act. Well, it is estimated that I survived, but I don't know where it is. Soul breath is easy to identify, but living human beings have hidden souls, and I didn't have much contact with Jiraiya before me. Come on, it will be a little troublesome to find him. For Flowers 0. But since he's not dead, there's no need for me to look for him. He'll come back by himself. Having said that, Luo Bing glanced at the people who were still in place and sighed. You guys are too slow. Let me dig. I can probably sense that I was buried in Konoha. Sasuke, tell me where Itachi is, Luo Bing said, turning his head to look at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Where is the arrogance when we just met? At the moment, he was like a little brother next door, with a shy and embarrassed look on his face. Soon, Luo Bing came back with 5 corpses with a roar-sucking kung fu. Although some have been damaged, this is not a problem. Only the body of Itachi is well preserved. After all, he died not long ago. Clap la la. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and several pieces of clothing were embodied on the corpse. He should be careful, otherwise, after the resurrection, the bodies of the 4th-generation couple and the Fuyue couple would be destroyed by everyone. Feast your eyes on. After everything was ready, Luo Bing sprinkled the heavenly HP potion on several corpses, and then his golden pupils, like the stars and the sea overnight, flashed a ray of light. 6 paths, the art of reincarnation. 35. SHHHHH. Several light groups were thrown into the corpse, and the corpse was constantly growing granulation and blood vessels under the nourishment of Heaven's HP potion. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the long-dead corpse began to come to life. The 2 groups of light and shadow broke away from Naruto's body and rushed into the bodies of Kushina and Shirdai. That was the sole power that the Watergate couple left on their son before they died. At this point, so the work is all done. At almost the same time, the 5 people on the ground opened their eyes at the same time. And next, it seems to be a touching scene of a prodigal son turning back, and Luo Bing doesn't like watching touching scenes. It was an emotion he couldn't envy when his parents reunited and recognized each other. Therefore, after checking that Samsara was born without any flaws, he silently disappeared from everyone's sight. The breeze blew the ends of Luo Bing's hair, and he flew freely among the clouds, squinting his eyes slightly. It seems that my previous calculation method is poor. This ninja world is too small, and the total area is not even enough for a country on the Earth where I live. Interesting. Such a small planet can even breed an environment suitable for human habitation. Although the natural reincarnation technique has an impact on the practitioner, to Luo Bing, it is nothing at all, and the energy in his body is almost restored in the blink of an eye. 873 is just too small in the world of ninja, so it might be a good thing for Luo Bing. Because of this, the scope of his search for the Supreme Space Magic Book will be much smaller. It's really a headache. All my hope now is to read that inexplicable book. If I go back the same way through the Shui Space Node, then I will still plunge into that weird white world prison. Well, if you really can't find it, then you can only wait until it gets stronger. Luo Bing frowned. In fact, what he was worried about was not his own strength, but the time difference caused by the transition of time and space. He clearly remembered that the last time he came to Naruto World, he only stayed for a day or two, and more than 2 months had passed since his original Earth. And this time, it has been a full 6 years since he shuttled from the White World prison to the universe again. The time difference affected by the time and space transitions that come and go doesn't even know how many years have passed since the Earth on the other side. It doesn't matter. The big deal is that I will cross the time point and return to the time point after I left in a day or two, then it will be no problem. Anyway, for them, I have only just left for a day or 2. Luo Bing murmured, talking to himself. He landed on a mountain at will, with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Old acquaintances have also met, eat and eat, relax and relax. The current Luo Bing plans to retreat. On the one hand, he first tries to find the time and space nodes left by the original Supreme Space Magic Book, and on the other hand, he concentrates on waiting for the refresh of daily abilities. I swore that I would never be in the mountains for 10,000 years if I did not retreat this time. Hey, I really don't know what will happen to the world in my retreat. Although my location is remote, someone will definitely find it in tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid Naruto's descendants will be in groups, right? That kid's emotional intelligence is not very good. It is estimated that he will be single for the rest of his life. No, I have to dig a little deeper into the ground. Speaking of which, Luo Bing escaped directly into the ground until he reached the underground magma cavity. He was surrounded by hot magma. I don't know if it was because of luck, but he also discovered many diamond mines along the way. Well, this place is almost done. Luo Bing nodded with satisfaction, and then he closed his eyes, the sound of lava hitting the rock wall and boiling. Luo Bing is in retreat. After an hour, Luo Bing reluctantly opened his eyes. There was no way. He really couldn't go into seclusion. 1. He does not have any exercises and skills that need to be cultivated. 2. He always loves deserting, and he likes to think about other things in his mind when he is closed, such as using the god's telekinesis to explore the surrounding time and space nodes, and constantly snarky ideas come up. Wouldn't it be more efficient if I drove triple lucky to find the Supreme Space Magic Book? The future me will definitely be strong, right? I will definitely be able to deal with the master of the big hand in the White World prison, so why can't I let the future me come to rescue the current me? The source of my ability does not need to be down to earth. I get otherworld ability every day. Even if I don't work hard and do nothing now, I will gradually become stronger. Even salted fish will become super invincible. God, supreme, salted fish. So, theoretically there shouldn't be any problem with having the future me come over. But why didn't he come? Perhaps this question should be asked of me. Why am I not here? I am exercising myself? Sharpening myself? Neither is it. I am free. And many more. Luo Bing suddenly realized a problem. Even if it was himself, even when he owned the Infinity Gauntlet, he didn't want to travel through time to help himself who had just acquired the beast instinct in the past. It seems that there is no need at all, because I have experienced all of this myself, and I have come here very smoothly along the way. There is no regret at all, and there is no need to save anything. Perhaps, in the eyes of my future self, what I have encountered at the moment are just trivial matters, and trivial matters with larger sesame seeds do not need to be involved at all. Luo Bing, who wanted to understand this, sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands, very speechless. I'm not in retreat. What have I been thinking about? Could this be the legendary demon? F***K. Basically, just idle. That's right. Luo Bing is a man who can't stand loneliness, and it seems that he has nothing to do with him. Not really. Mainly because he didn't practice the exercises, he closed the door. It's so boring, Friday. How long have I been in retreat? Luo Bing asked. Mr. Luo Bing. You didn't speak for 59 minutes and 30 seconds, and you talked to yourself for 2 hours and 3 minutes, Friday gave an accurate answer. Luo Bing covered his face. To suffer. It seems that he is really not the one to be closed. 5.0. Really can't wait. Forget it. It's all a waste of time anyway. Luo Bing sighed helplessly. Then, this restless man turned into a laptop and started to play his own small game. When will Naruto World be connected to the internet? I want to play Yasuo. I don't want to play Plants vs. Zombies. While complaining, Luo Bing collected the little sun in the game, quickly bought a pea shooter, and burst into flames at the brain-eating zombies in front of him. Da-da-da-da. With the lengthy levels of Plants vs. Zombies, Luo Bing finally survived the boring hours. Almost subconsciously turning on the lucky halo, Luo Bing eagerly waited for the refresh of his abilities. Sign-in is successful. Today's abilities: Senior White's Pet plus Friend plus Creditor. Special retreat skills of Squirrel Air with 10 basic self-cultivation spell cheats have been delivered. Please enjoy it. Introduction to the ability. Squirrel Air, who can't stand the loneliness, even if he is on the way to retreat, he will download a copy to fight monsters and retreat in the background. You deserve it. Luo Bing. Huh? This Squirrel Air is inexplicably like-minded with him. Luo Bing was originally a person who couldn't help but be lonely, and it was impossible to retreat properly. But this back-office method, why does it sound so unreliable? Forget it, regardless of him. Anyway, all about Senior White, all about Squirrel Air's skills are not very reliable. Like pregnancy staring or something. Luo Bing cleared his head and began to calm down to study this new power. In fact, after a series of running in, Luo Bing has almost integrated all the skills he acquired before, and now he can devour more new 14 skills. Background retreat. That is to say, whether it's eating or sleeping, in short, as long as you're alive, the background will hang up in the closed mode. Luo Bing frowned, always feeling that this exercise was too salty. Then, he turned his attention to the 10 basic spells that came with the practice. This spell is not a part of the ability, it cannot be mastered directly, it needs to be cultivated by oneself. This made the bored Luo Bing somewhat interested. From the current point of view, the world that Senior White lives in should be a cultivation world of a special dimension, and my Wushou immortal body should also come from a cultivation world of another dimension. I don't know if I learned this as a simple magic for how long. But after all, I haven't been in contact with it, it should be difficult. Luo Bing calmed down and looked carefully at the basic information of the 10 little spells. Palm Thunder, it can condense a dazzling thunder light in the palm of the hand, which has an additional bonus for killing dark soul creatures. Hair Growth Technique, the god of good fortune created his own ninjutsu, which can quickly grow his hair, no matter how many times he goes bald. I'm bald, I'm getting stronger, I'm thicker again. I'm getting stronger. Charging, as the name suggests, a very practical little spell for charging. Cleansing Technique, it can sort out the dust within 1 square meter, and increasing or decreasing the spiritual power will change the range. Ecstasy, Transfiguration, Escape the Ground, Basic Swordsmanship I, Basic Swordsmanship II, Basic Swordsmanship III, Basic Swordsmanship IV. Speechless. Silent for a long time. Luo Bing helped his forehead because these little spells are useless at all, and he basically has other more powerful substitutes. As for the basic swordsmanship, it is clearly the stuff that occupies the pit. It's even divided into 4 parts. The key is that the name is too low. Ding. I found 10 secrets of the exercises. Do I import it into the background mode for learning? The biological computer asked a question on Friday. "'Kay. What kind of systematic way of speaking are you learning well on Friday? Be normal to me." Luo Bing is speechless. Not to mention, the evolution of the Atlanti obelisk integrated on Friday is really systematic. Learn, just to test how strong my learning ability is. Luo Bing gave the option to confirm the button, although it is tasteless, but this is the most direct way to test the gap between yourself and the world of self-cultivation. In fact, Luo Bing is also beating drums in his heart. He has a great yearning for the world of self-cultivation that he has not yet touched, and is also full of awe. Then, inexplicably, Luo Bing's data I clearly saw something similar to the Xuanlei download progress bar on his body. There are 10 in total, corresponding to the 10 martial arts secrets he wants to learn. Then, in just a few tenths of a second, the 10 and the progress bars moved towards 100% progress. And just at the moment, the congratulations sent by the biological computer on Friday. Congratulations to Mr. Luo Bing for mastering 10 basic small spells. Luo Bing. Does this work too? This is downloaded, no. This learning is too fast, right? Luo Bing was stunned for a while. The background retreat mode, under the gaze of the data I, combined with Luo Bing's original strong body and ability, learning is like downloading a 1 kilobyte file with a 5G fiber. Too fast. Even before Luo Bing can't wait, he has already mastered 10 simple and practical little spells, including basic swordsmanship 1 to 4. Luo Bing was stunned for a while. He turned his palms. An electric light suddenly appeared, and then suddenly became bigger. Expand. 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 I wish I had more energy. Too late for hesitation. The Palm Thunder in Luo Bing's hands has evolved to the city-level Palm Thunder. Then, with a bang, when everyone was stunned, when the 5 shadows were still discussing the Ninja World Alliance, when Konoha was silent in joy, the entire ninja world, 873 exploded abruptly. Fried to shreds. Luo Bing covered his face. He was very calm anyway. In fact, if there was no time recalling ability, he would have lost his mind many times. Hashtag. This time is no exception. The golden clock moved towards the back for 5 minutes, and the whole world returned to normal again. But Luo Bing's heart was quite uneasy. The background retreat plus learning ability plus data I is really powerful. I don't know why, but Luo Bing actually developed a strong interest in the Thunder download mode. In fact, many people have this kind of interest, especially watching the progress bar from 0% to 100%. That is very pleasing, especially when downloaded files and learned knowledge are drawn equal. That's just so much fun. No. The urge to learn is so overwhelming. I have to learn something. I can't leave the download list empty. After running out of learning resources, Luo Bing squinted his eyes and aimed at Konoha's ninjutsu library for the first time with the filling plan of the learning list. Bring it on. I am the man who wants to be the king of laws. Konoha Ninjutsu Library. The diligent and inquisitive Mr. Luo Bing is tirelessly downloading. Wrong. It should be said to be learning. 3B. The two are essentially the same. With Luo Bing's ability, he is standing in front of one person. As long as he doesn't want him to see, others will naturally not see him, not to mention the ninjutsu library where no one is only outside the door all the year round. But Luo Bing didn't intend to hide anything. There is only one reason why no one was alerted to teleport over directly. Convenient. Even if Luo Bing wanted to, he didn't need to come here at all. He only needs to scan the god's telekinesis, and on Friday, he will automatically record the books that he skipped in the god's telekinesis, and then make a unified plan and stuff them into Luo Bing's download list one by one. Ding. Beiman Duanjia download completed. Ding. Fire Escape. The Art of Fireball download completed. Ding. Multi-Shadow Score Technique download complete. Ding. Flying Thor's Art download complete. Ding. Dark Work Art download complete. Is it that direct already Friday? They said I'm studying, not downloading, and also, can you be more normal and stop learning the way the system speaks? Luo Bing was quite speechless, picked up a book and glanced at it, then threw it aside and floated in midair. There are several bookshelves in front of him, and several ninjutsu scrolls are floating behind him. Those are naturally the ninjutsu that have been downloaded, already learned. Luo Bing didn't originally have such a thing as chakra. In fact, he could have it if he wanted to, but it was obviously unnecessary. Because the pure divine power produced by the Wushou immortal body is much higher than that of chakra. Therefore, Luo Bing can also use ninjutsu, but it will produce a certain degree of variation after being used by his hands. Roughly, the word God is added to all ninjutsu prefixes. In terms of power and scope, there are subversive changes. After learning a lot of ninjutsu scrolls, Luo Bing originally had a more intuitive understanding of some small spells, and even now, he can easily create a similar ninjutsu and skill. The ninjutsu of Naruto world is at best an extension of the application of the power of the 5 elements: wind, fire, thunder, electricity, and water. Except for the unique blood follower boundary, such as Sharingan, all the bloodstain snares are derivatives of the integration of the 5 elements. After downloading the entire Konoha ninjutsu library, Luo Bing had a lot of fun. The more he learned, the more he mastered and wanted more. After that, Mr. Luo visited the land of wind and the land of soil. Along the way, he not only downloaded the ninjutsu volumes of Sand Ninja and Yanin, but also visited the daimyo of the 2 countries from the past storage warehouses. Selected some interesting readings and files. Some historical records are very interesting and can be traced back to the Warring States period, or even longer, the Emperor's era. Luo Bing didn't care whether the above records were true or not. He just read this historical novel right. After emptying the ninja world, it took about 2 days. In fact, most of this time is wasted on the rest. Anyway, as far as now, apart from some special bloodline limits, Luo Bing has mastered 80% of the secret ninjutsu and 100% of the basic ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. If the 3 generations of Hokage were called Dr. Ninjutsu by the world, then, at the moment Luo Bing should have reached the point of origin. No, maybe the founder didn't think that there would be so many kinds of complex and strange ninjutsu in the later world. Anyway, the current Luo Bing, very knowledgeable, especially in the aspect of ninjutsu. If he dared to be the second, even the 6 path immortals would not dare to be the first. After learning everything that can be learned, many of them are useless. Luo Bing fell into boredom again. In the past 2 days, he also obtained 2 abilities again. But these 2 abilities surprised Luo Bing a little, because they seem to come from a new world. Kakarote's Turtle Qigong Wave. Vegeta's Ultimate Flash, Gamma Burst Flash. These 2 skills, like Spiral Chidori, are abilities with infinite potential. Under normal circumstances, their power is also very objective, and they can almost become Luo Bing's strongest long-range single-burst method. And from the skill description, it can be seen that the world where Kakarote and Vegeta are located must be much more high-end than Naruto world. At the same time, the energy they use is essentially chi. But this chi is also what they say. The material origin of energy is the same. Comparatively speaking, the quality of chi is many times stronger than that of chakra, but there must be a considerable distance from the divine power brought by Luo Bing's Wushu immortal body. It's just that these 2 skills are not well practiced. Destroy the entire ninja world at every turn. Even Luo Bing can only perform 3 times a day, because his revert can only be used 3 times, Qian Jiahao. No more, the ninja world can't be restored. In fact, Luo Bing can go out of the universe completely, relying on the small planet to practice his skills, but now Luo Bing, seeing the planet, is a little panic. Especially black holes. He was afraid that a giant hand would emerge from the black hole of the thing. Luo Bing was impressed by that giant hand. And in the busy 2 or 3 days of Luo Bing, the entire ninja world has also produced huge amounts of changes, definitely. It is not that Luo Bing misses and destroys it again and again. The Aborigines obviously do not realize that their world has collapsed the whole fact several times. After going back in time, they have no memory of this at all. And now the big thing in the ninja world is the 4th Ninja War. The 5 villages allied forces versus the reincarnated army of the Dirty Earth. In the 2 or 3 days of these turbulent days, Konoha's overall strength has skyrocketed from the previous malaise to the current heyday. The return of the 4th Hokage will undoubtedly give everyone a reassurance to the Konoha ninjas. Even the 4th Raikage has great respect for Namake's Minato. The 2 had played against each other many times back then, But even with Kurabi's cooperation, Reikage had never obtained the slightest advantage in the hands of Minato Namikaze. Not to mention the current Konoha, it is not just a pillar of Namikaze Minato. Looking at the past, the 4 generations, 5 generations, and 6 generations of Hokage gathered together. Such a prosperous age is a historic scene. Konoha has never had a scene of 3 Hokage of the same generation. You must know that Hokage is not only a name, but also means the responsibility and relative strength he can bear. Among the 3 shadows, Kakashi is slightly inferior, but it is no joke that the name of Hatake Wuwakai is circulating in the ninja world. Just like the Steve Luo Bing knew. This guy, Kakashi, can have a relationship with anyone, although there are not many wins in the face of opponents of the same level. But this man has a legendary record of abusing Emperor Kai thousands of times. Kai is also a rare legendary ninja. He only relies on 873 to rely on this martial arts, and he only knows how to perform martial arts. He is at the top of the Konoha group and has the status of an elite ninja. In fact, Kai's ability is also much stronger than Shaoli. During the Genin exam, he can be on par with Kakashi Hatake, who is the first at the same age. After several days and nights of fighting, the two have not been able to decide the winner. In the end, the winner is decided by guessing, definitely. After guessing from morning to dusk, Kakashi finally won. Not to mention the current Konoha Cenozoic. Naruto, Sasuke, even Weasel. Each has a power beyond ordinary shadows. And this group of teenagers, their explosive ability is not proportional to the normal ability. When they are on the verge of desperation, the power they can exert is far beyond everyone's imagination. All in all, the current Konoha and even the allied forces of the ninja world are a huge force. 1. When Uchiha Obito summoned 100,000 White Jew and the shadows and legends of the past dynasties, this huge pressure hit the face, crushing everything with an unstoppable attitude. Report, a huge amount of chakra came from 50 miles away from the battlefield in the east, and a new old friend was reincarnated from the dirt. According to the information from the investigation team, it should be the first and second generation Hokage-sama and the third generation Hokage-sama. The communication ninja said eagerly, and the 5 shadows in the temporary conference hall frowned. The thing I'm most worried about is still here. Tsunade punched the conference table. When the souls of 1 generation, 2 generations, and 3 generations were rescued from the belly of Death God and returned to the dead place, then it was much simpler to perform the art of reincarnation. How is the battlefield where Itachi is? Lord Itachi successfully sealed Pen, Deidara, and others. In addition, Lord Sasuke sealed the 2nd generation of Mizukage just now. Meanwhile, Naruto and Minato-sama are fighting against the 3-generation Reikage-senpai and the 4th-generation Mizukage-senpai. Kushina-sama's sealing technique is very effective. After listening to the report, Tsunade turned around and glanced at the other shadows, and nodded in common. At present, they are all too far away. It seems that we need to go out. Tianping Daimyo touched his mustache. The fame of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, the old man has long wanted to see it. AI stood up, flashing recklessly. No nonsense, since the other party is a famous movie-level figure of the 1st generation, the 2nd generation, and the 3rd generation. So, as the current 5 shadows, they naturally can't be resigned to the disadvantage. 5 streams of light rushed out of the conference hall and rushed directly towards the place where Qianshou Zhujian and Qianshou Tobirama were located. Bifa, once again, was summoned. Qianshou Tobirama sighed helplessly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a sneer appeared. Ha ha ha, where is this? Hey, little monkey, you have also been summoned. Alas, what a headache. Are we going to do something to our own people again? Big Juicy was very troubled and scratched his head helplessly. This is the ninjutsu I created. How dare you do it again and again? I really underestimate me. Chisho Tobirama's eyes suddenly trembled, and dander like pieces of paper came from his face fell. Immediately afterwards, he was stunned for a moment in the dark cave. In front of him was a huge chess game, and each piece in the chess card corresponded to a person under his control. But now, the chess piece representing Qianshu Tobarama suddenly lost control. Knowing you'd be like this, but don't make my imagination too simple. The immortalized mask condensed in the corners of Du's eyes, making him look even more sinister. Yuan constantly immortal energy is what he relies on to control the entire chessboard. Toho changed his gestures quickly, and a note with the life of Senju Tobarama appeared abruptly in his hand, and then he quickly pressed it down, and the corresponding Senju Tobarama of the present world was reincarnated. The body's soul suddenly trembled, and the whole person's breath instantly weakened. Even the speech began to break up. Although the strength will decrease, but this is also a last resort. The corner of Do's mouth raised a slight arc, and his eyes became crazy. On the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi looked around at the surrounding battlefield. One of his pupils was in the shape of a four-cornered windmill, and the other was a pitch-black hole. That writing will is sure Shuei's eye, and it is also the crow that Itachi left in Naruto's belly before. Shirinyan is the pupil that portrays the soul, and its essence lies in the soul. Itachi's eyes were left to his younger brother before he died, but his eyes did not grow again after a long period of recovery and the blessing of HP recovery medicine. Possible. But now is a special period, and Itachi has to go to the battlefield with the eyes of a friend. What is surprising is that Itachi can use this kaleidoscope to display his moon reading and Amaterasu. Although the pupil's strength decreased quickly, but at the moment, his physical function has been turned upside down from the past. The dark wounds in the body have been completely repaired and recovered, and even the physical quality has become stronger. And as for the other water-stopping eye, that thing was long forgotten by Luo Bing, and it is still covered in dust in the corner of Shuei's space. MK, what are you doing at the moment? The current Luo Bing is infiltrating the surrounding space nodes one by one very seriously. This is also a coincidence. When the god's telekinesis inadvertently skipped the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire last time, Luo Bing inquired about the traces of the supreme space magic in an inconspicuous corner of the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire. It's that erotic book. I don't know if it was the influence of luck. For a long time, Luo Bing noticed the cobweb horse trail and immediately devoted himself to the pursuit of this aspect. It passed by here, and then it went to the southwest dash. Strange, why didn't I find this trace last time? Luo Bing closed his eyes tightly, quietly weaving the god's telekinesis into a web, projecting it in all directions. It turns out that this is the case. This trace is too far away. It is definitely not left in recent years. It should have been a long, long time ago, at least before I came to change the world. That is to say, the Supreme Space Magic Book didn't inadvertently broke into the Naruto world, but it knew it a long time ago? 35. Luo Bing frowned and followed the faint trail left by the Supreme Space Magic Book all the way to the southwest. Luo Bing's speed is very slow, because these trajectories stay on each node in space and time. He must be patient to distinguish the difference of each node, and he must also ensure that there is no omission. Moreover, these nodes with the atmosphere of time and space magic books are not all the way. Some are separated by hundreds of meters, and some are even separated by several kilometers, showing the situation of jumping time and space transition. Sometimes, Luo Bing traces a certain distance and finds that he has completely lost his tracking target, and then he has to return to the original path and start to distinguish and judge seriously from the previous node. Damn it, going around, there's not even a single coordinate leading to the other world. Luo Bing was feeling a little annoyed, but the most important thing he didn't lack right now is time. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 days passed, and at the moment Luo Bing was close to the edge of the ninja battlefield. In the past 2 days, he has also gained 2 additional skills from the world of Dragon Ball while patiently searching for the space-time boundary. Kakarote's best friend plus novice village boss Piccolo's ultimate Nirvanamo Kangwang killing cannon. Kakarote's best friend plus town boss plus enemy of a lifetime plus abyss boss, Frisia's ultimate Nirvana Dark Death Ray. 2 skills released by the fingers. One is the index finger, and the other is the index finger and the middle finger together. Shuai is very handsome, but the power, Luo Bing is still not very clear, because so far, he has not tried it. But similar to this kind of skill, in fact, the power is almost the same. Luo Bing understands it very well, mainly the difference between penetration and distance. Similar to Turtle Qigong and Ultimate Flash, they are flexible and can be turned and tracked, while the Magic Bullet and Death Ray are fast. To the extreme. It's so close that the enemy doesn't have time to react and dodge. The specific power depends on the file size of the output energy, and with Luo Bing's space capability, these release skills can also be assisted by space-time transitions, combined with a full range of space-time wormholes. Even if it is a straight line of magic-penetrating light-killing cannons, Luo Bing is also enough to weave it into a net with space ability. The aura on the space node is getting farther and farther. What is this guy going around? Luo Bing was speechless, looking at a group of ninjas fighting not far in front of him, and sighed helplessly. Boom! Madara Uchiha folded his arms around his chest. Beside him, the five-shadow powerhouse lay on the ground. After being besieged by the Great Pillar and the second and third generations, the rescue of the ninja allied forces came quickly, and the seal was successfully sealed. Second Hokage. Huge amounts of dark purple Susanoo enveloped Madara Uchiha, and around him, for duplications also gathered together Susanoo's oversized skeleton. 1 against 5, this is Madara Uchiha's aura. The real Uchiha Madara. On another battlefield, two groups of golden lights burst into flames. That was Naruto and Minato and his son in the nine-tailed mode. Now, they're the golden twin lights on the battlefield. And their opponent is the Six Paths of Pen, the owner of the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth, Julie. Uchiha Obito is holding a Uchiha fan. His left eye is a dark purple reincarnation eye, and his right eye is a magical kaleidoscope. Itachi is not in this place, and as for Sasuke, he teamed up with Fuyue to face off against the 3 generations of Hokage Senju Hashirama. The place where the great god fought, ordinary ninjas could not approach at all, and even Kakashi, Black Earth and others could only assist. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth at every turn, this power should not be too terrifying. Haha, do you guys also want to dance? Seeking Flowers 0. Looking at the current 5 shadows who vomited blood and fell to the ground, Madara Uchiha's eyes flashed with disdain. The current ninja world is really becoming more and more rubbish. Not a single one can beat. The only opponent, at the moment, is still controlled by that ridiculous filth reincarnation technique, Hashima. Maybe you will agree with my original choice now? But it all doesn't matter. Madara Uchiha circled around, looking at the shrinking ninja world coalition. He snorted coldly and suddenly put his middle finger and index finger on his chest. It's a one-time solution. Heavenly shocks the stars. 9. A harsh sonic boom echoed across the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, above everyone's heads, where the eyes are far away, the clouds rolled and a hole suddenly appeared, followed by a huge amount of fiery red meteorite that covered the sky, and the sun was falling down quickly. It looked slow, but in reality, that's because of his sheer size. In an instant, the entire sky was set off into fiery red, and everyone stared blankly at the top of their heads, their pupils constantly dilating. Again. Meteor attack. 2 appeared. 35. No. There's more in the back. Last time, 2 days Ping Onaji and Liang fought their lives to intercept a super-large meteorite, and this time, 2 directly appeared in front of everyone. Ignorant and ignorant ninja. Tremble, cry, beg. Then, I take office as king in the name of Madara Uchiha. 35. Uchiha Obito's eyelids jumped, looking at the energetic Uchiha Madara. He couldn't help but be startled in his heart. This guy. It's terrifyingly strong. Touching the samsara eye in his left eye, Uchiha Obito's eyes were strange, and he didn't know what he was thinking. No. We must stop that thing from falling. Naruto, Sasuke, and Minato were stunned for a moment, ignoring the opponent in front of them, and rushed towards Madara Uchiha. I found it. The location of the next space-time node is there. Luo Bing's figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Damn it. Who lost the meteorite? Do you have a public morality? 33 Luo Bing yelled out in exasperation. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the location of the next space-time node that Luo Bing found was within the impact range of the meteorite overhead. It is also possible that the impact range of the meteorite is too large. Anyway, Luo Bing is very angry now. Anyone who is looking for a way to find a way will be angry if a meteorite is thrown over his head. The point is it's not one. Looking from Luo Bing's direction, there are at least 7 or 8 more than the clouds. Oh, do you want to dance too? Madara Uchiha crossed his arms and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the field with disdain. Judging by his age, he looks like he is only 20 years old. He is really young. But this kind of person, like the 4th Hokage, has mastered space-time ninjutsu, and it seems to be a good seedling. 873, Big Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Sasuke and Naruto looked at the man who suddenly appeared in surprise. Since that day, they have never seen Luo Bing again and thought he left this world again, but from the current point of view, Big Brother Luo is still here. This is simply fantastic. Yo, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you busy? Luo Bing made a move roar, put one hand in front of his eyebrows, and frowned annoyed as he looked at the meteorite hitting his head. Neglected Madara Uchiha, the finished product. It's really daring to be courting a dead kid. Madara Uchiha said again. The corners of his eyes jumped, and he found that he didn't see a trace of chakra on the guy in the distance. This made him a little puzzled. Even a little puzzling. At his current height, no one can hide his own energy fluctuations in front of his eyes? It seems that in the decades he has been sleeping, there are many ninjas with unique abilities in the ninja world. But no big deal. After all, it was a bright past. No one can resist the meteorite attack that fell from the sky, not even Uchiha Madara himself. But he didn't intend to resist. Anyway, he is a reincarnated body of the dirt and can be resurrected infinitely. And the indiscriminate meteorite attack of Tianyi Jinqing fits perfectly with the technique of reincarnation of the dirty earth. He is Luo Bing, that mysterious man. Minato stopped in place, raised his brows, and looked at the young man's figure curiously. In fact, it was not the first time he saw Luo Bing's existence. When he was about to die, he left a piece of spiritual energy containing chakra in his son's body. With this, he would often see changes in the outside world. But to say that I saw it with my own eyes, today is the first time. It was this senior who resurrected me. I haven't had time to thank you yet. Minato Namifang's mind quickly became active. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge meteorite that was rapidly approaching above his head. At the moment, 6 meteorites have broken through the clouds. Under the successive impacts, the meteorite's power increased greatly. At this time, even the ground began to tremble and dust flew, as if the end of the world was coming. Hey, there's a space node 3 kilometers ahead. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. This was the first time he discovered that the process was so short. Afterwards, he looked at the meteorite above his head, raised his fingers slightly. A little light flickered between them, and then shot straight into the sky, towards the huge meteorite in an instant. The red beam of light flashed along with a scarlet trajectory, like a shining meteor, and like a powerful plasma cannon of a sci-fi empire. Just for a brief moment. The red laser penetrated the first meteorite and then charged forward in an unstoppable way. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 meteorites collapsed as if they were destructive. There was not even a trace of dust falling where the meteorites and the death ray came into contact. They were evaporated and turned into tiny pieces that were invisible to the naked eye. Take it lightly and do it casually. After doing all this, Luo Bing glanced at Madara Uchiha. Silly boy. The top of your head is falling, and you still want to dance. You're so brave, too. Don't talk, I still have something to do. I'll attend your party another day. After saying a sentence, Luo Bing instantly disappeared in place and appeared at another space node. Madara Uchiha, front. Uchiha Obito. Ninja Allied Forces. The Reincarnated Army. Darkness hidden in the dark. Holy crap. Can anyone tell me what happened? What the hell is this passing man? Ahaha, what should I say? As expected of that man. Uchiha Sasuke wiped the cold sweat that fell from his forehead, his eyes flashed coldly, and he stared at Madara Uchiha. Madara, put away your ambitions. You have also seen that your so-called power is nothing in front of my elder brother. 35. What you did was in vain. Yes, Madara. Don't dance and dance all the time. When you are old, you should be old, and if your waist and legs are not flexible, you must admit it. 35. Uchiha Madara. Madara was stunned and fell into a long contemplation. He didn't understand what just happened. Looking at the dust falling from the top of his head, Madara Uchiha's fearless heart felt fearful for the first time. 20. If he just got a ray like death and fell on him. So, Madara firmly believes that, even if it is a reincarnated body of the filth, there is no possibility of resurrection. A blow to destroy the soul. Abido. Resurrect me. Abido. Quick. 35 Madara Uchiha roared and looked at the masked man in the distance. Humph. Fairy-like means. 5.0. If that's the case, why can't I be an immortal? Uchiha Abido ignored Madara's cry and bit his finger. The art of psychic, outer Dao Golem. Boom. The thick smoke rose abruptly and then slowly dissipated, and a terrifying roar came from the smoke. That is the torso of the 10 tails, and it is also the most important step in the execution of the Infinite Month reading. The party over there is really lively. Luo Bing muttered, then ignored it and concentrated on looking for the supreme magic book. Hey, there is actually a short-distance small wormhole leading to the moon. Luo Bing looked at the last place where the supreme space magic book appeared and headed straight into the passage. Inside the moon, the dazzling giant Tensigan exudes a glass-like light. Luo Bing traveled through the bubble fantasy, accidentally stepped on a toad blocking the road, and successfully landed on this land. In front of him is the scene of the reversed lake and the reverse flow of the lake. Luo Bing was slightly surprised by this same scene. From the standpoint, this is the moon. Or should I say the interior of the moon? The view is so unique. Luo Bing sighed to himself, but he did not continue to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him. For him, he had seen such scenery a lot, and even his own Shui space was several levels higher than this. The only thing that caught his attention was the inversion of the space here. Footprints are there. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, aimed at a point. His body turned into a phantom, and he shuttled directly past. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a palace inside the moon, at the moment, the palace alarm bell rang loudly, and a young man with his eyes closed was stunned for a while. Then he quickly waved his hand to call the puppet guard beside him, and perceived every part of the interior of the moon through the barrier. Anyone broken? But why didn't I notice anything unusual? 14 Todo Otsutsuki looked confused. As the only descendant of Himura Otsutsuki, guarding the moon and supervising the earth was the most important mission in his life. Now, the 10-tailed body in the seal of the moon has been stolen, and the spear is directed at the ninja sect left by the 6 immortals on the earth. This made him very angry, and even repeatedly understood that the world created by 6 path immortals was a wrong world. As the only descendant of Himura, Shiren has the responsibility and obligation to correct that wrong world. That is his duty. But at present, the situation in the ninja world is turbulent, and it seems that another ninja war has started. So, Shiren waited patiently. For him, after a big war, no matter what the situation is, that time is the weakest time on Earth, and he will get twice the result with half the effort if he takes action at that stage. In fact, Shiren has been accumulating his own strength in recent days. He is a ninja with super puppet ability. When he opened his eyes, it was a pitch-black hole. His eyes seemed to have been dug out, and there was nothing left. She frowned, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Is the enchantment system malfunctioning? Shiren thought to himself. Because of his inner cautiousness, he still planned to patrol the circle in person. Stepping on the divine crown chariot, Shiren drove the chariot and flew out of the magnificent palace. Although he did not have 2 eyes, his spiritual ability was unique. secret law and experience. Even if he has no eyes, he can see everything around him through spiritual power. And this kind of spiritual exploration is much clearer than what you can see with your eyes. Driving the divine crown chariot, Sharon first came to the sun region inside the moon, which is also the most precious place here. There are huge white eyes formed by the accumulation and contributions of countless clansmen's long history, the giant Tensigan. The inexhaustible power of the owner of this thing is also the strongest trump card with which Sharon is confident that it can save and change the entire Earth. Only, if he wanted to give birth to a pair of Tensigans himself, Sharon was still the last and most crucial step. That is a pair of white eyes with pure blood. In fact, Baiyan and Sharon Yan are actually one family. And the so-called evolution is nothing but atavism. The riding wheel of the Uchiha family comes from the six-path immortal Otsutsuki Yui. The white eyes of the Hinata clan and Otsutsuki Torin came from Otsutsuki Yumura, the younger brother of the six-path immortals, but in comparison, the white eyes left in the inside of the moon are more complete. Even their surnames are the same as their predecessors, and there is no differentiation. This is due to the special environment inside the moon, but also because of close intermarriage and the sacrifice of giant Tensigans. The branches of Otsutsuki on the moon are becoming rarer and rarer. Just a few hundred years have passed, and now only Todo Otsutsuki is left. Therefore, whether it is on the basis of continuation of future generations or under the execution of the ancestors' will, the people of Otsutsuki are destined to have a relationship with the Earth. It's like the fusion of two pairs of kaleidoscopes can produce a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. If Sharon wanted to be born with Tensigan, he had to integrate a pair of white eyes with pure pupil power and blood. And this target, he has chosen for some time. That is the youngest daughter of the Earth's contemporary patriarch Hyuga. Her ability and bloodline are superior to others in Sharon's judgment. At present, one of the many reasons why Sharon has not acted is to wait for the little girl named Hannah to become more mature. After turning around the giant Tenzaisen, he secretly suppressed the unparalleled temptation, and Sharon breathed a sigh of relief. No one can resist the temptation of a giant Tensigan. Therefore, not long after he was born, Sharon sacrificed his eyes at the request of his father. The purpose is to not be affected by it when looking directly at the giant Tensigan. It doesn't seem to be a problem. It seems that I am overthinking. It's not that easy to go to the moon. Even the passage left by the ancestors is in danger. Sharon muttered something to himself. Even the perception of the enchantment inside the barrier doesn't seem to emit an increase in outsider intrusion. Only then did Sharon let go of his heart and prepare to go back to the manor to continue making his human-shaped puppet. However, at this moment, an unfamiliar but pleasant voice suddenly exploded in Sharon's ears, which made him instantly horrified, and the hairs on his back stood upside down. "Hey, there are still living people here, little boy. Have you ever seen a book that looks strange?" 35. I followed its trail, and I can't find it here. Luo Bing teleported over and asked, rubbing Sharon's head. Otsutsuki Sharon widened his eyes, his hands trembling slightly. When did he come here? No feeling at all. And why is it so close? My perceptions still can't see his existence. Who is this guy? Who is it? Sorry, I just noticed you don't have eyes. Forget it, I'll go ask others. By the way, little friend, is there anyone else living in this place? Luo Bing asked with a shy smile, scratching his head. His right hand was constantly stroking Sharon's head. Did you underestimate me? At such a close distance, no matter who you are dead. Sharon snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth secretly raised an arc of meaning. Instantly aerating, his right fist gathered a purple chakra the energy, casting a secret technique, hit Luo Bing's face. Boom. Bang. Snapped. After more than 10 seconds, Luo Bing grabbed Todo Otsutsuki, who fell dizzy from the air, with a helpless expression on his face. Tell me about you, you little brat. Why don't I just ask for directions? I'm still in a hurry. Ugh. Luo Bing sighed, his fingertips overflowed with divine power, and gently awakened the bare child in his hand. Otsutsuki Totoro. At the moment's lover, a little confused. Probably was beaten, no. Remove the probably, confident. He was beaten. From childhood to adulthood, Sharon has not been walked by anyone. At the moment, his face was flushed, his shame and anger reached the extreme. He tried his best to struggle, but to no avail. The Newtonian liquid was enveloped in it, and no matter how hard it was of no use. Don't be too busy, little guy, answer my questions honestly. There is no trace of the book going back to the passage when I came here. That is to say, it either went to another time and space from here, or went to another world, Come on, you were so excited when I mentioned this book, you must know something. From the real deal. Todo Otsutsuki. What are you talking about? I don't understand you. What book? I know shit. What's the matter with your confident tone? Yes, that's right, I know, but I want you to let me go and I'll take you there. There was no fluctuation on Otsutsuki's face, but in fact, he sneered in his heart and secretly made an abacus. You brat, you really won't tell the truth if you don't get beaten up. Go ahead and lead the way. Luo Bing smiled and loosened Sharon's hair. Otsutsuki Totoro. I will endure. You be asterisk 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 D. I will kill you. Don't be too arrogant. Be asterisk 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 D. Damn it. On the surface, he is not only indifferent, but in fact the fire in Sharon's heart has burned into his heart. When has he suffered such grievances? In his heart, his status is supreme, but now he is being bullied by a native guy from Earth. Hey, be proud of you now. Waiting for the superstar Tensei. Wait until I invoke the energy of the giant Tensigen. That's when you will die. Go to hell. Arrogant and arrogant natives. Kill you. 3 minutes later. TSK TSK TSK. This pupil power is pretty good, but unfortunately it's missing a little bit. Hey, bear boy, is there any more? Luo Bing absorbed the pupil power of the giant Tensigen. His eyes burst with divine light, and he shook his head. Tozai Otsutsuki, who was sluggish in place and basically petrified, showed a sunny smile. Todo Otsutsuki. Hey, what's wrong with you? Luo Bing shook her stiff body in surprise. Otsutsuki Totoro. Are you okay, kid? Luo Bing frowned and shook it again. Todo Otsutsuki. 6. F asterisk asterisk K. Don't cry. God sees it. I didn't bully you. I'll tell you you're called Punxi. 35. After being sluggish for a full minute, Todo Otsutsuki came back to his senses and then was in competent fury. A. Luo Bing. What's wrong with this kid? What hits this? Luo Bing shuddered, took a few steps away subconsciously, then turned around and flew away. There will be no mental illness. Don't be contagious. In the same place, Otsutsuki Toru's collapsed head fell to the ground, and the divine crown chariot dutifully caught him. The heart that gave up one's youth has long fallen into the abyss far away. Number 7. 7. It's all over. Boom. As the giant Tensigen was completely absorbed by Luo Bing, the palaces and mountains in the distance began to collapse, and the lake began to slope down from the sky. Without the strong repulsion and gravitational maintenance of the giant Tensigen, the entire interior of the moon has undergone earth-shattering changes. It looked as if the end was coming. Everything started to squeeze and expand. It's definitely none of my business. Luo Bing casually crushed the collapsed mountain into rubbish powder, laughed twice, and rubbed his chin in embarrassment. That's... As the mountain collapsed, an inconspicuous spatial node hidden inside the mountainside appeared within Luo Bing's perception range. That singularity is so unique, shining with light that is different from other space nodes. And there is a fairly subtle seal on it. At least, the level of sealing is much more sophisticated than what Luo Bing saw on the scrolls of the Five Kingdoms. This is no longer an order of magnitude difference. Go and see. Swish. As soon as his mind moved, Luo Bing instantly disappeared in place. His body turned into a light and drilled directly into the sealed space node. The sky is dark, the sun and the moon are reversed. Luo Bing couldn't help shivering, looking at the new world in front of him, full of curiosity. What an exquisite folding space, There are deserts, ice and snow, acid, lava, and gravity. Speaking of which, what's the use of making so many bells and whistles? Luo Bing was full of confusion. Suddenly, the space around his body tore out cracks like mosaic tracks. What followed? A white-faced woman with a horn on her head emerged from the crack. White eyes, red lips, and a white imperial robe. There are also 9 black hook jades in vertical rows on the imperial robe, with golden and purple sleeves. On the back of her clothes, there is a very conspicuous logo embroidered. It should be a family logo or something. Xianjiahao. Hi, miss. Where is this? Have you ever seen a strange book? Kagaya Otsutsuki. But right now, on the earth, huge amounts of the Tree of Gods raised a monstrous flower. Black Jew controlled Madara's body, spreading the scorching heat. Come out. Mother-in-law. 99. And Luo Bing, he was stunned, and was pulled in by the vortex that suddenly appeared beside him. That's mine. Kagaya's face changed greatly, and she immediately rushed towards the place where Luo Bing disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ridge. Thousands of years of waiting. Thousands of years of planning. I finally made it. I finally made it. 35. Mother. Jie, father, father. Black, stunned. In the Scarlet World, a strange flower blooms quietly. At the moment, the moon in the sky presents the appearance of the reincarnation eye of the 9-goose jade. The rhizomes of the flower split into thousands of pieces, turning into layers of white cocoons, and in the white cocoons sleep one after another comatose ninjas. At the moment, they are basking in their own perfect dream. However, this is a beautiful dream and even a nightmare. The vitality of their bodies is being stripped and extracted layer by the large cocoon and the big tree behind the supporter. Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Kakashi, Minato, and other survivors supported a special enchantment, and it was because of this special enchantment that they evaded the technique at the moment when Infinite Tsukiyomi cast it and survived. Disaster. In midair, Madara Uchiha, who was controlled by Black Jew, laughed wildly. In the distance, Obito's body curse struck, and he lost his ability to move. His limbs were nailed to the ground by the black sticks that were formed by the yin and yang, and his eyes were dull. At this stage, almost everything is transparent. Obito always thought that he could control everyone in the ninja world, but he didn't expect that he was also a pawn of Uchiha Madara. And Madara Uchiha. Just when he thought that 873 was the big boss behind the scenes and the final winner, he was suddenly attacked by Heiju. Madara has always thought that Heiju is the embodiment of his own will, so he has incomparable trust in Heiju. But never imagined. Turns out he was just a pawn. Under such circumstances, under the helplessness of Naruto and Sasuke, under Heiju's frantic laughter, Madara's entire body began to swell, and his body gradually tore apart, turning into a singularity from his upper body. Immediately after, his body was separated, and Heiju cried out in surprise. Then, 7. Silence. It didn't last long in silence. But the scene was embarrassing to death. Luo Bing was stunned. He was sucked by singularity without noticing, and he still doesn't know what happened. Mom? Dad? Did I remember wrong? Heiju stared at Luo Bing, who emerged from the singularity in a stunned manner. Befa's life fell into deep thinking. Luo. Big brother Luo. The most shocking thing was Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, seeing that the enemy used the last trump card, the vast scene could not be stopped at all, and as a result, finally, a big brother Luo was summoned? Excuse me. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Big Brother Luo is the real behind-the-scenes boss? Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other strangely. Their eyes were full of confusion, and at this time they were almost unable to turn their heads. Senior Luo? How? It doesn't make sense. Minato Namikaze looked at Kakashi beside him, frowned at each other, and looked puzzled. Obito on the ground was completely at a loss. He thought that he finally figured out what had happened, but he didn't expect. Reality gave him another blow. Wasn't it an accident that he appeared in his divine power space from the beginning? Was it intentional? But why can he come out and plan all this? What the hell is this for? Too difficult. I am so hard. At the moment, Madara Uchiha, who was physically separated, felt exactly the same as Obito. Half of his body fell to the side of Hashima, who was nailed by the black stick, and the two looked at each other. Because the vitality is too strong, the two people who have separated their bodies have not really died until now. But the power is completely lost. Dad, is that you? Heiju floated alone in the sky. At the moment the blackness, the brain is full of chaos. It clearly remembers that he was split by Kagaya's mother using yin and yang escape. Moreover, he still has some memories of Kagaya. But, who can tell me why Infinite Monthly Reading finally summoned a dad? This is completely different from what I imagined. Then what? Who can explain to me? What the hell happened? Luo Bing scratched his head and glanced strangely at Heiju floating beside him. It's usually more than one brother-in-law or something, and he's used to it. But how can this be so good that there is another son? This Luo Bing can't take it. No. Wait, if I want to explain, shouldn't it be up to you to explain it? Senior Luo. Minato is still reasonable, but his heart is not very calm now. Me? I don't know, I just broke into a different space and was dragged here by the singularity. By the way, look at this situation, your prom party is over? Dance less when you are older, look at that Uchiha. Madara, right? 35. Madara, whose name was called, raised her head in confusion. Good guy, he was so desperate, he broke his waist. Madara's face darkened in embarrassment when her name was called. On the Tree of Gods. The white cocoons hang on the tree like a collective hanging, which is quite a bit like hanging from the southeast branch. This situation looks familiar. Isn't cocooning popular in the universe now? What he encountered in the White World prison was also a cocoon. You are not the mother. Who are you? What did you do to the mother? Heiju shouted angrily, and the whole person fell into madness again. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I've never had the habit of liking a man's wife. Besides, with your respectable face, your face is as black as carbon. How can your mother be better? Luo Bing glanced at Heiju contemptuously, and suddenly frowned, thinking of something. Oh, which woman with horns are you talking about? That's right. That's my mother-in-law. Heiju yelled frantically. Well, she's here. Luo Bing finally cleared his head and nodded suddenly. Just as his voice fell, because the seal had been broken, a mosaic-like crack in time and space appeared not far from Luo Bing, and the young lady with horns finally got out. I didn't expect you to be AF ******** G child. But your son is so dark. Luo Bing waved at Kagaya Otsutsuki, who got out. The land of the dead. The six-path sage Otsutsuki Yui's soul looked strangely at the development of all this and fell into a long silence.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.